the citizen's power. Citizen TV, 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 the citizen's power.
ye cross ye we our elections no omo hyeso amia nyo kwasi asem say ya na anochi wo be kofi sika no omo awia no NCA no anochi ebe ye ne sesini anochi ebe ye ne se de ohwe video omo nim ade nipa ekwaya nipa de ombe fa so they have no idea wakoto equipment abeguo ena mo date time crofo why na mo sabe nkwasiafo se ho adaje anochi NCA foolish boys why na wo ho adaje why na wo mo ho adaje obi kodi mo ho nkomobone ye campaign etumo e wo Ghana ha ye tumu woni ya gani. Hello
Chairman Bobie.
Yes sir.
Boko there.
Majo Sonia.
Me dey o kata akura ne kumi no we bold. Nkofo se ni ehwe Ghana ha o me say MTN for there. Na sa oni me ye.
Catch me.
O kasa abu so ni nipa ne kasa be chichu.
Ai. Kasa samsa.
Ye na kofi an kisi. Me kasa fi awo.
And na unim de ha me. Ase aban no on fire ho aslo usum fire ho.
Such a man will be on face on mania ye zoo animal kingdom and on dear so. Says ye ne abodan for. Nemlen beso. Meti amount for big Gani or Ghana. Chairman, only Yamina Juma. All
right, thank you. Ali Mama says it is our Ministry of Communications, so we have to blame them for what MTN is doing to us. Let's put the blame on the doorstep of the Ministry of Communication. You are right. You are right. Minia. Kwabena, can I see you the MTN? Yes, you can. But the judge why you go kebi amount. Oh, has been abu aya for month to be yeah. You are poor month to be Romu Pieto and the 7 basun one say ya. What na go kebi amount? Who go see MTN? Our Ghana judge bay. Young Grove way. Well, we know what to way. Nothing could be. Yes, you can sue them, but obi no beke bi amount. And that we should talk about a Ministry of Communication. But we that Ministry of Communication. When you have a very disrespectful girl like Osla way, and then you're scarce in a sensitivity so, or in a masalam down, Satan as empire from your pyramid house, Nessin a bit to be so. Because had the Osla also the Sia and was when you're scarce in a say, oh, can answer my not the warrior yen. The warrior yen who send me Papa Pebby. Me who's Uncle Anna the Dana forms and I was with the more Jimmy. Wait. Oh, but when you have a very irresponsible government led by a reckless 78-year-old man who don't care about anything like a Kufado, I'm talking about a Kufado. When you have such a person leading Umaya, we buy data. We don't know what happens to the data. I mean, it's just like, hello? Yes, sir. Lagbaja, Yango. Accra.
Wouldn't say some are okay. Wouldn't son of Pian because ye transfer.
Yeah.
25 city shoe, and then the just a planning in my many and it way. Maybe you send a message to you. Maybe Nama responded to all you be. Commander, within less than 50 minutes, not 25 city. Yamutu. Oh, yeah.
Who you see the network?
Nipacho, and media for we. Even you both, you Atatigo and Mini 9 you.
I have some more.
Baby, ya, obwa. Maybe you should all my even you would have you MTN, you Atatigo, near me, you can also see here.
I have some papa. I have some.
I didn't know about me and Namsa or no, your digital man. Nipacho. On a number see Mamma to me ABC, the non to me train for economy. I won't be sanity. A man before the free education. Not free education in Ghana.
Debut, not that unti. Digital man no crano. Accra Digital Center. On inquire fast besio.
Thank you. Thank you, Commander. Me Yana what you list to Amman.
Martin Mekache, no. All right, okay. So that's it. I Kwame. Men pick a friend for BIB. So, what was a man for our memo last one? Okay, all right. Hello.
Hello, Commander.
Yeah. Majo Suminia.
Commander, me patrol home. Masam no yemi no. The decline. Me to data over the holiday no. Me to data anajo. Anajo be 11 p.m. Me to 1 gig. Me to 1 gig no. Within 10 me to we na me checking me credit no credit data no.
Call.
MTN. Me patrol me bow. They toss me, the same MTN na.
Yeah.
No MTN na imagine fiber. Ewo me hofe.
Yeah.
MTN fiber no wo me ho. Wa Jimmy Sika Ansah na the fiber na ba me hofe.
Wow.
Fiber na say for 2 years ni. My report to my NCA, including me data no one some NCA nye who be BC.
That's crazy.
Yamfa no so kan to nchen yambra Vodafone me use Vodafone business 1 month ni internet ni nye djuma Vodafone staff bia obeba me ho bia ba be ye djuma bia o free me ho bia me man 300.
Hey,
internet ni nye djuma me bo commander me pato me say this question back say who use Vodafone internet router no e free and na free na se sabi enye free kra na unye bimpo na wato Vodafone no wa ma me internet na me tia ne kan me mano me mani sika but ono no router na ono dia brem no router na nye odi baaye no yemi say standard board dia na o ya fa product but
what reporter ma a standard board
my report just say report inform who enfa sama me no ke inform who omo fa ne say eye kasa keke e na woka oye pe no my reporter the amom omo betie wasam no so you omate they will see it to rate obi anyu ho be frɛ
just the more or report to amom no the more no
common
meba
asama me no ke just a common
the point is the more report mom no the more na amom aduane di
exactly
because or report mom no mo so de akwaje kakra
commander because uji Vodafone fiber utia more than 2,000 Ghana a month. Now at the end of the day, now router say ya. As a say na who customer no na who copy router. Inform who say ubenye biyo na wunye bi service no so no. Untimi free Vodafone 100 na unsan kaomo. MTN ube from musta ebe ringi Ansah na obi befa. Obi final reporter. Ombeka say they will see to rate say wejuma no ombe within 24 hours. Until within 24 hours, no, sir, 24 hours economy, no. These two telecom companies need to be talked to because the 24 hours company away, no, job, no, they cannot help us. Even third time, they can provide this service, not 24 hours.
What's your reason on that point anyway?
But
all right.
Because me person, me search what you could be so for also. They say the 24 hours, so yeah, 24 hours. Are they ready to work 24 hours? Are they ready to solve our complaints for us 24 hours?
Okay, so which means
engineers.
So hold on. So which means those talking about the 24-hour economy, no, they should address communication problems also.
They need to address the telecom companies because the biggest problem.
Okay, thank you. But that's it, Michael. Yeah, all right, so someone Edusi Kwabena to go the grabu such a sense as MTN is just like ECG. Their app is full of them. All right, so but quick one, Uncle Rex, we state of network. We use network there. MTN.
We use MTN and Telecommunications.
Okay, so tell us your experience with these two networks.
I think say MTN omo data no are too expensive. Oto ya sisi anasa. And Telecommunications there is nothing to write home about. In fact, almost services no BB so for a very long time. Maybe only WhatsApp. I think say almost all the telcos they are taking us for granted. That is what I can
so
say.
between who used to Airtel, who used to MTN, why not? They're not the services near quick.
I think Airtel, my friend, MTN is better in terms of service. No, better to me. It's better.
Really, but ne charges
ne high. The charges no so
than Airtel Tigo.
So in comparison, MTN charges was so far. Otoya and special data the nyekra Otoya is Ansah. In terms of charges, data the Vodafone is far better.
Charges
Vodafone is far better.
What about service?
Service MTN ne Vodafone ya at par. Omo nyina de onye correct cry tell to go.
But you are still using it.
Because it's my old number, my issue for a long time, and I don't want to lose that number. That is the reason. My twice, you know, a bit that.
But so first time out in
first time turning before Ghana for better no better before mobile no Airtel Tigo no better
Ghana for it to
na mo this harmony mana ko ho say Ghana dey won say bibia basasha dey bibia be so bia na ase no.
All right, so we have a lawyer who just passed through, and I think so aboye obi send me a message say obetumi asu MTN
for.
Okay, so the person is struggling with service. You're only a one, and I think say amount for complaining with me to data NASA.
Oh, Sunday, I remember say some few days ago, almost Sunday, I think messages to their customers prompting them said they are going to increase their service charges.
This year, how much to bet 2 or 3 times?
Oh my year, because me, if I'm not mistaken, I think about a week or 2 ago. Me send message in be.
Okay.
I think twice or so, but I'm sure my phone will be a me.
I see.
Or more, the members, customers say they are going to increase their service charges. So by virtue of that, you know what prompt you. And as far as it's at the same moment, we say you also increase your service charges at some point. Almost
but with service,
I said so it must correspond. Say who increase your service charges in the year. So now then I must also enjoy something far better than whatever I was.
So if I'm not enjoying,
yeah. So if then they need to, buckle up. That's what I say. For instance. Maybe you heard more. Yeah, do certain hours be and they could be a crime. May come in wow, this year. You do not want to send me a payment. Be I would no Africa crown and say, me charm who sign and meet me say the payment and go through. Can not talking about banatico. Me, I knew infantry by vision and let me know. What is it? In the only idea, so I'm but we in the film service charges in there. Me, I'm unable to blame them too much because Sana you are taking Mr. is draining yeah no you I didn't move that. Oh draining. Some my me be a company now many will be in 20 years ago in 8 years the same taxes.
Yeah.
Na service of right you have no. So how do you want me to survive?
So now we are dealing with two issues where if say my buying a renewal. Now, what is a year drain charges in air bameswa? Then give me a better service.
Oh, I know there. You have every right to call for better services. I know there are no two ways about that. Some Americans say once you pay more, you expect more. Say you see too much is giving, much is always expected. It is me amount more there in terms of my payment. Then you must also give me something better. I.e., me network, you know. Maybe I'm an MBA, I mean the system should flow and flow well. Me Airtel ne Tigo ndie me use be ntia ndie me ntimi kan was at least Vodafone ndie me about 2 lines from Vodafone and then MTN so me work so I know.
But between the MTN and Vodafone which is
it depends on where you find yourself. At some places most and Vodafone better. At some places most MTN better. So baby I we dan and better. So me sada me hu no. Ko baby wa bedu a so had the Vodafone and they are strong and indeed so opposite be sometimes we are now open bibi online check bibi quickly no. Sometimes we go on with never phone better. But busy we do no na entesa. For instance, one Wi-Fi system a year one what do you call it? Broadband semi. And you can have there are some areas that you cannot access broadband for both MTN and Vodafone, which is bad.
All right.
Which is very bad. Until you say no more adjustable services, I mean more service charges, no. Then we are also expecting say areas one can have more munum say more broadband services in the one. I mean, send it to them so that you enjoy good service from you as well. It's important.
Anyway,
yeah. Whose responsibility it is from the government side to ensure say service is not more render my any kind of more I mean, Italy.
So you are talking about the Ministry of Communications
exactly.
and the NCA.
Yeah.
And the NCA, exactly. And they are not doing their job.
Yes.
So they are taking the citizenry for right. I see a friend saying, you don't see any service improvement.
Now the NCA wasting resources, our taxes, to buy equipment to monitor us.
Monitor us for what?
I don't know. Your friend is a boy, no friend say, Anoche. Who has your time? It will be say. Anoche will be a no what time. Who call opposition? You are as useless as anything. You don't matter in Ghana affairs. Anoche who call opposition. We don't matter. And as to whether so be call opposition crown on what transit in because the shady deals at the NCA there. Who be a airtime? Boys no fraud no dim koma. Ebu wa it stinks. So anoche dia monitoring Ghanaians. Almost easy at the request abre almost say they should make sure be cramp down on social media activities. Wa bra ye ba be wura election. You see. So what they are doing is say their opponents you post and they have equipment to restrict your account. They monitor your account and almost there in Crawford national security almost I don't know. Almost that and they pay them with our taxes. So they have people they restrict their social media accounts, they monitor, they determine what should go out, what should not go out. And even what I'm hearing is that they are extending it to political parties' platforms.
So they believe they will be in power forever.
Meanwhile, the ordinary Ghanaian is struggling with services. Well, let me agree that yes, I'm a government and what the taxes and as you say, Abameso, no problem. But the same government, obetimi keep focus on those companies say on Bemame.
Good service.
Good service. You are not doing it. You are concentrating on unnecessary things, how to restrict people's account, monitor calls,
yes,
and all that.
So NCA regulator to, this people.
Yes.
Until we are on regulator and so ensure say the beneficiaries of their services are okay. And at the a year NPA, our regulatory a year fuel stations.
Yeah.
NCA, sorry, MPA for remember, I couldn't say fuel and make a girl, make a ton engine or whatever. No, a year quality. In that new fuel be a didn't so be a France, be a bonny be a coffer, and be the engine more for enough a general could
say a guy for issues no about with a year petrol for gold, no, almost a BB fra or something, I don't know. Swat was
now petrol for good, not just.
Baumianeka. Anyway,
no, but me and the Cobranza on there. So what you come on out, what you what different planets.
One useless guy.
And then make what TV busy as you say, or the credit economists, then never you see.
If you know,
he's one person that I'm just praying for the very day he'll be serious in life.
What was about me? Are you serious?
I'm praying for the day he'll be serious in life. Because me who be, you've said 1,001 things are. Also, the able free taxation to production.
Oh, yeah. How
one year for young question, and then no minimum there, but we are issues. Be a
yeah. Now me person me here we know what you might. Okay, all right. So thank you. Live on a 100.5 Citizen Show. Let's come back to issues. Now, Kwabena, mamenya Kawesen. Share your best master Kawesen. Now, also, also that's why.
Now we can't support.
Kawesen and a begu President Mills and Nimuase. Anna Nancy ya and Quasiafoya or money average your mamma, so to say, dear your mamma, Aji Wamu Bibino. Kawesen a Casbin FM was saying, now your mamma buy. Hey, Unia, or say your mama buy, also your mama by day, or Bachini to Wojano cry. kwasi asa no wo ka Wilson wo na wo gu Mills animu ase wo ma President Mills Samia okunum didi President Mills atem nyina wo ka Wilson tia ka Wilson wa minim nipa of force ka Wilson but o de mamenya sa de nwiwi Kwame Sam fa Kwame Sam me de send you fa to your friend say data no once my year cano come re ye fi ade na me screenshot to ye no a say Kwame unim Kwame Sam on Facebook, one of the MPP guys, this guy Kwame Sam or say digitalization with expensive data. MPP guy Kwame say obia oye active on Facebook bia at least Kwame Sam, George Kwatin, Farouk, Safula Tebio Kwashi, Citizen MPP. Sakrofo obia we active on social media biano, you know them. Sir Obama,
SK Sapon,
PK Sapon, Fawaz na ekowia a year for aduane no UTV. Me amini ya Fawaz. On a call via YouTube for aduane no. Okopa mo kwotre animu no. So these guys who they wouldn't even show Ghana on social media, you know them. And this is Kwame Sam for you. Not a single day Metro dia Kwame Sam any Sam Profoema enemy pharmacy any. Now Kwame Sam is telling us digitalization with expensive data. So they know, the MPP people they know at the cry come that look, Baumia is talking on fa. That what Baumia is talking about, it doesn't make sense to any rational human being. Why do you move down? Thank you. Why do you move down? You can't accept what Baumia is talking about. You are talking about digitalization. Then at the end of the day, I'm buying so much data, I can't get services. I'm paying so much for transferring money from one handle to another. Everything about digitalization has become so expensive. At the end of the day, you are not creating jobs. And the end, I will catch them for. Go online and access this. Go and access this. Do that. After that, you are telling me, let me add the Ghana idea, kwa Africa. Add the yes, no address. To Omoja no more address. And the first part no na business.
Okay, so okachira wo say ukuta Ghana card abutu kwan akoma bia so.
Oyare
Eni person na de akọ.
Wabodam. Wabodam that guy.
Eni person na de akọ. So I keep saying say onye nipa asa wugine di.
Wabodam
because me ni na semba akopem pa.
Wabodam.
Wa kan ye bo sha wo share Ghana fo a abamu na nipa nyina bedi ho adanse.
No, but you see,
what post for airport.
You see,
Muslims, Bosso,
man, actually, Baumia is doing that because when we say Kufado the Ayaya in 2016.
Oh yeah, and Jonas but was
that's all.
Yeah,
that is what he's doing.
Because sometimes somebody be our can be some say na papa okoda no sorry ana chese bibi besi na jimbe na obeka kire Ghana for ana say
no also say no MPP as a political party abese magicians. Let's go to the market circle. Na yenko tricky womo. Fa tuntumbaji koko. Me danie chire haya he. O yen say ajana 1 2 3. Now tricks are there omo de. Tricks are there because they won based on tricks and they have enjoyed power for 7 years based on tricks. They go back to the room and laugh at us Ghanaians. Omo ko sere Ghana for them. Yen na ma citizen coffee dia before kan say the next 20 years, MPP beko opposition, but the next 20 years, anybody who will vote for a MPP must be stoned. Though violent, but because see when you tria say unia ya wono Ghana ni wone no na utria tax ya no di ginani the V8 our team the air conditioning is enjoying on top credit. MTN for near the other kwacha credit. Go your common coupons. Or we are no about trickle. Or no kasa no show and him say, some tricking resuma. But in actual sense, but for politics, yeah, the politics to check Bianca young resuma. what you have seen in life, the experience you have, baby awura, the performances, stage awafro, and go through bida, go nye bida, onim baby but because of politics, and using that to siphon money gives him an idea that he is smarter and sharper than you. And to know that cancer now say what can say kwasia we na ebu me kwasia. Sometimes Listo will raise those things and it's like ebia enya kasapapa. But you look at the person that how can this foolish man, foolish boy consider me as so foolish and talk to me foolishly? You understand? Yeah. And that is where Citizen Kofi ne bufono apie free buy no. When I see the legacy of Nada Baumia MPP, Citizen Kofi, and thank you for putting this here. Citizen Kofi, any Ghanaian who votes for the MPP in the next 20 years is a traitor and must be stoned. Period. We are not fools to be deceived, insulted, and stolen blind and still remain fools. Corporate Baumia Akufo-Addo, Ghana Web, listen and weep for yourself and your children. So that is it. And the Baumia ni ebekasa, ohunya Jimmy Fobi. No asre. Ewo trimu thinking say we ye Jimmy for because Akufo-Addo to me tricky 2016. Why can't he do it? That's all. That's it. But we will come back. But Kawesen, who are Kawesen picture? Who want the picture? Okay, so your video no answer. Mesre Kawesen baby Kawesen will be ano. On team ye. Baba Kamara no na kofa Kawesen aba. And Kawesen onyane easy. Baba Kamara no omunyane easy. They won't get it easy. Minim di oba na Baba Kamara no antimi.
2010 did everything to get President Mahama elected because I was given the mandate by Honorable David Lamte of Blessed Memory.
Yeah, XYZ.
Yes, that Prof.
No, the people who are doing that. So when you are unsura, now when you win him, no buffalo, then we do it. If you want to talk about John Mahama was Robiao. 7 years, Yatra Kroma. Obian Tibinye Foko. Udbinye Foko. If you have issues, genuine issues, bring it on board. Let's discuss it. Walker Wilson. And you see, they create an impression to say, John Mahama Tibebi and Obi Kofano. John Mahama, the assemblyman. For God's sake. And he was able to work his way out and obey the MP. Sir, idiots no free and this mwakwa join a Baumia camp a woman near Breno. None of them now go through that process. Moba and this no. Not your mama or son. What the MP? The deputy minister. Abedi a substantive minister. Abedi running mate. You think it's a joke? You think it's a joke? Then you wake up and you talk as if John Mahama Tibebi. Baumia we kra ya didn't buy a vice president a running mate. Now we need MPP card. Ono kra se ono na yere se omo abre tio Baumia we ya didn't buy a running mate to MPP no ni MPP card no onya member ono na yere ka kire MPP fo so omo abre Samira wonim MPP ho hwe one ne papa no mte PNC mu otomo e wonima okoya mes Ghana kakra by virtue of marriage ono ka kire otimi hwe nkrofo te se alanchematin kwadwom pianim Richard anane SK buafo manu ka kire omo se ono okunu omo abre And you guys think, say, as a John Mahama to baby, and obi kofa ne bae na onye hwe. All right, so let's go and listen to a Carlson. You go take Carlson. Quick one.
2012, I did everything to get President Mahama elected because I was given the mandate by Honorable David Lamte of Blessed Memory.
Yeah, XYZ.
Yes, that Prof, as a legacy for Prof, we must do everything. He was ready to spend whatever money.
David Lamte.
To make sure, yes, to make sure John Mahama is elected as a legacy for President Mills. President Mills was our father. So when the order came, and then David Lamte didn't stop in the finances. Anything that he had to do, I was the one that carried it out. We did everything to get John Mahama elected. And what did he do after he sat in office? He got me arrested from the national security.
John Mahama?
Yes, and it's confiscated, ordered the seizure of everything that I had from national security. He took everything from me. John, yes.
Oh, really?
Yes, he did.
We didn't hear this.
Yes, he did. I don't.
Everything you have, as in
everything
how?
I had, my car, I had my coupons, I have my everything that I had from national security. He ordered it taken away from me, and it was done.
So because of that, you hate John Mahama?
I don't hate him.
You said this is the name you don't want to hear.
I don't want
you
to
just
hear
said you don't want to hear the name John Mahama.
I don't know whether it was at this station that no, I think it was on Rainbow. I think when I gave an interview and then they asked me whether he's corrupt, I don't know if John Mahama was corrupt.
Is he corrupt now?
Okay, the answer lies in the election.
Which election?
Him against Akufo-Addo. I supported Akufo-Addo against him. I campaigned and helped Akufo-Addo to unseat him.
Which election? The 2016?
2016, yes.
Oh, so you financed MPP?
I didn't finance MPP.
You campaigned in what sense?
They came to me.
You campaigned in what sense?
They came to me and they sought me out, and I helped them. I helped my friend Akufo-Addo. I did.
Oh, Akufo-Addo is your friend?
Yes, he's the president of the country. He's my friend. Yes.
So if I'm saying, are you a Cadbury member now of the NDC? It means
I can be NDC.
You are not.
No, hold on.
Not,
I can be NDC and have friends in MPP. That doesn't stop me from being a Cadbury.
This idiot, Kromfo say, a criminal, a thief. Kwasia Kromfo say, Carlson. Kwasia Kromfo say, Carlson. Carlson will say MPP came to and they sorted him out. Or no, they did everything to make sure John Mahama every need 2012. Oh, Kawasi, look, even at the Velate office, Kawasi was nobody. Abuase. So they work to small boys, no more radio stations, no more come on 50 cities, no more Kasasa, no more Kamkwasi, no more Soroko. You know, 2012 year. I did my best to bring Uber to me the John Mahama Abedi president. Who Carlson, Cromfort so. Ataman said, "Me guase, ewo abem amemwomuna. Hey, this guy Carlson, a criminal, a thief, walking around. Ataman's brewo abemwomuna Carlson." For 1 year, 2 years, na port and some MPP press conference, Bia Carlson. Yanyama left, right, center. Like I said, John Mahama. No, what now? Now the other year, Atame also no aside the Bia no. Now John Mahama say or confiscate him in Yemen, and there be Niema. And Yama me use no national security. Because national security Yama Yodia. Yodia. And he was talking to somebody who doesn't understand anything. Kabia Busa said, Yama on national security. Wodia. A state dia and answer Yodia. A state dia and answer Yodia. Yodia. The same thing with one of my brothers. Sir, Otibangalomu. Or Yusuka. And John Mahama say, Omonye Kano. Problem in I don't know, Uncle Rex. But the fact of the matter is that who you should cover Tamel's time. Can time as to return it back. I say, time use then normally they call hours. You need to bring the car back. Ansah say bema fofra yama fofro. What could the deputy general secretary? The deputy general secretary on you so abaya dear.
Exactly.
And your mama was like, look, sir, your opponents who cry, and then on you can't be a deputy general secretary and still use government bungalow and adiade. Your mama said you Your mama said you problem ni nyinani asem ni asem e bi free baby a your mama ni mo papa asase enu akotwa bie oni mo maame ajapade bi no akofa bi asem ni nyinani. What the deputy general secretary? You can't go on using state facility. And the reason why they like a Akufo-Addo is a Akufo-Addo lawlessness. Tika Akufo-Addo obemana tra bungalow numa yusu.
No issue government vehicle.
No issue government vehicle.
Government fuel.
Government fuel. Jomama ampre amasa ankwasi ade na nkoso ntino. Me yanko kan kire krofo se jomama akuma atame aso yegimi. India say atame sabeyan krofo personal property. O boss wa no afa kuntunkura fra. No ase chacha no asi abonti. Yegimi, you are just a fool. You are just a fool, a big fool. And listen to this criminal, this thief was an idiot. Say, and now, because support to, cause support to Baumia, no, we need 24 million. Go and support Baumia. Go and support Baumia, no, we need me. These boys talk like 2008. Munina, Mubaton Crawford, normally Atamans, no Yajuma. Oka Wilson, Atamans Winnie or Modoko said, Okra stay at the port was illegal. Yes, I'm Quasia Patapa, 7 people for do a port nibi and a Kawas Okotran, I never part ni boy into be few. The Bonissa, why? Na Akufo-Addo we support o ma di boni a we Akufo-Addo we papa baba no ya we e dey be papa nanka enke say interview anu busa no say 7 years down the line on my way akoyi ana say nkoyi they sorted me out just say omo mauska sankrofo we na unim say Can Wilson, Alote Jacobs, and Crawford Matamils in your problem, pa, we are saying, Omna no Mokasa, Dinquasi Adeno. Yamina Coco, you do, or Casabia, na Atamils in your problem. There be Atamils a patcho, there be also problems, there be also problems. They created problems for Atamils, Sa, Yamina Coco, you do. Aquania friend say, Jimmy for now, got 3 piece FM no. Alote Jacobs, Jimmy for no. A friend say, Kawes nom, Sankrofono, they created problems for Atamils. Oh, look, who the part one day, let's sit down, have a serious analysis on them. Because these are the people I worked with, we ate together. I mean, we were like a team. But I mean, hey,
let's buy gun.
Yeah, let it go, let's move on. Most of Debbie won't you won't allow it, Massa.
Now, all of a sudden, why say Wakosha baby all of a sudden nothing was facing?
Well, but them, sir, I akronfo by ne berry, and one more popo. Akronfo by no berry. You see, and sometimes it pains me, sir, me probia support to no politics in moi. Now, some me support to NDC cry, and yet Akufo-Addo ne Baumia da and sit dadime. How can I support criminals and murderers? How? Look. The kind of interviews I had with Kokoyido on Akufo-Addo, me you be bought out here, then you ask yourself, why? What is happening now? They come and tell you, Kwasia Gwan and Sanaju, none of the Kwasia to be Sanaju in the womb. How? I remember when Akufo-Addo day, I bought me a wee. Would you what tie your mama said, dang, what tie they said, dang. Just have an open mind. Yanya critical analysis. Yafa nyama ngu table so. Yam picking yam one by one. Yam education sector. Yam a friend business sector. Yam taxes. Yam usage of taxes. Yam Bank of Ghana. Yam projects, developmental projects. Yam health sector. Yam aviation. Go there. Go there. Let's sit down. Yam proper discussions. What are you talking about? And they talk as if the NDC Woma Brechen will be any probably 6 million sympathizers. Some of you, more rising here, Deputy General Secretary, Communication Director, by the grace of God. So and that is okay. Why? What is the issue? Na John Mama no offering if ye abano sabita fracha mona mo kofa no ti na ntwie achi ade ne bae anasa mo de si ponko achi anasa mo man lor fe ode mo ka yeah se ka wese num ade besi so a ade nipa obi a lose focus o but ekoya nipa do on be fa so wi ase no on be bo mu nsem on be bo they should just stay with akron for no thieves no they should just stay with them, that's all. Obi anu omuni baby akabio na mama nwie we na afi de memra me main you know your friends say mesre sa ade we unim ye per timer ye di besisi industries. Or mind to say Ghana. Pencil yentimi ye. Or mind to say Ghana. Kumasi Shoe Factory is not functioning. Kia yem pabwa emma yenya bito. Or mind to say Ghana. Penwe Kwame, ye bu okruma. Lawyer, penwe ye bu okruma. Agres, unu wachino pa pen we yebi Ghana. We
matches cry toothpick cry.
Matches toothpick. Aya you can wear some picture too, man. Then yem penny for they will advocate. They are wasting time dealing with unnecessary chief tensing matters as to who is supreme. It's so sad. It's so, I'm so disappointed. Unfortunately, we are dealing with a national house of chiefs. They are weak. It has become a corrupt institution that they can't even deal with their own matters. The entire Mania Breno, we have a national security BNI. The only thing they care is attacking their opponents in the night, beating people, killing people. Yes, your friend is me of a kandapa. The only national security here, no. Maiming people. Then they'll go to parliament and justify why they should maim, kill, attack innocent citizens. A young crofo way, and ana omuka. The late Kojoti Katanoma ya. That they are abusing the national security. They got the opportunity and Kandapano records are there. One day you better batch the woman. And maybe their kids will suffer same. And I don't think their family will complain. Because they have done so much harm to society. National House of Chiefs are done a political tool. In this Wouldn't say Doma Hinene or Tumfo Adewe. Wouldn't say Sampa for also Edward Mwajim. Atlete kwa Sampa. Na Sampa for chada per diatem. And no, me share video be me yam say me. Enipa me no so mo free Doma. Ena omo I think Germany or London. No my video. Ena ba kuno aya no so ye Doma ni na ba kuno ya santini. Ena wapam ni free ni dem abegyina bonte se onko. Wa wache on. Ena obusa ne se o ada na apam na o se o ya santini a waje me krata de ye adwuma fa me maje me krata nti corner police for nchuni mfa nkofie mukokoti ni mo ayesem no. That is where he's traveling to. And I've seen Ashantis, some Ashantis, I mean, idiots, we saw Londoner, they do videos to insult Doma people. And collide the problem, Befia, and Pennyform be solving. One moment, the problem, Beffy. What him says, yeah, Achim Kotokuso for any Amotia, so they see any. I have the video here. Last week and last 2 weeks. Press conference, no. Why? Some way yanka we should be talking about enka otum for Doma hine we I'm free enka mu meetings there mu shia se bema say ye kura o man yentime nya toothpick mpo enti e be ne den Doma hine say oh me was asbi da ha otum for so ke me so metumi alobe ama obi di machines aba we so metumi ai say dey say o mo ba ban so no da kru mu nyina mo adware bema yanko abankesem akufado transe ana whichever government is there your mama why transe bema say ya de no ba bi okono oman no bunu nya adwuma esi yese enka samre wei eno ohini wei ne yonko hini di nkomo a no abusan ke na ukrom nkola no asitrem to say bon school samunyo enye yo minia ene ye nyina yenkasa. This is the time to coordinate moma nya adwuma anye yentime nya hwe. You are fighting about child and toma any akunya. What about them? It doesn't make sense. Meanwhile, moi him for ye moka esremun tokwa asam saa bepemene etuntwa ada. Why are you starting one here? Ade no ye be fra momo koka ho asem no of no. You are starting one. Ewa ha. Nyansa be pa ne wom. Enti wo Doma hene otumfo wo kire bi se enkranfo anya issue a ubedua beka bi. Say ahensem no etratre ko ba bia o. Mi hwe ayachim kotokufo no ahun. Mi tie wo press conference and I don't want to even play it back here. And it's very, very dangerous. I didn't know you should do this because almost yes ama a trickle ko enkolanu mu. Nti achim kotoku ni hia chebi ni a owani ode hwe no. With the slightest anger afidie be ya adwuma. Sampa na nkrofo timi asese atuo enam lor kwa mu katuo hyem awia enra na dwume kwada nam say hu another video a wo so say omo no ye asantefo and they will not allow those who call themselves ebono to control them into omo no so no omo asese atuo atiasi kwam ebom krakra. What are we doing? We don't have national security. We're picking intelligence. Say, look, are they a threat to your peace? No. We don't have it. Obakwana go to an issue. Achimota fufu biya national security ni ni mo. Achimota fufu nyina na edie. Obakwa goita she ne film say. Omo kono sa goita ese botom na peste bonataso bitimi hwe omo sa am say hey asem kura the engineer na yare because mentiase. But these are boys, they can't even write their names. Go to the national security, they can't even write their names. Abai sister ya na bebre nu adwane ontimi ntra kromumpo no aginani because wa me de nadi nkwasi asem saa no abeye foolish person won nam krom nti aban sister ya no adwane and I know the national security phobia kodi di wo a friends adabra kan ba bi mu adidi awie tua cars min tua no ma one short. And it seems like as a son ya training almost omonye and to not be punish omo, they do what they want and walk away. Who am I crying today? And to be a mumwadri, Domahine, high judge. Obi said you Domahine, Obi and me so imitate and forward years with that. Not room for who be endorsement. No, I think to kufu so dia fa baby. Na sampa for so di nam baby. Na wenu di nam baby. But the National House of Chiefs intimi issue one statement say adie na ekoso no. Why? Muko meetings. National House of Chiefs muko meetings. So these things you need to discuss it indoor. Why asasini? Why na so occupy? Why the roadmap na da ho? Kwame Nkrumah chichiro man na maye. Mudi yes yakoye chi. And I say social media mu nyina mo adani slay kings. Proper slay kings and slay queens. Na kwasi asem kwa na mudi. Bapem ne National Peace Council ntimi frɛ say no ade na ekoso no ehu enti obi am pipe down. Enti buru ni hia santini wo London na so owu a obeda afrɛ no. Asantini hia buru ni e wo Holland no owu a obeda afrɛ no. Sampani hia santini obeda afrɛ no. Hey, na benefo na mo agimi sei. Benefo na ndi mo agimi sa no. Mo ya fucking man pa. Na nka munya ma ye nkola no yenye. Na nka mo afrɛ ya trans say hey yenye ne sa. Ya ni abri ya ka ye say nkoda school sam ajerega. Ayemfo da bay na National House of Chiefs akosia say ye school semi enye entibum ye nka ho bibi nothing could be. Man kadi fufuo nkatekwai say so ma jai makre eno ma tiase ye na ntwa chacha so jimi omunim nsa bia mu different black label, blue label, red label, white, apertesia yase, ginger, krama kwate, herb, madingo, anya joy antime, omunim ni nyina. No more progu school for my way so university for no training college, nurses no, woman dia bottle, critique, buafuni, bumfumpa, sa kwasiasem. No more bois near 2 galamsey, no more bois, no more chapon pass man langas. Intina Kwame Nkrumah Rollins e boa him funo. Kiesienya politically de bianco ba Nkrumah info what chiwo mu from asantimam ko pem bro east chiwo mu go buo mo sa pra wo mo no ma ye din no ma ko se dem Kwame Nkrumah buo mo no mo ye din. Oh, you no, kwasi asem nkwa. Ye nya adwuma, emabru nya adwuma, omu nya adwuma, na mo nya bre to determine who is superior. Yaden. Obi de yaden. Kwame de aka ne yemfa ngu o kira. Why? Ochana na maye wo adwuma. Yemfa ngu. right, so that's it. We are back live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Quick one. And you man be so Uncle Rex is here. Bernard Mona will join us. Then we have Listo and Anakusipoku also will join us in the studio. All right, so quick one. We are dealing with. I'm coming from you about the Ajaben issues, yes, right? Okay, yes. So we are dealing with the OSP issues. Then we will deal with a school reopening. But let's pick the school reopening. OSP matters. But we will pick Nkolano School. Say Form 1 for Nabefi. Yes, somebody 4 months. Eofie. Abosome 9. Then we omo kone. Meboa. No more bad bay.
Maybe
2 weeks time. No more be 4 days ofie.
No, it was spent like a week or two.
No more say. So the question is, why the rush? 2 weeks and what impact? Anyway, Agrex. Yanko.
That's it. Make sure at your phone soon now. Assembly organa has here edika. And say I quite to say on my way muno. Yama partisan politics. Say ye be bia. It's like there are no red lines as to what any political party or any government in power can do. Say your education system, the structure itself, time and quality school, time on the better field nasifonia, we keep changing it every now and then. It says me will be first name channel. You know, school you say your first term, second term, and long back.
Yeah.
Say you don't even know what is what and which is which. Bibiaye ngungunae. And I just don't understand the say. As on my sabio ye developer ye see a developing country ye chichiro mine. And yema bi ohwa esase ye to me shielding from partisan politics and political friends say point scoring. It will be bia biano. I mean, what is the sense say enkola beko school akodi 2 weeks. Akola afi no secondary school. Okoya 2 weeks was abefie. I mean, what is it? A dear Kwana is so complicated and yet to me she say in such a way say the little time and Quran be do school no on bet you home benefit. You know, a idea as if I blame it on political friends say point scoring. You know, says a grammatis a Ghana crisis say secondary school for no or man a friend say West African examination be young choir what is it? So how do you check your performance against the rest of West Africa? Just because Akufo don't about power, they can do whatever they like. I mean, what country is this? What are we trying to do as a country? Kwabena, and near my course for my women no as if him na adia baumia ne Akufo ne baumia a kwan do ma we fast no omo say omo delay 30 years back because enema bebre ho a ekoso a me ba yen sema wo kan nyina me sia fem na mte odin na mehwe because since when and then some ya wo ti okra okika even ahemfo nsem kra since when and as I we start Ghana. You see, there is no smoke without fire. No. So many things are happening in this country. Now, education,
but it's not a subject we are discussing. I'll say, Kwabena, I'm sad this afternoon. Come to Vienna and see the fight on various platforms between Ashanti and Bonos. Very sad.
Yes, sad.
What is it?
At this day and age. Yeah. I mean, how? How? You know, what the young choir so? Me first school sem non to nchen because school dey say the oma ye no dey say I don't know. Na yenko OSP.
OSP dey my lawyer new school dey because we have some tips we will deal with it. But mame mbusa Kwame say lawyer we are, we just talk to your parents. Maybe I your parent, I don't call. We just want to talk to parents. Tell us your experience, the timing. Emra, I deal with, because lawyer, we are dealing with time wa omudini ba out. About Friday, right? And now Thursday.
About Thursday, and I'll say, and I won't go school.
About Thursday. Tiawo for no Friday, Saturday, Sunday to prepare. Because on the 7th, but no be any baby and ba echo. See oko boga. So oko tamale. Asante bampong. Anahi onim. Ana lawyer mbwa. Into whom baby abane kwa. Then the prospectus. Yes, sir. Now, Obatoto. If you raise concerns with just that, and then even the 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 2 days, any working days. No, I can say, oh, Kofemare. So, bet me, I got that be big cry. Then, Ebinum parents, Nibia Mitio Manopeno. They are like, Akolane ko ene. Obedi 2 weeks. Obesia Baba Bedi Brunya. Odi Brunya, we ya. Osia Koto de Mafro. Only Akolana spending the Christmas. And if I know first can get to Tony Mafro. Now the government cannot feed in Kolano. Even fancy Pem there, say your parents need to light bill. Almost JJ parents Nisika. Normally they light bill because government cannot pay in fancy Pem electricity bills. That is the reality.
I mentioned the secondary school in Yakobi. Na adeɛ baako a esi na ebi a na bi no adwen kɔ so ne sɛ secondary school na yɛwɔ no ɛyɛ access secondary school but you need quality secondary school.
Thank you.
In the sense and then no access in the sense and then obiara no ewuram ɛna ɛkwan hɔ sɛ na obiara nwuram ne mum sɛ wuwuram apie akɔpɛ nimdeɛ ne suahunu paa na wode apie abɔntene na wo pie ba akwala no wonim die bi woni tirim ana wo bibi die ebi ni ho minim miama kola bi a wo wie bie na nu kwabo no na oye remedials minsuro nka me twa kasa me baba mu a owo primary 6 and grade 6 e bit match mafi acha na de
Of course. I see.
Yeah, o bit match na acha na de ko bro from ban before kra me ban be kan ma vian minga sometimes me ban to me ka bi I'm going say now when I junior can international. It's serious, but the American here in the crap. Quality education, you on professor now or share science and math quiz, you know.
Yeah,
Mamma no. Number I read in the interview, no, was say the opinion on secondary, I mean, free SHS was say I solve only one problem, which is access to education. But problem and I just say solve a quality education. About me said, yeah, I can say. Young Kuala, we secondary school now, only one more university. Who so could do I extend at Zakola was secondary school?
I just said they don't know anything.
You could mean Sena there so be our dream university. Because the standard now one will meet here. So the lecturers are compelled to sometimes go low or go down to their level, which is not the case in the university. Because university, lecture be now rant. Oh, we are not go and read this book, go and read that book, go and do your research, go and do that. Where you? The kind is up to you to buckle up and then meet him up. Because I'm not the brother. Some can as one can and some. Oh, we are Marku fairly or fairly. But the challenge here is that so opposite we have quality education. Time is essence or is of essence in quality education.
Yeah.
Because say we have bread do we nya ebeman kwala na we nya ho daje e dey chiro ma dey. That is one. Two, numbers. Classroom capacity. Enipa saying say me yanu na ye go school brochire. I remember my last me LLM and then with the legal practice course at University of Law. We were only 21 in a class.
Yeah.
Yempo no at our age that time no cry no. This is somewhere 2017 as an making. Now you about you can say you can say 21 people in a classroom. As when ube secondary school mu na nkola gumu cho. Teacher na tradian, his attention is only on those at the front row.
Yeah.
On pay attention to what teacher. It will banako say we are so now unim bibi. So also am call this week. So what it means that you know secondary school because I say be ya company am kwa na ya bie no. Enyo bia na first day. Eti those days yan na ko morning as one person ba kwanta so be school move. Eso ko do into one person ba don tam no. Oba twa adwodwon wa kire ya se be aboko na omo edika ba na abado agra. Asa na wako. And the first week of today, if you not do a couple fiada, and next week in more or less Araba weeks. Because one more in your school, Nibido. I was one more reposting in Guanabano. One more the possibility of woman in a week in the next week in Anambabana. So what it means that your first 2 weeks, you know, and you're reopening weaker. There's nothing going to be young to be control the idea. Because I'm going to one year, man, 2 weeks. That was idea. So that's it. And 2 weeks, and none of pay.
2 weeks. No, I'm school on your day.
What does it mean? And none of pay. Met UTV is on the pay. And apparently be free about what they call it. Me and me be. Or free, I was saying. One more could do school. And yes, school in MBA and net. Of the call, I've been no said about the band. I know they do school. One in the background, no, I'll be do school. The by school in MBA. Meanwhile, they have been asked to come today. So security will get to say obeying them so they won't go but you know I'm not. I'm telling you
sir. But me bow. Educhum ye yira wa ye yire no no. What is it?
Obi friend no. Nipa ne friend no. Anyway, private control with the can first me friend to. But you see on a more serious note, bibia try we say about we no e ya de haphazardly. Otum ni kaya de a wo dwene ho a wonte ase. Aka 2 weeks and I say I was 3 weeks now. Obi oko school bia kwambo no by 22nd which is Friday by 2 weeks na school bia makwan school bia makwan primary school bia obi makwan ba na 2
weeks me problem is aduchum ye yire o ye yire no ho no what is it dear
almost yo say one man kwala no tena fie no no mama ko December no mama ko January e be delay academic calendar you are not serious they are not going to teach them anything even as they are going now anytime me break down because they are coming home at most they watch our school mukra no ay Friday coming 2 weeks next school be amakwan 22nd because this year 25th and 26th ay Monday and Tuesday so 23rd 24th ay remember that neko said that so what it means that by 22nd Friday next school be amakwan it go about Friday no work want me watch an be remember that ba ko dey e ko fi or some be for about 2 weeks or more it no why the one thing I was obi empantam nko wabara wa ko asa kuta U10 wasaba then now what the 20 yan also can be one more amakwan be fie no on ba kwasa middle of March next year but that book my so friend was say lawyer me bag girl no wo oboke po school ma school in e wo kepu no baako Ansah was say ne ba ne beduru fie a also do ne call Kumasi St. Louis e ko extra classes but bra mu say be dey no 500 cedis.
And how many subjects?
So one year question not less than 5.
To tier 2,000 plus.
Mm-hmm. Can you imagine?
So that's it. And what say why in free education? And so the cost I mean and it's the same. So for money most medical quality education is not part of this policy now our morano. Quality ni mtina to quality ama abaninti. You are compared to go and use the madam for na our cohesion. Because of that, you are going to incur more. You are going to incur more. And you see, and I'm YouTube. Monsieur, NPP are buying better Kuganson Kwan on the secondary school life and as education diagro. Maybe I'm voice and so. Tell you, Rollins pencil and as a free a teaching number from Rollins pencil the year 2000 and the secondary school called 3 years end the year. Last batch, year 2000. Last batch for 3 years course. 2001, 2, 3, but no more 2.5 years. Now we are school August. 2.5 years. Kwabena, you are telling me men san when first do die ya ehunu Nyankopon na wo abutu. You are 3 years. Wo about every chance. Now we are go 2.5. Ubenya san. Enumu ana won say no mfa no Kwabena no msanda ne no. E call 4 years. Nyame na ya adom na President Mos by 2009 upwards. I don't know ever restructure for no dey see the proper 3 years in so. ana veta kwa na mo anso abaye ono so asa beda nini na hwede ati no no mu so ono mu sku imu sa fa nyam san gwango bi ndi de le kwa ana de yakure kwa ra wofa satase de ba kwa no de yakure no fa nyam san gwango bi
se de o mo si aguma ni mu ase wo promo no se me da kwa ma fere
it's always any my see ya asefim because me hu se bitafa to nyansa wo mu se obi ko school akwada ne ho na otwe mienu aba me say school nu ka ba transfer me actually they can't teach them more than a week in that school mo so mo kono
orientation me
nka no mpo eno baba ni nyina kire ne se ba wie se nwie no o san ba fie by 22nd 23rd no san ba oba ko somewhere second week of January ba bi ne bi obeko because first second third ni nyina no I'm sure say I'm the first and assign mandate me just be the second and third we be nyana o monkoye to be component be fifth going almost second week of January I feel now we san go school back so why the rush Kenya butreman kolega kra ni man kola na dusia me dia adutwum de na ma adutwum ahoye me won kase kura ye the fact that what's in America now we know how the Western education is like. Sabi be na ko school bi ho I don't know much about it there. The sabi because yeah ko school budget aka yenim say the budget system tie. Yeah one person we do adu sia be dia grow because one fa do sia ni agro. Anya na ba ya and then Mahama school still na aka wura meanwhile, I wouldn't very well say in America, in the UK, and I don't know. They run what you call community schools. It means free labonia and go school or amasamai. No, it's not done that way.
Omo fa obi to no training seshi.
Oh, now they're not. I know I'm working. Now we tell you now. I'm gonna. You don't do you now. Quit
now, but now I feel.
Yeah.
Omo high die.
No, son of me.
Yes, omo high die man kola no.
Son of me.
As a chess
one. Ya post no kwa no. Ya baby and kwa no. Isa kana ka wa fresh dey kwantino wo bako board no. Na ka do around mo abade no. Senior this how. You keep post obi on free far away ni mo to a distant place and that person will be going as a day student.
Wow. So
the parents were doing answer to board no has no option than to go and get a private accommodation for the bano. Now baba anase ba mu a 16-15 years wosi wono nkotena 14 years kan say enkotena enkohanda enkotrem what you tempo nie no wajano
it's sad it's sad all right so quick one let me do this parents just 5 minutes me pick calls moi mama echo various schools tell us your experience share your story with us. 03022088090. This is Citizen Show. Let's have a convo. Let's have a conversation. You need a home komo. Parents, me patch up parents. Parents. Want to pada. Me head the wa.
Another close to the 7 me panda na some of us economy so be coming here. Meet me fresh on.
Yeah, don't go here, Jubabua. Hello.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Pajo say.
Me want to climb in near me koto. Until my wife and I decide for herself from Kokosio Ajuma.
When you want to see the aquator there?
Once the crack or funny persuaded the fear me if you are got wow.
But so okay. So which means what the idea? Wo problem and ya buying problem because you need to have money to buy prospectus for a year ma and yes sir. So who should know your whole problem? It has nothing to do with the government.
Mr. Bobie?
Yes, sir.
Semba Kunso, baby, I want to put an info with 84. Only a minute. A friend is there, Sema, put an info more canoe. The man, you and fast them into Jar, you better Ghana. As someone cannot say, Yen Train,
All right, thank you. I think we are talking about, he's talking about something different. Okay, so let's go to the main issues. Hello. Yes, sir. Okay.
Share. Nanado, the education system of
Chairman, let's talk about personal issues. Parents. Hold on. Obeko school. So hold on. Oh, meba you pursue it to her. This is the challenge. This is the problem. We are not ready to talk about. Please.
About posting.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on. So we are talking about personal problems. And me mention parents. Obi say on untiminto ne ba prospectors. It has nothing to do with Akufo-Addo. It has nothing to do with the government. Because everything in our Obi are talking about prospectors. Right? If free senyame ba there, Obi are talking prospectors. If you are not,
What were they promised?
That they will buy them prospectors.
They were promised free.
Hold on.
And a prospectors.
Hold on. Mpacho, omo promise some more prospectors.
What were they promised? So ask the parents. Me, I don't have me bank could be that.
No. Yeah, we read it about school fees. Minim se prospectus. So MPP manifesto. If they wrote
prospectus.
Okay. What my Peki callers will come on it. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, Pacho, Facha me.
Dana, ni me face Madina.
Okay, Dana.
The third born echo SS. And you say it mean to, by the time it's limited. Because some when you buy and Yama Buhano over 6,000. Yama what prospectus over 6,000. Now your company
over 6,000.
Yes.
Hey.
Enti na ye ka se omo twinko enim ma ye se next year mpo anka bronya sika anka ye ndi bronya na ye dia toto.
Pacho, hold on. Over saying
6,000.
6,000 Ghana cedis. 60 million.
Ni squat there bibia o calculate ya. Over 6,000. Enti na ye se omo twinko e chire man na nya se ye ntimi to
6,000 Ghana cedis.
Third born e ko no. Onyamampong
presec.
Third born e ko no. Nti na ye kan. First na nti sa, first na ye na ye kwan. Ama ye to talk to nti time na be do na ya boy kwan ba we no. How many days? And I nyata onu nkwan so na wawo. A obeka so u boabo sa sika na no 4 days na wo dia koto. Nti na ye complaining. But mo obi no mo de matter mo de because omo de omo fa so omo chi. Nti 4 days no de omo aboa mo ho ano. And now in school ba no be nya so that time o tro BP no. O ka so aboa ho ano.
Okay. All right. So Don Frank say they did not specifically say a free fee or tuition free education, but a free education, and it covers all. Okay, so this one is coming from Don Frank. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Commander.
Sir.
Joseph.
Yo, Joe, Yanko.
Yes, sir. The Asema Eke, Memeba, Metiashiama. They are posting how they are called Swola.
Whoa.
Just imagine.
You are supposed to be in solar. But when you see what?
Baby.
I see.
And other things, also, you did not coach to water region. So just imagine he said, may better way. Me chemi musen man
Hey, money enter for. Any other back sola. Any other back chito.
Sir.
Their students are answer borders. Boarding.
Aye.
Enti almost prospectors no to say.
And that from
How much are you paying for the prospectus?
Commander, be checking Baku there, no, meaning I'm almost 4,000. Baku there. And to no man, when it ran, I'm in 8,000. I was father, my moon, but this time.
2 weeks, then Kulana Befies, Yabedi Bruno.
No other Germany. Now, about 2 weeks, Miss Ran, I'm a Sunday or Marco. It's just a hell.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Tell us your story. Let's have a conversation on this matter. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Bobie, afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
The patch obi friend wa man anka senyi o man ka tewi anka ba che na o patch na chi. On the first year you go school no, you be school unim time a udi be school na wa ya awonboa. If me say wo JSS no, unim time a udi be o de be ko SS. Enti before say result ne be ba o ba pass say e bobo an ho. We be say ni pleko pen na ya go school. Oda enti ni fa no Bobie o confess ka we no dia kwata pleko pen no. And the first year go school no, o JSS ya o kwata finance dem unim say that say o ko SS. But
what is Auntie Dinah from Adenta? My that experience, and this is a personal experience she is sharing with us. That neba on a Thursday night, the neba out. Ne prospectus non is around 6,000 Ghana cedis. Friday, is a report here. If I know offer a prospectus, scan offer scan. So
I buy a Obi buying the I am any money dinner. I buy upon all say school. No, was I pressure to our force so far? Bobie, me who send a message can. It's a bar, baby, say, near your party now. I was all cotton. It's an officer of Banco School. Na eboa ebia de edino enu untime ni se kan se o to ne ta ye so ko to ne be 55 o de hwe sa value wa lusu ho per se o ta se enti eni ma ba ne ye Bobie nyame ne mukure emfa kwam mu ba.
Okay, all right, thank you. But we are talking about personal experience here. Now, Ni Saki says, Mr. Ansah, prospectus are not sold. Years back, parents only pay for admission fees to confirm acceptance, and prospectus are given to them. Years back, Ben, how can one say me? Is it in the 2000s, in the 90s, in the 80s, or in the 70s? Which is which? Ni? All right. Hello.
Nana, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
A friend down to me from Adenta from Saha.
But yes, I'm part of meet you.
Bobie, me name and mammy, and I hear Shemini on me, papa, they were stream. Mommy, to Sabia, when you're awarding, it's a near and a chef, and Kwalami. Me no back by a year for a grand I say, or no penino, when they are Kwalani every school now. Or more Cape Coast, Namimo from Saha.
Or more Cape Coast?
Yes. I can't be agreement. I am standing almost on the show.
And you move free Cape Coast.
Yes, Cape Coast.
Okay, all right.
Baku in school with Cape Coast. Baku from Cape Coast. Yeah, then Mahama day school now war a Ansah. No, more than a buyer day school. It's a so fear to know Bananka by and border no more any day. So Alala and I mean a day I make her rent. A few we are not say or the action is crown a month 200 cities. Single room a month 200 cities or the 2 years advance. Bobie and not in Nipano and Yama air people. Now I any kind of money fast issue into or more can say prospectus no the way I teachers no any headmasters no be count into my national one any na general back and you know correct.
I see.
Yes, in school, I decided on the prospectus is different from a Benya walk from Prahano. It is as I'm a crab. A yellow crab at Kumpu. It is something for you, your moon, yet the other says the headmasters no, being the system. And I say, ọmọ aso na ọmọ tún food program ní ẹ̀yẹ ní kúrẹ́sì ní àwòfọ́ ní company tí ọmọ yẹ sáà náà ọmọ ṣẹ́. Nti ní school ní diẹ sisi ẹ̀yà mẹ́ni ń kẹsì yìí. Ẹ̀nẹ́ ní ọba náà yẹ sẹ́ nǹkan ọba náà mẹ́ni ní kó school ọ̀nùmọ̀ ntumi àmbá just because káàmì de sẹ́n ní sẹ́ mọ̀ mí nù ẹ̀ntì sẹ́ni ọmọ ní diẹ wọ̀ hɔ no. Àwọn sá mmaa ho yẹn mẹ́ diẹ ọ̀nà àná òbí diẹ ti ní ọmọ akɔtɔ scan out. Nti sẹ́ ní yẹn adum ẹ̀kyinà ní kakra mẹ́yẹn no mà asẹ́n de asẹ́n ní. Asẹ́n esi hɔ lọ́ọ̀lù fẹ́ ẹ̀ bá mpo. Nya obedi within 2 weeks no I just assign coffee and sana school ni so dey we discover na obedi one day mpo na so mama kwante mo kwa ma san ba you kitchen dey for inside me fee.
Okay, all right.
Obesanya ba no na just we sign manu for and some assign dia ba nti yes re omo mo de na nka omo di Christmas ni no mu nya ba ba ko a sisi madam fu bi o se ye de na ba for school omo ko ye mo se anye ho I saw replacement system no so ko no kwata san sa school no eni say no onye you enye ono no fault o wona wa man school
all right
ko ya e say enye ho nto mo man ye time ne ye so share ye nyoma na ye won try ye na omo di ye so omo share ye so
Mate Medasminia. All right, so meet me for we are back to the studio for Danity was a mass burial education. Okay, so good afternoon, Bobie. If parents are to buy prospectus items, then how free is the program? We were told when the students are placed, all they needed to do is to walk to the school with only a school bag. Uniforms, books, and food were supposed to be free. By bag no, can you take empty bag along? That is my worry. No, but in actual sense, nobody carries an empty bag to a place.
That's how called ordinary beko. Okay, troubles ordinary beko. Parents be no be man back to school, how many grabbing fan. But the question is,
you don't need prospect and your man who musa to todo.
No, there be parents are all the and your mama back to school, no. Really? You don't need
man school taribia mienu, man PE clothes, man way.
The question and no what can say we just go there free. Government will
supply. Bag no for
nyane crowd they man on their school. They were tricked.
What we knew in the past. And they say okay, akole ku school.
Okay.
Ni man better trouble saman. That's boarding. You better trunk. You be load ni oma wo. A prospectus. And I be turn your school ni here.
Okay.
That is when it was not free, not
free, no.
No parents,
no parents, no him say obenya admission. Our prempe college. O de ne kwa obeto ABC. Eno na ya tregu krata so a broni friend prospectus a. Eno no school ni here. Mo de be ma no. Now
no na enye free.
Eno na enye free. Okay. Obi ba no say ade a enye free no. Eye free no. Enye free no.
Microphone to me nko.
Emma obi a onya opepa na nko besua ade no. Onya akwanya no.
Mpacho ade be sa.
Na ho boa enso na kwantuo nti. Prospectus yo de mana ontimi nya den enko bi.
Okay. Okay, so the MPP was specific on prospectus.
No, they mentioned a lot of things. Tuition. Na certain kwayeka, you know.
No, only me person me follow kakra.
They said free in its entirety.
Okay.
That is what they meant by free. They didn't say free tuition or because where Kwabena, unim so manifesto no kurampo a. Omede ko 2016 no. Free SHS any manifesto ni. They only said they would just
point E now or say
point E.
Redefine basic education to include senior high school covering vocational agricultural technical school and make it available for free on a universal basis to all Ghanaians.
So free SHS, as was being trumpeted about, is not in a social contract they signed with the people.
It was just a gimmick to win election.
So what they had spoken about on radio, on platforms, rally grounds, and what have you know? And no, and Ubia did not so aba.
Okay, so Nana, what you understand by omono a free SHS no include prospectors.
Yes. Okay. Because what F cube means is for you to walk to the school without anything. What do I say? F cube, free compulsory universal basic education. A year enshrined in the 1992 Constitution. President Kufuor implemented no. A year free, as in the word free. And untina uko government school biana school atare de ma ho eno kra no na yemfa ma omo no NDC criticized John Kufuor aban. I quite remember those times na your friend is saying akoya na no ebu agumi osafumafo yeah education minister it was being discussed. What I say na sabre no Emma NDC for ba abemu no. Not just say they had to eat their humble pie by making sure that they will provide what they criticized John Kufuor's government. Say one year. And you know here, Professor Mills Krano one said I deliberate at it. But John Mahama was very deliberate at it. Professor Mills was very deliberate at eliminating schools under trees. Excellently done. I mean, ebini obiem say afternoon shift and morning shift and afternoon shift. Ebini Ghana hebiem. They eliminated that from the education. Etienne
na ye say ke wonum time ebayo
make basic.
Okay.
And
okay.
The from class 1.
Yeah, basic.
Kindergarten, class 1 to
class 6.
JHS.
JHS, okay.
Now, by this statement, no, to redefine basic education to include senior high school, no, it means to say
they are redefining the F cube.
F cube,
they are
no,
expanding it.
A what from no, sa na was a basro.
Based on what they've written.
What I say? Say F cube will be funny back keke no go school on fa textbook on fa she de papa nto hwe ma no go school. Now the na John Mahama no mo ka no ana omo che say and truly Akufo-Addo has vindicated the name and the government John Mahama led. What I say? Because John Mahama told them say you could not do that. And truly they have not been able to achieve what they said in opposition.
In faces.
John Mahama said, say, Ansah na obetimi attain the F cube at the Bema no. And was some man community day school. And they are walking to school. On got top prospectus. Munioma. Because of the bagger uniform no abide the Bema no. The here is what got us in the ocean idea. We are Banifie. Community nso no because e closer no. Say feeding kra memua na e bia e feed omo one hot meal a day kra na. E bia e be lunch. Ye ma no breakfast. E be ma no lunch kra na. Eno no enye too much of embedding in the government to do. And I will say eno na we akenoforiata krampo na adwene mu aboto. Kra hunyansa ka che Akufo-Addo say minia no na adwene no enye adwuma. O say ono kenoforiata obetimi kra hwe nkofo ma. Eno na adokufo nyansani o hwa okaya o ka chen say Akufo-Addo ye wuye you be say school no e wo say wo man kola na obi wo a they say Kwame despite ne ba ko GIS o ko senior higher o say no de aban si obetua oba no school fees then kola mo ko GIS no o hwa hefa na wo so mo ko secondary school. What I say? So if obeko Prempeh College obeko your friend is saying Yasantua obeko Wegehe obeko Infansipim obeko St. Augustine's Absufuo no obeko bia Monikers no obeko a akra no be chusu Monikers a ne papa endowed to make sure so be take care of ne ba no. And I say there be just for the political gains a wo be nyanti no wo pese wo sen kwala no. Adia wa wonim say you have to attain that before you can provide a very quality free education, you know, infrastructure. Yet Akufo-Addo didn't turn his eye there. John Mahama dan e-blocks crampa will see 123 of them, 47 as per the records Napo say Obeshia, you know, were fully constructed and finished.
And delivered.
Now, out of that, no, Kwabena me no call as enough. We who school then you see what. You see us at the time I ever say enough, no, and I'm not a bino consciously. I'm a fee, or more than Kolako, so now it had been finished. Already,
tape will be natural.
It's so sad, say, baby, I have a dream, no. Yeah, discuss it, and your ma, any question here discuss it because so share or say, you will do to me, but no more can I say no. Oh, well, your friend is in school, be or your vacation classes or America, me, you know.
Yeah.
And this is somebody, at least, he should be abreast with the rudiments of education. Kakra, if sir, unim krampa.
All right.
But be our bedroom.
I'll come back.
And these are the same people. Unim, Kwabena, this education crampo, no, you see a kaya. You see the failure. Okaya ka kindergarten there. And you may be about how many?
All right. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. Quick one. Mavis Kabuke Akpanglo says, Bobie, I went to school in the 1990s and prospectors were free after gaining admission. So you are talking about the 1990s. But before Doc Akwaba.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yes, sir. But the answer now, quick one. Mobi send him a message, which I think we need to find time and address it. Also, Bobie, ECG is destroying our appliances at Old Ashomano. Since Saturday, we have been dealing with unstable current. It drops and comes back to normal. We have made several reports for them to get it fixed, but till now it has not been fixed. All the bulbs in my house have been destroyed. Their call center number is also not connecting since morning. There are power lines that are sagging and dangerously close to metal gates, which run the risk of electrocuting almost everyone in my house who might touch the gate. Is getting serious. Okay, so when I'm done with Doc, quickly, no mercy about but Doc, I'm talking to Dr. Samson Obed up here, senior lecturer, Department of Sociology, University of Ghana. Also, a quick 1-2 minutes intervention. Doc, I quite that form.
Bobie, Michia, what you for the list of Rex. Now me team on common, and I think say now Rex me this was trying to tell you say the free SHS, the MPP promise, no, it is not the ones they are telling us they are doing. But you can say time and this argument started no. Or Mampeni Akufo or BBC, Emma Sakasalia or somebody Bisano about how is the costing going to be done. Who can response?
Yeah, me follow. Yeah.
The costing. And you see, and the point is that as Olekano, they create an impression say, Omuba furnitures no. All you need is to just take your child to the school. Now I go school. Who can say Omu start a deal no? Your man for Omu share school career. And the job was at Tomotiso. And the Tunyumo Chromo Amubi. Okay. Just because the impression being created was that John Mama progressively phrases, which says, oh dear, Yemma in Kolanian Tiomu tuition, any borders no muntiawe. Who said the all the child needs to do is to just go to school. And to know some mama for can we see the point we are saying is that you don't just place students in a school within a week and the next week they are supposed to go to school. Now I'm spending 3 weeks for school. Now I go for December 21st. Now that goes to January. But you see, the problem is that the quality as and the rest is out. Obi Kayano. Obi, I can tell you, so the event I'm discussing, you know that the first just graduates of University, they affect your academic performance. For the first time in the West of Ghana, they are reduced their GPA to 1.0. Minimum school 2000. Unya 1.5 and Awokofi. You see, I know, if they are about 1.0, Obi, if I tell you the number of students who cannot make 1.0, it is sad. Just because your man Kolanu goes to just 3 weeks now, now I tell you 4 months. It's not somebody can be. It's a serious thing that I'm surprised that educational minister Watson Brochi for so many years does not see what we are talking about. So I will forward, Christmas here, but this economy I don't know if I can say it's okay at 1,000 kwa. Only me already talk. No, I can say me never be done ya. A friend saying St. Augustine, and we are asking the person to buy the prospectus and go to school today. Just last normal Nepal placement. In that some better mechanism will be, it is a promise the NPP gave us. Omu can say phrases no bar, you are just going to school without paying anything. So today, if parents are complaining about prosperity, that will be omodika medasi.
No, but doc, so doc so catch me say MVP for can say enkolaba go school free even prospectus the government should provide. Is that what you are telling me?
Okay, I went to Mauli School in 1996. Because secondary school, I to chobos, to carry, to nieme kumami. If you need to go school, at least your parents have a role. Who can some Pastor Mental Tablet Kaya? Ebe is the kind of radio go back and say. So this over my dear Fabisa. Because on your man,
no question I'm beside here now. Oh yeah, no, me say.
I'm saying, say, yes, you need to say your cool squad, your top prospectus. But they told the whole world that that's the point you're making.
No, can any one point and now furnish us that look, they told parents that mon top prospectus.
And I'm giving examples of how their propagandists and people, even that program before organized here, amount for share school uniform.
Okay. So which means doc, you only okay, yeah inference.
But it's not inference we are doing, be as Mr. is saying, you know, Nipa no that's a deception they created to win power. If you come to power of deception, the people must hold you accountable. And people believe these lies is told and says Mahama is incompetent because we're progressive. So today, and not with people say, man can't say member among for professors. But also people on gene to say or control. Why do we try to make the person look good? That's the point we are making. Because what can President Kufo or can say Ghana for Mutsbito Ghana Bibia or by no council meet your position or apologize to the people of Ghana. But these people are not like that, they are not willing to apologize. So they are still living the deception that people are going to school visits. The parents can say, who see me got up prosperity because I went to Mauli School in 96. So many job was there, mommy. Me the Gary be because I know that was the responsibility of my parents. But so over the catch them say from a neck on me, Baba school on to your fee, on to your body fee, on to your BBR. Then you have to live up to the expectations. Don't mean ya catch and so maybe yes and I make kinda that my own to me to know obedience. But I get the points are coming, but let's also make sure that the people we are dealing with are not people who are truthful. All
right. Okay. Thank you. My memory back. On this matter.
Kwabena.
Aja.
Brofo kasa. Ye kasa free. As you say. Oman kasa free tuition.
Yes, Obi Sunday.
MPP and kasa free tuition. And now man kasa free school fees. Obviously, free education. Free education means free education. That is what they parroted. And that is what people, what was their justification? Almost say, enkorfo bebre, omo ye hiafo ntino, omo man to me enya education. And that is the reason why, say, omo man ye free, said, oh, here ni babia betu yakobi. That was the justification. And no man here for bebre asabe bebre beka senya kufu adwa ka be background to me and secondary school. Didn't you hear all these things? To the extent to say just say ebeye to say sabi free means free. Eti ade na e koso no. They deceived the general population. Look, abaya wa best say education kwata. And then funny, because their motive was a political one. I could be before I started secondary school, no, not just only 13, 14. So what you say? It is that time now. Just enter so very secondary school now. You know, not 18 years as no Kotoaba. Oh, and I call free. Tell them I'm into my people. That was their motive. It was not about quality. Right now, let me tell you, a good say a friend say, Dr. Nakan say a friend say, even university crowd, or reduce you, or more a friend say standards. And it is true. Because right now, it is garbage in, garbage out. People don't go to school in this country to go and get friends knowledge or true education. They just go and find a way to pass. exams and just get out.
Okay. Mesiaba, make Ghana for CMG Sika Achedie. William Aziklu says, yeah, Uncle Rex, you are right. Would Edu says Rex is spot on. Mepacho CMG Sika Achedie Jumedie no. Ma menchire mu bibia. Amanfo bedi bronya you. Pa. Hello.
Hello.
Onia, your friend say?
Your friend Martin Dosu.
Martin Dosu upacho o hefa saa.
Ni wakaswa.
Kaswa.
Kaswa insania.
Hey, December as wa shall see ye.
Bobie ade ma tu saa o.
Sa?
Ma tu saa be West ni bia na ma me la no say. I mean to Lubakuba, go on to boom.
Why? Why the mouth line? Why the mouth line? Oh, see a boys to have a mouth line and set on one wine and two.
Fine. Also, Januka would be now holding now no more. Yeah, that's fine. Oh,
500 a farmer.
Oh, 500 are far packling.
Boko.
Oh,
D. Boko. Yeah, that's it. Unim. Oh, the entire ye encourage mu say muncha no.
Yeah.
Unim ada ahochira ba so pa nya me be kwaya ma.
Yes.
On say ne at least unim say this week dear dey ya within 3 days video when you be ade be sort oniema. Would light be abeto gas ya sa. Aye. What you say? So then say we chop Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Mo ni no ye gada mu nyina ne aye bonanza kese. Ye na wudi 1000, 2000 edem pow. So aha. Congrats. CMG scratch there. Me pacho Kwame and me check near man pao. Star 413 hash. Star 413 hash. Mo anya ntem me pon na mo kasa na Kwabena eni eja eni Kwabena eni say. Me wa time on we owura mu na pa edem. Mo anya ntem Kwame me so for numbers no gu machine mu ame. Within the next 5 minutes, me blocking crop for Kwame for numbers no gu machine mu ame. Na monye and I'm in for 30 minutes been to so nyambia mu man crofo na 30 minutes omfa ntwangum numbers ne ba de fagum wa ma wo number ama o phone number na amantem a we find it difficult and Kwabena yenya bi a hona problem no no. Fix My Right Company limited na wo de baby a obi ano just type a Fix My Right Company Limited. Sie mika abamien. Ai. Ade a omo ye ne say car enya accident. Omo ye expect. Car no ba besuo no. That is said ye yaye. Efri broni nsa no ade ba besuo. Engine tuning, overhauling, body works, oven spraying, air condition services, upholstery works. Obi wura kan mo bo se kai kan no mutija. Mo fe. Electrical works, o ma bin. Automatic gearbox repairs. Number 1, Ghana obia ni ho. Obia ni ho. Wo the machine si o car no so, no ma detect fault no. Wo the si so. Na ayaba. Ana wafre company ni. Ofre company no, say company no mra me fa wo car nkoye ma no. Omo say na wo ato fabre. Fix My Right Company Limited. Wo the towing car ba ufie baby aka na say ni afa car no nom de ko. That is a here Fix My Right Company. Omo towing services no e free. Sir, can you won't be a team mount a year specifics, then you know say you are dealing with a correct company. Toyota, Nissan, BMW, Hyundai, VW, Kia, Mercedes-Benz, Range Rover, Ford, trucks, buses. Almost specialties nini. Any. So okay, no nisa categories we man from ho. When no ma bin oh so who say nipa na ka na kure na akere wo. Enye kwokwa aduro ba akwa aduro yi esa nantini esa kotodwe esa dompem wuntrim wo akiri bremo Fix My Ride Company Limited. To amount specifics, so okra Toyota car, Nissan, BMW, VW, Hyundai, Kia, Mercedes-Benz, Range Rover, Ford, trucks, buses. Was so yet a Benjamin needs to be a doctor, nurse, banker. We need time I would do can and beba. Fre, omeba befa, almost service, no more side ya bro. Ya no, omon charge you extra. Omon charge you extra. O can baby a says biano, omeba baby to free at the amount. Umpewe, opedi. Now, Fix My Ride Company Limited. I say, damaged car now so ton, Yanoso moto. Umbusi car nenem kruma, who are no any abre. One ya dear pa. Ana afen sukrano, o kabiasi garage, asiwa che, ubasa oton, Yanoso, omo a yehu ajuma. Quick cash, pau, una chrono. One more a year academy, Accra Academy School. So one more to Accra Academy School no so. Odoko police quarters. Mo amunimono. Bonso omo wo ekwano so wa. Article Johnson Obengoil filling station no. Article Johnson so Obengoil filling station no. From a year 0540 till 0540 556020 me boso 0540 556020 watch and no more 002 020 222 760 you know so ofra edem kwam website www.fixmyrideghana.com o bona wa nya omo a pacho be ukuru mi film microphone yanim me bo achede efo no sesia se mwanya kwa bia ka many minutes no close machine no aka 20 minutes a star 413 hash make a star 413 hash na make a year one go energy drink oh la la ahwani wom wajima chini me be ma bia ma wonu ma adwuma obayo no ubehunu se bibi wo ho ai one go energy drink wasam na ya ka kire Ghana fo wasimo no wangwai ahoden na abayi o mo ya adwumaden adwumaso na wanu wangwa wo beden wo bre wo diane wango ubaye adwuma sesebo no na wango no ano ubo se tiger symbol tiger wada ho tiger da ho no abai na num na ne sin ni wa yi ni mo re no sa wodi ni bi na onu wango abenya ai sa wodi no abia na nu wango a obenya obi busam se adwuma ben a adwuma na me no mi anu nyina ye no a you don't know small boy you don't know that thing and I'm showing you that thing he say that thing I say small boy you don't know that thing I'm showing you wow what must I ye enuani ndura wo me de fra eye wango energy drink ya vitamins B3 B5 B6 B12 ashe ma be Ubobo Trumrika ya Jumedin. One go energy drink. And we have been a fianco down when young one dear. Boy, my friend of Paco's me a 24-hour energy drink. A 24-hour economy, no. You can't 24-hour economy was a 24-hour one go energy drink. Ha! Putty, Siboda home. You know almost wouldn't mean you're no to I am on my ferry. All right, so quick one, let me do this. Now, my mom for Shadibi. Young Cotier, a year education minister, and we parliament about Encorano, a school more being in there. And in Ansah explanation of their my wisdom. Yes, a duchum. Or Cassin Yansem.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make this statement on the reporting date of 2023-2024 academic year. Mr. Speaker, after many months of stakeholder engagement, including engagement with teacher unions, the management of Ghana Education Service released the 2023-2024 academic calendar on October 24, 2023. Subsequently, the calendar was published in the Daily Graphic on November 1st, 2023, and stipulated the reporting date for the first years as December 4th, 2023. The design of the calendar is part of the GS management's effort to bring back the pre-COVID academic calendar. Thus, the first-year students are expected to report to school to start the 2023-2024 academic year on December 4th, 2023, as published more than 1 month ago. Mr. Speaker, the reopening of the 2023-2024 academic year on December 4th, 2023 compares favorably to last year's reopening. Even though the time between the release of placement and reporting to school appears to be similar, that placement released last year was February 15th, and the first year's reported on February 20th, 5 days. And this year, it has been released. It was released on November 28th, and first years are reporting on December 4th, 6 days. Mr. Speaker, a couple of initiatives this year have made it more convenient for students and parents to prepare for school opening. As at the time of placement release, 477,772 candidates, representing 81.56% of the students who qualified for placement were automatically placed, compared to last year's 372,780, representing 69.24%. So when the placement was released, only less than 19% had to go on the portal and look for a school this year. Last year, it was 30% plus that had to go and look for their own schools because they did not have a match. Mr. Speaker, given that over 81% of candidates were automatically placed based on their choices, it cannot be said that a lot of placements are yet to be remedied because some candidates have been placed outside the regions they reside, as stated by my good friend, the honorary member of Akachi North and the ranking member of the Education Select Committee. In addition, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, the Ministry of Education, with its relevant agencies and stakeholders, developed a national harmonized prospectus for all senior high school and TVET students. And the same was published in the Daily Graphic on November 15th, 2023. The purpose of the publication was, among other things, to give parents ample time to buy the prospectus items and get their works ready for school on December 4th, 2023. Mr. Speaker, before this harmonized prospectus was designed, schools had their own different prospectus and parents were spending a lot of money buying the same items. What we did differently here this time around is that we look at all the items that are needed at the school, broke them into categories, category A, B, and C. So if you happen to fall within category A, when you print your placement, the items you are buying is different from the students in the same school who were in category B. That way, if it's brooms, not every student brings a broom. If it's a hoe, not every student brings a bucket. Not every student brings a bucket. We were able to use it to cut down the items that are carried to school year on and year on, as we have witnessed and we have all complained about, which in a sense then reduces the cost of buying prospectus and getting. Mr. Speaker, since the introduction of the double track calendar in 2018, a lot of teaching and non-teaching staff have been employed to lessen the workloads in our schools. As a matter of fact, the majority of teachers are only at post when a particular track is in session. So, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be true that all teachers have never had any rest since the double track was introduced, as alluded to by my honorable colleague. So, the headmasters and management of our schools have been advised to schedule staff within tracks to avoid staff working all year round. And our reports indicates that from the headmasters themselves, that for the most part, most teachers are teaching within their tracks. And therefore, when track A or when their track is on vacation, they are also on vacation. Mr. Speaker, the schools are expected to begin registration and orientation of students from December 4th, 2023. Per the academic calendar, there will be a Christmas break on December 21st, 2023. And academic year resumes on January 3, 2024, till March 5th, 2024, for the first semester of the 2023 academic year. When these timelines are strictly followed, the contact hours will duly achieve, and our quest to get back to the pre-COVID academic calendar will be on track. Last year, school opened in February for first-year students. This year, we are opening in December, which gives us the opportunity to then open October or September and therefore go back to the pre-COVID calendar as we all are envisaging. Mr. Speaker, using this calendar, we'll go back to the pre-COVID calendar. And this will not throw off our academic calendar. Mr. Speaker, your wise counsel is deeply appreciated. Nobody wants to put a burden and put any pressure on parents, but we put measures in place compared to what we did last year, so that we lessen the burden on parents, giving them advance notice about prospectus, making sure prospectus items are the same across the country, making sure every student is not bringing the same thing to school we thought was the right thing to do, and our goal was to make sure we lessen the load on parents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make this statement on the reporting date of.
Agaban, Akwaba, Benny, Yenusui.
Papa, my Joso.
Bokore.
So, Tian Casa say, Untimin Casa Boko and Yaboko.
All right. We don't make us a crown myself, moments at time. Communions and moving at time, dear year. When you answer, you know who you are.
My tea away from the Minister of Education. I try say, Yabregu, papa. Was out here now. A month, sir, they reopening into ASA and Corano Monco School and say utie na 19% na omoda so amonye placement no omontwen emma omonye placement Ansah na omobekọ akofa prospectus ana omokọ akoto ba woka prospectus asem no say you send the prospectus out to parents. Which parent and which school and onim say oba no eba abekọ school now ba abekọ no so onim krampa ɔbaa bɛyɛ day student anaa ɔbaa bɛyɛ boarding student wankyerɛkyerɛ mu na sɛ ɔbaa bɛyɛ boarding a wo categorize no category A even before our results no bɛba no how do I determine say me ba no or category A B C or F category.
So he's even lying.
But parliament no okoye and esen ka omuso omun bisa nsem meaning say after this presentation so omu bisa nsem and the conclusions that they reach. But in some aye can say there are many people who have been wrongly placed. Obetimi aka say why placement. But some omo am place no omo appropriately. Me hene eno ameko ni fie. Ono wa woni ma they have from scratch a training in mano in such a way that we ukwakoye arts, we ukwakoye science, we ukwakoye business, we ukwakoye say what you say. And the kids have learned and groomed themselves into last 2 years. Bako ekoye arts. This year school na bako echusi okoye on science no. More than to ask you. They are still trying to resolve that issue. Into among resolve here. Right? Bakusu waha, I say uncle your friend saying, is it home science? Home science. Economics. Home economics. And you went and placed the person in a business class. Prospectus for a home economics student is different from a prospectus from an art student. Because home economics, I say unto chancy, unto way, and kaho. So, inti semu ba reverse na oko home economics na. This say waba na waji different list of items na say on top. And na me wa mami bia. I don't know how she got my number. Wa frame. O si oton nuama ewo odona. Oye bidie adwuma. Na omo ama ne ba admission ni agye omo ma na admission ewo Apam Secondary School day student Apam wo in the central region.
Yeah.
Ma me na order kiosk mu eto ni bidie ewo odona no mo ma ne ba admission as a day student in Apam Secondary School. And I'm sure many of such stories will come.
Oh yeah.
Inti ma me no ka kire me say Mr. Mona, wo placement no mintimi enya hwemfa ho. Because to buy prospectus no nkrampo no aye din ama me. E na mo san e de me ba na akoto day school yi. Me ko pedan en han e wo Apam emma no na onko school. Nka mo ye no day student krampo e wo Accra baby a. Nka me pe. Obetimi akọ na abada kios no. So there are many genuine cases. ASA, we should look at it. But Mitie Minister no, it even makes me more weaker. Because Minister, Imate say was school, Onanka say was school. Was the United States of America. What is school? Now, say Ubabe
he's running he's running a vacation class in a government institution.
And the name Obi no catch me say Minister no was school, whatever school it is. But Obi a wako school, maybe ye O levels, A levels. Oh, the admission deliberately they give you 2 to 3 months after the release of your results and the offer of admission. Me ko school ewo Germany. After I got the admission, I had about 2-3 months before I could accept the admission. Adentia, because omunim say omuma admission new year, it comes with some cost. Enti untimint na say I'm prepared. Afe na oba be hwe cost no obetimi etua. Say untimint ya kwan ben so na obefa na wako resist asika no. So you give people time. Ye wo awufo bebre a omo wo Ghana ha. Evidently.
But even your time, it was free.
Me say evidently no. They cannot pay Oka says free SHS no. Free SH and sema oka no. Trunk na an actual boss na akwara no ediko school no eno so ye free ana. School mattress na okwa koto no eno so ye free ana. What you say? School uniform no eye free. Iron eye free. The many things that you finish, you know. 2-3 years ago, I made Babako school. No, we spent in excess of 8,000 Ghana cedis buying prospectus. See, I mean, how much you need to buy the prospectus? Because of course, St. Peter's in Kwetia. Listen now, Modibai, no, you spend about 8,000 more. Say Obeko. That's prospectus in Kwan. Inte se na me no ekasei. I don't know how much it will cost because I've not gone to the market to check the cost of a student mattress. I've not gone to check the cost of the chop boss. Me anko check the cost of the various items. Ansah na you give the person your friend soakings. What you say? So if you are looking for somebody to cough out 5,000 to 10,000,
by way of information, in 2017 when the thing began, this a quotation from a parent who expressed some misgiving or say even the near just say when you're free SHS no free admission in no money. I'll say meanwhile some of the continuing students okay let me just go. A list of the items is too much. If the program is free, please let us enjoy it rather than to give us so many items to buy. The items will cost more than 500 cedis as at that time. 2017. 500 cedis. As at that time, na omo parents no omo worry pa before was I don't know cry ne boy bear 400 Ghana cedis ne boy and I appreciate about 500 no, and they were complaining. So just oppose that with today.
And you see
the inflation.
You need between 5 to 10,000 in my estimation. Because of student mattress from
2017 to now.
Yes. So evidently
from 500
and that is one. Omo amunti mi entua abia na or share Uncle Rex number say uncle me ba e school. Enti say ni say obetimi aboa me. Now be a 1,000 be 500. They will do this collection to support their children. No, you telling them that they should go to school today. How are they going to do that mobilization for their wards to go? In the end, you increase their pressure and they die and leave the children. If you are not lucky and 2 of your children are going to school around this time, Jesus, and they pile this pressure on you, and I've seen people die simply because they cannot pay for their wards fees. Look, even baby over school, no, baby over school in the United States of America, no, you give parents time after you offer them admission. You don't give them 6 days. And it is no brainer to say that you have given us 6 days as compared to 5 days the other time. If those parents could struggle within 5 days, you have not asked, were all parents able to send their wards to school within the 5 days? But the worst thing is this. OC school for no baba fie in January, in March. In March. Until the whole of this week, parents will be forcing their wards to go to school, right? By the time they finish everything, no, they are coming back on the 21st of December. Until some of them will spend less than 8 days in the school, less than 1 week. After they are not mabafie, or they have exhausted what they have taken. Parents will now have to go and remobilize. Ebimu, they don't have parents who. In my Ebimu need parents. And is struggling by whatever means to go to school. So why don't you listen to the wisdom from the Speaker of Parliament? Say, Dabio, o say Mubasa be school in January 3rd. And yes, sir. So within this period, no, I will for Monfa eno enye mobilization. So that by 1st January, 2nd January, you go to school and you can decide to extend your friend saying vacation or reduce the vacation for that period by 2 weeks. Rushing everybody to go there. Bobie, I don't think that this is right. We live in an economy that the president nankasa jie to say economy no wase no. The minister for education no etiase say near econo emfata. Look, President Mills enoka ni fantibi or say yeye nia ehia Ansah na yeye nia efata. In this instant no dear ne ehia yang, and we should be courageous to do it in that manner. Ebitimi Aboyan. I think that the Minister for Education should not just be allowed on the floor of Parliament to just make that statement and walk back. They should quiz him and answer the needed questions. Ebitimi Abwa Awo for any manner of mobile school. No. I think that it is better to reduce their vacation period than to compel them to go to school this morning. Bibrino or Muntimi Enko.
Anyway, Uncle Rex, after listening to a year educhum,
Kwabena, my name is the minister educhum. But sometimes, you know, we some of your technocrats now. One share Obeka say, yo, if you Ansah, and your school Ansah. I see anything. The motive behind the so-called free SHS in anything. Said the beya a here for mobrofo muni bi no. Almost so mabet me a school. No more high woman. Sabi in prayer as I mean, I dear actually imagine say Ubaba bay. I didn't ask as no kind of 2 9 and the same secondary school na year corner. Ebinum prospectus, you're different from Ebinum and na Omubeko school. Akodi se na otwi mienu no masa aba fie abetena fie ansa no masa akobio na so what is the sense in say ohia ni a oni se bia fe na akope bi ade ya mo se ye free nso ansa anye free obi asende ama me se a say 2 years ago the first born equal secondary school was spend almost 7,000 Ghana cedis and they are the second born I can't say team we ho or spend almost 9,000 Ghana cedis. Now you acquire and now you buy it. Ghana for do say the so-called here for now. You see a free education man a cover omono. Emu do say na what says ikawi. Prospectus unkwasi kanu no. Na sabi impressed ya say ye ade ya dwene Ghana for practically ye hwe economy ya etimu ya. Na sabi we see we release the prospectus. Now within 4 days now release the prospectus now no. And from Manko school.
I say 28th November. 28th November see.
28th November, that was just Friday.
Yes.
Naturally not Friday.
No, Thursday.
Thursday. It was Thursday. Wednesday Krana say I said no so
Thursday, Friday was a holiday.
Yeah.
Friday was first.
It was a holiday.
Then Saturday, Sunday is not the working days.
Yes. So sabi you we obi I mean sometimes I nim enkrofo a omo dwene emma sa enema happen because so do I need to form the simple common sense a woman say oh okay say sabi you nkwala yi be ko school yi so omo konoma ba fie ya mom holiday no ma betena fie bosome miensa eni ade nti na bosome miensa nkra ye ntwa so nya na bosome mienu ne fa na instead of say more rush omo so mo school 2 weeks na won san mra no yam fama parents no ho ham no mfa mo aboa omo ho. These are simple things but sabi oh nipa da seni say ye nya atiye koduru ba bia ye fi say sa na obi ate eti na ye defeat the purpose na ye say enu nti ye free education no. First and foremost time amokofa aside we buy ade nya ade na bibi foforo bi amona makofa ba constitution mu constitution can say ye nya ne progressively progressive that's here say yanya nkakra. That is the reason why your mama time no or started say OC community schools. That be a make us same way. When they were your chamber hall. Mobile bako. It's movie no more than mobile bedroom nana mobana da hall, but the empebia sikona na mobana da hall. And a mau bako aka home. Mo person mo expanding mo family. Common sense about mo say yempe a bigger place. So that your bako ka ho a enkwara nso benya mo dan. That is a common sensical way of thinking. It is a educational system. Now say we say we be free now ma kwan e mani pandodo na anya kwan ko school ni bia. De ba wadwene mu first e mean sisi school dan ni bebre. Nya obia na o scout den ba be boarding. Na me nya community day school. So that nipa community ni mu na otena no because the essence of this whole thing is akwara ni benya education. It sisi secondary school na day school no communities no. Eti baby otia na obeko school ha. Ansah na ye kwa yenim no ya yan kakran say ye be as a project so within in the next 10 years no ye be make sure say all SHS ni na e be ye free by then no ne atumi asisi school adani bebre akufo ado ne ba o me aba no mbeto gu ye because of political expediency and on back ni na bom free SHS free and on di dwa ya so sa ene ye ne says you reduce the quality of your education. You mind basa. The so-called here for an anam ye na a support woman no abeye says abejinsem. Na ye kwaya na ye buy. Oh, eti no sa oman mu na yete no. Enkrofo anka nipa bia ukọ school a ukosu nwoma o de beboa woman. Ba Ghana nkoa de ye enkrofo no makọ school akosu nwoma na ye mo positions so mfa meboa woman no. Omba no mabetete niam pansa no my ne basa troka because they don't care at the end of the day. Nobody is responsible for anything. Nobody is questioned for anything. Eti ebani senate minister no oni ne krofo antumi ama o madwene mu se sade we aye ebe ha parents.
But utie ne explanation here. Also omokra boa parents.
Oh kwa be so.
No, but you heard him.
Anytime make us say o fie nyansa ene o school nyansa. No.
All right, Papani Amate says in the public schools, i.e., government schools, tuition fees does not exist. No one pays tuition fees. So that alone makes education free. Parents pay for boarding user fees and feeding as well in the boarding facilities. The PTA also supports, but the current admin made it totally free.
Yeah, some of these things. If you have some people that will always hail worship this kind of nyoma ekoswa. Na omoma the word progress now it becomes a very difficult thing to attain. Why didn't Akufo-Addo go out to tell the world that maybe a free tuition and until Montu Abama? Because when we talk about SHS, it's not about just tuition. And Sako and Ansah. So Koba said, you see, yeah, education. Send Akufo-Addo yeni. Akufo-Addo no go school free to university. During their time, Kwabena, especially Omo Legone, they can tell you a story about how they were pampered. And maybe by Omoko, some Didi, Kwabena, instead of chicken, no, they were given eggs. Omoko strike. A year demonstration. The vandals had to vandalize. You can ask all those who are Akufo-Addo's age. I think the last batch was, they should be now between the ages of 69 to say 64 thereabout. That should be that age group. I'm going university for free. And they were even offered cigarettes just to feel pampered. Say me best school. This is how education then was like, Kwabena. And one of them becomes president, and this is what he can give, especially after he has promised, say Obama, free cities. Around, sad and very worrying. Now, sometimes I can say, discuss some of the issues. Who say unim nyansa change the course one, you end up feeling insulted, or your comments are very insulting. Analyzing the issues, Kwabena Busa who say prospectors assembly about late, just less a week into time. You say parents should buy all these stuffs. Parents who cannot afford man be dem go school. Yeah, cause the same way losing sight of Kwabena and Kwalani Biwa like Bernard discussed no. Ne maame ton bidie. Yeah, oda kiosk mo. Okay, na many atete.
And it is true. That is our
Sakios now demuno. Ne bano eda ne nchen na oku school on cry ha. She won't be bothered much because ne bano obeton bidie na wonyeska daily edi amana ko school aba. But Kwabena to get that figure no to send akola no, in fact say your man boarding cry na say onko da free boarding house cry na enye ya o enye ya pi Kwabena de be ma mekwa akoni krom ni say ahwe just was akọ high dan akola no sa akola ni oba yenim de betimi asie oye be ma yenim de betimi asie. And the rate at which Nkwala deviance Kwabena akosoro check ane no akola no ne timpo a wotia no ne kosi isen ana wotene no ne kosi isen na sei no onye under your caretakership. Aduane a Nkwala ni di wo school mu se wakoda wako boarding no aduane odi wo school mu no Kwabena ne papa mu ne san ene Ghana ni parent na se tena mu te san na sebi luchin wadidi amen we ojira ho okekan or express na sif say parents nyina ya kronfo awie sika te se de okọ wie sika ma ye koche no na onam a ohwehwe nkofo am o defend omo no se na po na de ekrono ato ne so asu sika e wawia na adwe ne se the way a wo ye kronfo a wanya sika no wanya ne ho twom no saa na parent bia so so ayden enya ne ho twom. Kwabena, look at the story I read. I sent it to you.
Yeah.
And look at, it's a GNA story.
That was the hostel.
Peace FM
hostel
sourced, yes. Peace FM sourced GNA. And as at that time, their complaint was that 500 Ghana cedis prospectus no boarding. That's 2017.
This accommodation issues.
Yes.
Anyway.
Okay. Never anyway. And look where a you
hostel.
Another scholarship secretariat. Edin Kwafo Akwakogu Amanoni so muko school. Yeah. Every month they are supposed to be paid £1,200. So more landing no
per head.
and no more outside London no per head. I was see a 1,020 pounds. 18 months in say omo rent obi antimi ntwa ene ye pam omo Kingsley Ajiman me ami nua Kingsley boni a ono so te scholarship secretariat odi no unim sika no aban de mana no ono discount akoto bank after so many months no wagigi hu entwobo adi awie no ansa no akotua ebi musika kra kem 18 months
yare no de good to
18 months
yes omo ankrofo no enkofa friends boss omo kofa load no a inse so omo de kwa omo beba betua no na se bia memenim nana listo ye minu amene nanam listo aba befa e bia infan say 30,000 metric tons right na ehun ska no say 500,000 Ghana and dollars na obona ni achem se chele ma mfa na adamu kakra. Oh yes. Ade amoto omo ya everywhere.
Oh, na Kingsley asem no the way why man e hu kra no kwamra we de me ka education hu asem nti
yes
hwe students na ekọ no the promises ya o de ma omo kwamra obi ani wono mo tiga na ha sabi wonya scholarship a o kwa ma no ne akosua de a owo bibi ewo ne ho a obekwa akọje scholarship yes na po ko school akọje scholarship wo joma ama preso no no onika pre no ni bottom onika pre obi anim baabi na corridors ani ehia da po onim onika pre onam kumase onyina onika pre ene na po se ma anto nyum frɛ no na po obi anim wo a onika pre obom kwaje scholarship ni nyina sa time omumpo no ye members of parliament o so you can ask yourself obi a wono sabio oje da ma tu sere watu kwan akọ amanone obi manso ebi kura mene o kasei obi a o taxi me amene ne yeyi wayare po I was so force unu say ya mo be 20 hours to go jobbing what you say it 20 hours adwuma na akoye no so wotum 1 hour kura na akwabna otimi ntua
school fees
ne rent ne bills ebinum landlords apamomo ebimu peche na abrochie kwabena se wo de wonim se ne abrochie asemte wo kɔ peche na wo peche ye mbokura ya twen anu abia so na wo kɔ peche ohun ne sika no so Kingsley to a Kingsley kura de we was ya criminal kura de medwen ho a obi ani wode ne ho aba akufo da wa ni papa pada o ye criminal ankasa scholarship secretariat wo boni udi se oni ayi akwa no amwatia oni amwatia ne disa aboni no amwatia ofori penyi efie amwatia se fie mu ho boni kwa no oni omudie eno ta na chi na amu aguso kofo sika o se omu nyina ye stranded 18 months to the kikabom udi de oje 1,020 pounds no crampo no for 18 months I saying let's kind of shout so me there for me who say education ministry, finance ministry and scholarship secretariat, if they don't pay attention to their ecoso amanonena yet hard man yanko for ya home the tosu biem obi ehu se education minister anioma okekan nyansa bia anim me de mesra wofo senke ye frɛ omo ne kombeba enka ewo se ye ne arise Ghana mpanifo wa ha die ye kota omo achi ne ye tintesu kokko kira ban na e ma ban hu se de ekoso no nya de promise Ghana fo no because kwabna sisi ye ka sei ya nkwa nkoboa wofo anyina wo machi gina pa sene okay ewu na ye de tata wo mu no because say kwabra obi awo pressure kanina no mo say awofo ntimi nko MP fie biem enko salai enko je sika no say wa nko MP wa bele no wenye sika akoto o prospectus Are we not back to square zero? Can you not say we are MP? Say free SHS into obi a mesala wo fie biem no. You say you fa no monko.
Baba me ho.
Nti no mesre. Awofo no omo entinte su kokko kakra.
I'll come back. Akria Akosomo Nyantechiwa on Facebook says Listo a trooper. Some have been sacked from the accommodation and are stranded in London. Okay. So some of the issues I'll send him, we have this yes, but I'll say accommodations are now pursuing hostel fee payments through third-party collections. I must emphasize that the imminent Zoom meeting you are organizing seems redundant when the core issue remains unaddressed, the prolonged delay in stipend payments. Rather than orchestrating meetings that offer no concrete solutions, I implore you to take immediate action by disbursing our stipends in full. This will allow us to settle our outstanding hostel fees directly with the school, averting any complications arising from third-party involvement. Let me be unequivocal. The Ghana Scholarship Secretariat is not bestowing a favor upon us by disbursing our stipends. It is fully a commitment made over 2 years ago. The primitive delays and lack of proactive measures are not only unacceptable, but are actively causing harm to the academic pursuits and well-being of scholarship recipients. So this one is from a student to Nkrofo, right?
Yes.
Anna Mewa.
Yes, to the UK, and a friend is school heads no.
Anyway, okay, all right. So quick one. Hello.
Hello, boss.
Your friend say.
Your friend Waliu side.
Who are you for side?
Fadama.
Who are Fadama?
Chief Limama.
Kai, what for 500 were from?
My fun form, that's it.
What for the form? What for the form? Fadama, they say a fee. Fadama, you fee. What for the form? What for the form? Kosua, ne trusty, just catch a dear. On say Christmas, ye chesa. Why? In the Kosua. Edem Trudeau. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Congrats. Make our man for say me check last our man for numbers nema buy no edem 500. We are last hour *413#. Mo mu bedi last no. Me de mo kwa wie. I'll be back. No replay.
Yarientimiu. Sase die. Amanfo dodo no na di imbusa ba mesha. Dodo ho dance yese. Enyarewa huru anipa enyina etimi ba ne so. Ene nyarewa kese nka ya wuti ne din ene ho ka. Na oyemu ahyew nyina no. Ebo ye ho ban afiri ho. Enna wo mpo a omu wa nyarewa ne dada. Na omunum doctor enuro no. Enum imbusa ba mesha no a. Emo mu ahoden pintin. Ya wo muntimpo se yare ehye omu ho. Imbusa ba mesha ewo Kashi, any one may move Bia Yato enro at 0246 208496. FDA, Ashisha said, Jedi and Cratry, Magia to Musay.
Usika Samen Koyana, quick credits, yes, say, Sika pe en nafum, Intina Yabasaya, but church or young Bosia Bonshayahu, Wutumi Babusia, Edifia, Sia, fee 1,500 Ghana cities, Edeco, Nanyawiana, one national ID card, won here sa Ubetusu, won here our yen Jessica Bian to ho, one Sansun here say, one yen be futu bia. Quick credits, El Wahomao, say ye Jana Upesewudi, and now Wapesa was share ejuma for frase, and now say your school fees. anabo eyeye bosumi ejmayefo nso ye wo bi mamo na mom kai say ye mobosua ewo internet so afenso omanti kakrobia batan Bank of Ghana nsa wo dwumedie yimu enti tuturi kana freyen wo 0302 200390 ana 0596 920 Quick credits, lending made simple. Kai said, Media yin shishaye kakra wo ho.
Ago Ghana for media sem dabremo. Sisi ade wo si dan ya. Any coin so over kra. Esanse Alu Africa. We got you covered. Alu Africa. Eye dwumako kese a eba ne nkyɛnse papa edi kru da so any trusses a Ghana ha any wiase afa na nyina yen ye lidie yen ane topo Alu Africa ewa abakwasam edi mu eba no roofing sheet any trusses say ye papa nko ade a eye honom ena obenya pa ye quality sanso ya affordable bedroom fish ye duonu nie edan ye buru 2 million ena Alu Africa ekru so. What a news! Yen chance ye di kru dance no. Ni amani dimu ne se emu odu. Ne bani diswo ni diswo. Fiti 0.35 mm. Eko si 0.5 mm. 0.35. Eko si 0.5. Alu Africa Trust so. Emu odu. Na a range fi 0.55. Eko si 1.15. Enti enya fe na wudi dua kokru wuda so a very nache amfotie berie Alu Africa Trusses no amfotie ntimere enre nache eye good for all weather conditions ne buaso da for ankasa so beto dua pa de enkato Alu Africa Trusses na bokwa ye bretu no ho ban Alu Africa products ni nyina so ye ma 40 years warranty emfishie duanai warranty hwehwe Alu Africa e was Spinters kwai so ye ne MTN office no ana di nhwani mu ana say frɛ 0574 286292 se wudu takra de so a ye branch ni bi wo ho frɛ 0545 446852 na edwumeku bia wo pese wo beto Alu Africa kwal ni bi no wo betimi walk in to your branch bia ye beton dia ma wo mo na wo de kodi dwumedie bia Alu Africa building made a sighting.
Hey, say the Mako who ever Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic no. Me who crave you me. Say enunti no manya award wa. Eya word best. Obia transe ema dompem ya de. Ka say anase me boya de enkan to dem bio.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Asa nyarwan te say ne ekuro etu no. Ne enkan ewo nanum. Oba na be mo pa wo. Ene enyarwan kaye.
Nansi ama me ka say ene spinal cord ho ekaye no. Greenfield ada romenti ene wasa so de gina na so epiem.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Ewo ultra modern laboratory and a diagnostic machine sir. Ashishe di pedie di mwankasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Ewa nungwa dogon Estate Junction last stop. Frewa 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Greenfield.
God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop.
I believe.
Wabatele Accra FM. Yeah, mommy. All right, so that's it live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. We are back here. Top chocolate simen kanche Ghana for say opese uji brudo. Emma yoda. Ayafa top chocolate spread ni be FM. Woman a day a year top chocolate 3-in-1 chocolate drink na aba. Osubenya from 0243 033 033. Unsa beka womo. Oposin yedro in boost herbal mixture. I was in Umbia, name boost to a your immune system. And but for unim way no, I almost say I shall want to come 4 years. I'm not jailing 4 years. And a special prosecutor so in some no. Unfortunately, your time is short. Into maybe your mama. Sabe ya obi a baby or then lie befa. Angrex, mama shall seem through so.
Karame dasi. Me start media state from a friend say special prosecutor say no. I shall want this one no ye me say 4 years in for 4 time achi intina 4 years e dey amana. We do 15 years. Kwabena ade bi koso my Ghana mo wo ho. Special prosecutor ade ya Akufo-Addo ba ya okeka nanim say ono no wa be establish a friend say office of the special prosecution in asifo nyina. Azan they set it up just to fail.
Mania timamufoni name high cost of living, eduanebo cost, transport fares cost each and every time. Yet the government is so insensitive and thinks that look, the only thing the only legacy a major Ukruma is said made taxes but so taxes has become a legacy for this government. It is a NPP government, we know that one of the unprecedented things they keep doing each and every time in the last 7 years are taxes. And in fact, I like the position of Nanabi. He's a staunch member of this particular government, and he says that look, government should rescind that decision. Abayano Ansah now joining CAD emission tax because this is done in a country well developed. Electronic cars a dosu but here in this country it is the opposite. We use the diesel petrol cars more than the electric. How many electric cars do we have in this country? How many of them? If you impose an emission tax on us, you are killing us. This is bad. This is very unfortunate, and for once I thought that government will be sensitive enough to listen to the plight of the Ghanaian, because due to bad mismanagement of the economy, and then somebody trying to call IMF, even at a point where the finance minister and the deputy finance minister said that look, there is nothing like IMF that will run to. There is no way we will run to IMF. And in a few months' time, the government thought that look, Ade Bakwa, and I said, Bia Bako Pen is Janeko, and that is IMF. And today we are there. And you remember that few weeks ago, a few months ago, there were concerns that the first 600 million what has been its impact as far as the economy is concerned, and the second one as well. Okada riders are complaining because look, yesterday I knew one of them made Komono. The concern is that at the end of the year, Obetia emission tax of 75 Ghana cedis. They are concerned about because also Obetia rent, Obetia utility bills. Ni Okada no problem about he would have to fix it himself. After so buying see, and then now buying see a illegal Ukroma, we are taxing them. See Okada no a illegal in this country. So why do you have to tax something that is illegal? If you have corrupt government, this is what happens. If you have an indecisive and insensitive government, this is really what happens. You see, illegal, but you have to place taxes on them. It's not illegal na Okada business na yeno. Not anything. We'll be speaking to some of them now for how are this taxes and answer this tax a shasi and rano a big problem. And you also know, so even before we went on the Xmas, now already GPRT for the alarm. So when these taxes are being implemented, one more transport fares. Remember that NNM Somalia meeting, the driver unions came together and said that look, we are increasing transport fares by 60%. And then he came back to, they said that okay, no, so they are in the 30. It's the implementation of tax in a bar. Now for the 30 number that come by 60. And then there was a U-turn. Emma Bonting said, well, after a national meeting, Omate so about 20%. So we are supposed to pay the 20%. A day after, and a transport ministry released a statement said they have no idea about this set increment. The driver union said, we should disregard that statement from the driver unions. And now after the implementation of the tax, the driver unions are back again, and now we must see one increase transport fares. Will this come or not? Manu Manasona Mene, president of Okada Riders Association of Ghana, Michael Kofi Usu, any como Mike Otimeka, Namaha about 100.5 so. Begin say Gabo Korea.
I don't you.
Right, and now emission tax Ashasi Okada Riders Mbutia 75 Ghana cedis a year. Let's see, you know, send a Muslim fire.
So, let me say, that's how my child knew you now. The woman say, let me say, you become about show me so they can say, I'm buying it. And you put out the women. Now, I buy for you now, or time is Japan. We have sort of young family being pointed. I know my taste, so like I can say, I don't know how the young now, you make a couple of you now saying, you back for so not that.
Yeah.
Then you say, I buy for you now, or the banana for the castle, after you. Won't count because already let's get it. And I make an say, what up your one is Ghana, 10% do or so I had it. I had to do what I live in. I buy no, I don't know how to live in Tapo. I live in Tapo, or dear you, and you're and I can't say, I'm not to say, I buy that 10% now. Let's all 1 liter just no, they have to say. I was trying to move in now, 2 minutes to town, 2 seconds, and I'll take you now better. In battle, I can't say, everybody sees piano, and I'm person, I do with the Nanka was saying, a company in a company, and not a young Danny Bound as Kenya. Company are not to be better or the age. I buy that about this idea. The battle, yeah, that's a binding. The alternative, we're in the giant. Alternative.
Right, right, Kofi, more how
I have 2 options. I say, obey that 10% now, you said that I know. Obey your new law. No, I can't say annually in the entire week, it may just move. But say I know. So the 10% now. Now, let us saying how. Listen. I just buying your practice, no, no, I just now. And I just know Mukoda, so my pastor asking to Mukonta. I did be almost 7 pounds and I say. And then I do I just say, oh, we can catch a bunch of because you see a who bow. That you bet you who could be last one. Then Pester, you're in chair. I got into your own non Sandra Weber. I got to say, in the book of the so on Pester Weber on to at the castle where you to Intimedia, what is at the dinner decker. Yes, I'm catching so uncle.
Kofi, Minyanitiasa na Sankamusha ene on how.
That is it, yes. Okay. That's your meeting. Concerning that, now, Bobie. Hello.
Yeah, meet you.
Me part of you are part of my menu do come up or offline. Because I can't tell you about not to make out and to make what we do.
Okay.
For more than a friend, I knew come up here who bring me papa.
Okay. Meet. Matias. No problem. Meeting na mobile no channel. Mobile petition baba echi e dey akwa aban. Ana said there are other alternatives for her.
Yeah, pepe and American so China is here we are me say make can be here and go to nyame kwa team here na executive na dey shout na. Yes ya na pay there. He ne wo ma aban. Na Bible na Bible ma aban. The petition na akwa aban. Wo ya dey wo see criminals. Wo see illegal. Wa ko fight to all the yaka. Wo so ko first step with the one pa yanka. Wo ya den. Unya cha yaka. Wo see me di ya yo am what be that. only Yahoo for your first stakeholders meeting, won't fire and cow. If you had the kind of them, they are then set Yadi. That's all more from an almost called on the G2 now. They're done for. Remember what I say, you're child good.
Okay.
It's a balance me going to another bit and cat like you need to mention interesting Asia.
Is it like you say? Is it like you say before demonstration now?
And American say, I make a big year to Siaka. Yes, or Timaria, none year hall. No, I want it.
Mike, I say, I say, we are doing more. Michael Kofi Owusu, a president of the Okada Riders Association of Ghana. When we just meeting, yes, it's on Basso and so a way meeting stakeholders in Asia, but they were not invited. But among their members in the Omisha Nyamad now we're meeting more as to how to go about this issue. Sir, when we ever present a petition and I said they will demonstrate against the government and here Kuma when we ever did Nyamad but we'll keep an eye on that now for your baby asem no ebakwesi shano so say Accra FM 100.5 na citizen show na was go so with here because studio be na afi yen share nkomo atwetwe na se Gode Mahama a national communication team member at the DNDC or how say Gordon we abokore we abokore so nyama do mesimi ho pa yo boda yeda obade na se oba ha na che nso ache isha amani enti the system is hard in terms of biya compare the daily bread na odi so we cannot be meeting like that because Charlie ababona nye easy if sometimes I do introspection now share 8 years ago na mikita 1 CD 50 pesos meti me ato a full bag of sachet water. So okay. Now kita 1 CD 50 pesos. I want to to a full bag. A bag and a bag could be ashamed. I think 30 pieces. And then that same 1 CD 50 pesos. We do the top only 3 sachets. 3 sachets to just get it. 3 sachets. And I say after 8 years no so ejuma me no menya any significant increase when it comes to salary. Yeah. My salary no gusu ejina bebia ejina na. Say ya tunu to a rate of increment in terms of salary. Now just opposing with how the rate of goods and services equals to we are matching. So easy. Until I'm ready, you know, reduce we speak to the conscience of every Ghanaian. Say, yes, we are MPP. Me, the Pamu fi MPP. But say me ya ekanwa. Unko marketing ko to adie nka say me MPP ni nsinu yanti adie no so. And I unko marketing ma yanka say when you own to a bantino, you are reducing the prices for you. Okay. Mami come na you buy better one common so mami come on so many David Agbado Pia Redema Consent Drivers Association. David, what's in the car no had about 100.5 so?
Me jo so na me tia akra tie fo nyina enyumrewe.
Bigi be say bia boko de.
Boko sa be entise musie tax.
Asase no mo members no complain me boa. Like say mobile to transport first manner.
Minia me da say. Ye dika aka am announcement that say e da be unity na first car be kape. Ye betu ya change ade mu. Me ne wo ka say ya ye butu brochure mu enra. Okay. Na butu brochure mu ayeye nyina ne say nanka ye di 30% na anu ya etwemu ya di you buy no so ye nyina nyanya ne ba ko ne 20%. Ama ye nyina dia tu say e ba beje. Ansah na emission tax ya be ka ho. Ndi emission tax ya be ka ho butu brochure mu aye ko ya ne say yaka na aban mum e depe ye say o ye ntwen no odwen say o the emission tax ne ba na te say 20% na e da ho dada ne ye mpa nka we ho a ende ye ka ama na so ase say 30% plus 20%, 50%. And no, and a yard, yeah, at the whole air train, yeah, the beba. And in
David, 80 can you 20% increment in transfer fares? Oh, Chess is here and you're about to share 50%.
Yes, 20%. No, yeah, fair part. Any Niama, you told the crack, I know. And who can know? The emission levy in India, 30%. And no, dear, you will be a new committee because you're sure at your common parliament. I want this emission levy in home. I'm a parliament catcher or more research. The parliament research about I was say more informing you be GPI to you because we wrote through GPI to you. Almost say almost say feta and rare meeting, the almost catcher so almost say feta and inti. And I was say yen so ye kedia by me who say medema meje emianom. I see. Yamaya ya too. You can say your first card report about to Makuta. This is the certificate or this is the receipt of it. Now it's no receipt, so now it's Juma. But you say part here, receipt be and buying, you can't want them yet. But you need up to Monday, you didn't receipt no less than 150. And then she say, yes, I receipt no, you bet not so at the year to year. Now I can try, you two say the
David, 50%, is there any approval from stakeholders from the transport industry? But because I remember say about 30-20% in command by, we had a statement from Transport Ministry. I know what you say. We should disregard that information coming from the driver unions. Is the Transport Ministry aware of this said increment?
Minia, Transport Minister, any Napan for one, yeah, a Drumebia, no more mystery. They should disregard it. That he's Nicodemously invited and talk with us. They should disregard it too. That he Nicodemously invite all the transport unions and beg us to have it on tape or have it on record.
Also, Transport Minister the Palmacho.
Minia, about tomorrow of GPRTU. Nebitano. Nefre has done so of cooperative, your friend saying. Ghana Committee, cooperative for PRO. All the transport organizations, rep na echo yellow. Maybe say assembly na minister Kasayen. Effort that your friend saying 20% suspension or the buy. We wrote to him and we've been issue a press accordingly. We will not forgive him, but rather go straight to the public and take the money. He Nicodemously calls us and then beg us. And she said, and then, NASA statement says, I said, almost say, almost disregard here. Yes, he said it.
Eti transport minister eba bonte bedada Ghana for ba feche be pa mocho sana opache. Eti we so no transport ministry esa room in the 50% increment eba no.
Minia transport minister insta enim. Okay. Every transport operators no. And transport operators no. Yen na ejuma ne ye de. Ono oye regulator. That's not that's we ye can. Emre na omuye ye president deregulation no. Aban stop it to no no. Eno na aban whatever we lorry pen to momo. Say pay as you go. Ye koto fango no e wo wiasi gaman so ye beton ma ye wo hwate de ese ya. Enti no aban se bi ani. Ye koto no sa ne enso ya fon ne sa.
Dabona ye start say the increment of 50% no.
Minia, on Wednesday, yes, I was emergency meeting. Yes, I was another meeting beyond the emergency meeting I had yesterday. No?
Okay.
So Wednesday, you were meeting. After Wednesday meeting, no, whether it will take effect from that Wednesday or the meeting will decide.
50% will come when there's a resolution on meeting now.
Minia, yes, perfect.
David, mameda se bibi ho esese o ka e bia ye mboso a obetimaka.
The method me capture Ghana for nyina ne say. Enye ye drafo timi for ne say ye beto asentiade mu. But aban we enye na adwen say oni timan mu ni bia besusu bibia ho. Na oye de ono na koma pen. Eni nti say ba say ye to asentiade mu a ma obi am fa to bomb be transport operators bia but rather to take it to the doorstep or pull it to the ruling government.
Right, well, David, Mamina say, we are doing common. David Agbado, a PR, the Marco Central Drivers Association of Ghana, and you're doing common. You know, instead of 20%, Naka, we propose some time back on a failure. Akwa 50% emission tax na ba count no emission dey near 30 and almost so spare parts near the near 20 to carbon na 50, so we are yet to pay 50% increment in transport fares, but that will be confirmed after so meeting share on Wednesday, that is next week Wednesday. Got it. Now Kasaba Mamema Eya Kwaba Kinsley Hauna Amaleba I'm so a member of the NDC communications team. Kinsley Akwaba Bigaba Korea.
Nyamado me hoye na also.
Nyamado me so me hoye pa. Ti baba che be Gordon na what's wrong common so.
Oh, I was just say hardship na asem na migusu e kanu. And media AB in common, I just felt so sad. Say me Ghana last year, the last part of last year, me call me Chrome, specifically Gao.
Okay.
And can 8 years ago, let me call me Chroma. Me fat transport from Accra straight to my hometown. Let me to 95 cities. It be also a 110, 120.
Okay.
Depending on the type of car or the fan. Last year, last quarter, me call me Chrome from Accra, me to 275 Ghana cedis. Just in.
That is more than 100% grab.
Indeed, say in and out, about 6 million, which is currently 600 Ghana cedis. The man here is say, so I want to succeed. And this 50% eba 50% of 600 Ghana cedis. I have 3 million. Into the 3 million, Babeka, the 6 million, and I have 9 million. This is a cement near Fiacra. I could be Chrome Abba. I said, Nikita close to 1,000 Ghana cedis. Why? Aden. Anenka Kani. Under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama time. Me yasika abro swa me be come be Chrome Abba. Na 3 million in and out. And they're close to 1,000 Ghana cedis. Aden. I said the American aketua egusu jina bebi ejina. Utonga dia yento. Uko free so a nitua so na ye problem. And so adi say no. Aben doesn't think about us. But this is just an intro. You better call the emission tax also. So let me end here. But one person me tell now say, you see, you think we are happy for that.
Okay.
But about physical, the living condition as Omaya, and easy.
Interesting. Kinsley, my member on your opening remarks, lots of people are not too happy with the current state of the economy, even within the ruling party members. I mean, privately they complain to you that look, the old man is not really doing well. Mamiji will open your remarks on that.
Yeah, that's my memo Hana. Minchia ya T4, Minchia Godwin. No question, say National Chairman Johnson Masidun Ketia. A call program, I think on Radio XYZ, no, Power FM.
Okay.
FM, yeah. Okay, somebody will say Ghana be the agency in a penya. A penya. Yepe, any anya. Now, the interior moon say, so we share a man penny a kufado. Ya imp before a bon abomo. Akwache kokuo free you my friend and toma. There be say busha penny with fin and they will do a mine ya. Be being one nature say papa no ni so do hu a muda ho between the boy my Ghana. From the very beginning, me someone no kanina was too good to be true. And in some instances, a tronia kuhwe
na odi kyerɛ ɔman no but dodoɔ na ampɛ sɛ yɛbɛtie nokorɛ ɛne nneɛma a ɛbɛboa yɛn sɛ ɔman sensationalism na ɔyɛ nsɛntwerɛfoɔ bi so-called senior journalists bi ka no ho na ɔmo di atorɔ keka nsɛm a ɛnim yie dede saa ɛna ɔmo de aba bɛgyina dedeɛ gyina wobɛkae sɛ last year President John Dramani Mahama command lectures ɛwɔ UPSA hall before Obe Kasado, now minority leader in parliament and MP for Edumako and Yanisium, Honorable Dr. KCL Atoforsen, he deliver a thought-provoking economic lectures. Now, Ospele out here, one of a Nyoma and Ma NDC, Mrashibe Jefua, Sabre Omodi and him Edan Sone say, their ability to forecast and predict the challenges are and the warning they give, they never got it wrong. Go back to the archives. Far back in 2017, Yaman Pineku for the Betna Kunyaso, and Yanamu Wotu, and in some more NDC Mrashibi for Aka, any predictions are Modiama, particularly after Manisikasen, and if for the Moyana wrong. Dr. Keselato Force in Canada say there will be a haircut. Once I buy call IMF, there will be a haircut. Now, I'm bear the brunt of that haircut, and you hold the debt instrument of the government, bondholders. Then it come to pass. Honorable Isaac Adongo objected vehemently about the government approach in relation to the so-called banking sector reforms far back in 2017-2018.
Yeah.
In fact, or proposed different measures that the government could adopt. Now, or the idea address the challenges that are binding Kano, because one of the major issues we raise here, is your corporate governance problems. And if it's a corporate governance problem there, government can form a core managers to run the bank from within. A core customers come and ask him for the information. Now, so I want to turn your man and your man then the government side no can move out and allow by the more internal reforms in every for the banks to continue to operate and save jobs and create wealth for the people. Abanisi there be and we approach or be adopt to. Why? Because California today or Manisi Kasamacha and Sano. You see, Obotan scandal, Wayebida, Wabokron Wache, and he has been able to get away with it. Personally, Konya, and yet, Bonnie, let the Abeduha. The same way, Honorable Dr. Keselato Force and Saka Biom said, one of them, a Banco IMF, don't see it, the hypocrisy of the Ghanaian intelligentsia, and the Abeduha. I brought Mahama Ebeko IMF, give no ye, or convening consensus, Beboa.
Yeah.
All the stakeholders, the industry players, anyone can be a woman or Manisika Semu, it was the outcome of Wamwa Jane nearly developed the homegrown policy proposal document. Also, wow, you find the core parliament, Mashabi Jeffonim say, let them vet it. Now, some to be a woman, Omofame Tuja, Mashabi Jeffonim veti yeno, Omojitum. And no in the NDC government they could engage the IMF. And today we went to IMF already with our proposals in hand. Say, you hear more some of the boy near the Sikasem and the first acquire so. And the IMF didn't have the leisure of time to dictate to the NDC government because ye say ye perceive faha and the document was adopted entirely. And one thing that by the time of NDC them, all the world or the global financial institutions, economic intelligence unit, right? Megaton Institute of Britain, IMF, the World Bank, Association of Ghana Industries, Association of Ghana Industries, AGI, right? Anyway, what is saying? African Development Bank, like all all the neutral and reputable independent global institutions, and locally, predicted say the Ghanaian economy was going to grow beyond 7% from 2017. When these guys came, it happened because they are debt to GDP at 56%. Debt to GDP. By 2017, it dropped by 54%. Why? Because the economic fundamentals are President Mahama and only see or minor catapult here at that level. In fact, that 7% economic growth for a year from 2017 was largely supported by the non-oil sector, notwithstanding the fact that the oil sector also grew astronomically as a result of the investment of 2 oil wells for President Mahama here and the Bekao, any Brusoa, any buffers you're building here like Central Fund, Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, the Exim Bank, the Stabilization Fund, and the Heritage Fund. All these things were funds and Ansah was going to give government of Ghana 4.9 billion Ghana cedis per year. All these things were revenues basket and President Mahama. I bring that to war. The question is, financial basket to build my building that was a President Mahama from Womano. There was a money Mahama there. And a money could follow there. Ghana doesn't belong to anybody. It belongs to all of us. And to see him paying for you or mine, you do me for as a trustee, say, do mine a day. I shall move her. Kagana, or be company or the cook for me, chip your bush or the tonya, or more ball money for you. Will that person be happy enough to go about claiming, say, MPP and trust you, Mona? Compound for Kunyoso for the past 4 or 5 years earlier. Now, here we are. Now, get a phone. See a car. The don't person will do more than but I want you to buy my Tindi. I want you to buy my Tindi. And somewhere God will echo. We don't know if the same district. He is in the Timpana, the Garo section, maybe more the Timpana area, but we all go to the same district. Now, Kafika, like he was saying, is one of the major components. So it affects virtually everything.
Everything, yeah.
And in the wisdom of President Mahama, government when we were in office, not diesel, but our form petrol. You know why? Major trucks are confirmed nearly free class bano, or more use petrol, or more diesel. And it's all diesel, but near the petrol. What it means is that the higher you buy, the higher you pay. You get it? Because a truck look of far, say, body, now bunch, every assessor at the back. Now what 10 gallons are. But the current rate in 10 cry say almost 1,000 or 2,000 Ghana cedis. So in and out of spending by 2,500 or the fact can about be share a new man or back of money. They are charging my new money in the or also they call my collar or absorb that additional cost. Don't push it in their bulk final consumer. No, it's a one tuber of cassava cow ton buy 5 cedis or the bomber of 7 or 9 cedis. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
So you can imagine the pressure about families to our crowd. But this thing was won.
Okay.
Dr. Kingston for make a from an Dr. Kingston first like I said about every 3 months because of IMF conditionalities. No, who's a local IMF from 1 year consultation? The terms and conditions and agreement that went on between Wamone IMF. Nobody knows. It all happened behind closed doors. Not even our parliamentarians. They don't know. But Juma Ababonte leaked document Ababonte no ebini say the government need to review your tariff increment every 3 months.
But that's not even a leaked document. Are you open? Yeah. It's an automatic tariff adjustment quarterly. So the first quarter of last year, I want to light so 54.78%. The second quarter, I want to so I think 8 point something, and the third quarter I want to so 24. So the whole of 2023, and I want to light boso about 54 point something percent. This year the VAT 15% on tariff are different from the first quarter there. It is yet to come. You get me? The 15% is different. After 15%, you have automatic tariff adjustments for the first quarter. So the first quarter you are likely to pay more than the 15%. Even the 15% when you calculate the amendment of the VAT Act, the VAT Act. See, when they want to calculate first, 17% VAT. Utuya boom mine. See, 15 separate. One betuya NHIL 1%. One betuya get fund 1%. One betuya get fund 2.5%. NHIL 2.5%. And a COVID levy 1%. Okani inabomua about 21 point something percent. Into the VAT rate come without it is more than the 15 they are telling us. When they are doing the real calculation, and 21 point something percent. So that's the clarification.
Listen from Kwabena said, Ghanaians should expect nothing. Afedie, they are done with us. Now, by the time we will December 7th, never talk about you. Ghana for your big gym, papa. But see, we can hear the time to despair. Especially when self-centered men, what self-centered men have destroyed, men other-centered can build up. And the moment NDC is not oblivious to all the challenges. And now President Mahama, since the last 8 years, consistently meet NDC leadership behind the scenes. They have a different plan. Step up by the Tekibiano, they have an exit plan for it. And now at this material time, the 24-hour economy proposal are one of the key policy approaches NDC be rolling out. It be addressing this down 110. Why is the government now imposing more taxes? Why imposing more taxes? Because there's no production. There's a production cost where there will not be increase in output. There's no increase in output. How do you generate revenues? Now to generate more revenues, how do you enable companies to make profit, plug back the profit and pay taxes to the government? And you are going back to impoverish the already overburdened population. You use a different approach.
I see.
To get ourselves out of this mess.
What do you think, sir, John Mahama has been vindicated? No, you see, before that, as NDC communicator, it will be very good, sir, Metana Radio and TV Subia. You know, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, you're the effort of building the Ghana tour. Building the Ghana tour. And are building the Ghana we want. Now, and you will be able follow directly. Until it is bestowed on us as communicators. So you now Etna Radio and TV Subia, we rehash some of the salient pointer already raising. And I think maybe you should just 5 minutes to talk about some of them. One, or say the issue of LGBT.
One of the issues I better discuss it.
Don't worry. Okay. So aside say listen and personally also does not support that. That is the first thing. Because I've heard in conversation with say maybe I can say John Mahama I can say on the against LGBT. But when you go online you don't find it. And then they were stating it loud and clear. Say LGBT also so ene also so etna and also so that until so obefi wiase two wasan kan emphatic so be beyond na muka say John Mahama ba obetwa free SHS mu obetwa free SHS mu no it's a lie and you kontompo on twa free SHS mu ne entomo etna. The reason is that one, free SHS is a constitutional provision, so you are aware. Two, also they share progressively free SHS as it. But because abandoned to as well, and now the bank Akufado, Jack Toronto, and then the kid brother, and so by and the need say so mutiaso, and I continue. Into two of the years, let's see John Mahama betray free SHS, it's a lie. he will come and rather make it better. Omuka tell say in 5 years double track will be trim, and then was 7th year still on double track. And then the Nkola na be na, and now Nkola to me SS. Now just a full construction of one sentence cry a problem. Oba o make sure say he will bring back the quality. The next point e-levy. Osi Oba the first 100 days e-levy obetwem. Nti fi that time no call no o transfer scam o ma me o yare so fan ko to eduro obi a onye adwuma person man iska kakra no ye nti ni foko e free. The next point is say osi Oba be reduce appointees. Who say the current system ayeka economy ni mo aye den no. This is the time I say the government must tighten their belt.
Yeah.
But as for Jack Toronto and the kid brother there, this is the time release on the belt. They don't even have belt holes yet alone would have to even put belt there. It was sure bar. But reducing the ministers. All 4 ministers more than 60 in Juma. Then the difference and the MPP are buying you about 83. It is about 60. That means what so 23. That extra 23 now on for or the musika no allowance is in no and invest into healthcare. No the business to assemblymen. It is a proper development and through the local governance system.
That's true.
Assemblymen now many can say they don't give them anything
apart from setting allowance.
Also making sure say Obama was on stipends through that difference of appointment now. The last point also on debt tax. MPP are buying catch and say through their general secretary John Wedu or see your two Obama MPP on the creating a movement to the extent say as I say a crap even the workforce human resource if you are manole ebe ye adwuma Ghana because adwuma no be be so I'm a Ghana member you know be adwuma ye kura ma ebi kura car we have to go and pick people from outside to come and work and now I can say that is not the case because unemployment rate at John Mahama AFI so now it was around 8.5% and the unemployment rate and I'm close to 14%. It is a member year adwuma about to mean create human man way. Now say maybe offer on my own way in order to generate money through better. This is not the time as are buying a taxi bed because the government has not invested in anything of that sort. John Mahama saw a bar obey you bet no if you only if you no my own go fie kwa
bet tax
if you only if you also yes or if you are or jaw kwa and that is why I about introduce the 24-hour economy. So you ever run a 3-shift system. If you want to do my and tomorrow you get work to do. It is a simple question. If John Mahama is vindicated today, yes, John Mahama if you are being honest, or say posterity will judge him. Or say posterity will judge him. And indeed posterity are judging the right. And then before Kasa, you see your taxes and are developing a mind. And then who doesn't know this? And they knew of this when they were in opposition, but because of political expediency, propaganda, and the only look said John Mahama trying to put reasonable taxes on Ghanaians said they are developing on mine. I'm looking and say John Mahama and you're very wicked and you the Ghana for him and into the two about Emma on the changing the status quo. No more moving Ghana from taxation to production. And this government is in the record. And they are buying, we're introducing the highest number of taxes in the history of this country since 1992. Do you get me? I did say that they keep putting taxes on. Indeed, John Mahama indeed has been vindicated. And I can send you back so I say, wait to become a president before you can criticize me. I'm not in no opposition. No one say I'm a kasa. And everything John Mahama Kabiano has come to reality. Okay, say a former President Rawlings and as a former President Kufuor and they're criticizing the Kwampa, he wouldn't have had a problem with that.
Because why president?
Because of my president pay. And only how it is. But not people who have not even come close to governance. Like Nana Danko Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And they spoke as if governance, say, Yatu Abamon, that's where we in, that was all. Virtually, Adibia, John Mahama, Ejama Abayo, they have misused it. They've wasted it. Stabilization fund. John Mahama, Kono Rejai $250 million a room. Amukache said, John Mahama, it's a COVID buy. That was the first resort. Baby are buying Sika Kane and you investing in the fight against COVID. No stabilization fund. No Sika John Mahama. For John Mahama about to be Sika to. Infrastructure, the Ghana Infrastructure Development Fund. For now about to say young Gigi Sikanka Kanka fund too. Enfanya Kwai, emphasis is school. Emphasis is hospital. And now we say abandon the South Fan Nakosia wa ajilo nti ne sika bi ekomu bia no de de kotuaka Esla you see as reasonable as John Mahama is Ghana your energy sector debt was a problem from Rollins into your buy or see many farming sa enwe bianim. But remember your energy problem now you're the thing of the past. And always be a problem in the energy sector capacity and a finance.
Yeah.
So capacity a better finance and a better both. But on making sure so others solve both problems. It's about capacity or are they on more than 2,000 megawatt to our national grid. More than 2,000 megawatt, and an undisputed fact. Into the NPP buy and Omoka say John Mahama and energy man abroso. Into after the capacity there, it is not in doubt. But you see, because Omutie they forgot say Omoka say John Mahama and more energy. They have forgotten say that Oma promise one district, one factory. Factory is there even you should is it not right?
Yeah.
Ghana, you are told when Kenya, Emma, Ivory Coast, and other countries close to us. It is a loss for Ghana. What do? You negotiate with other neighboring countries. Now you are paying now, so that we get revenue. Oh yes, I know. Now we see one district, one factory, and the only factories in Ghana. If almost on production to the full capacity. The energy produced would have been enough. If you don't have enough capacity and about finance and or establishing the offer the ESLA Energy Sector Levy Act. That is ESLA. And ESLA affiliate annually now more than 3 billion. Now more than 3 billion. Calculated 3 billion for 7 years now. 7 times 3 21
yeah.
It is like buying to put that money into good user and energy sector levy alone. In Ghana will be talking about 21 billion. If you are buying this Eslano, I could see I discuss ahead of time. It is all the Sika Yajiji Esla behind the Kuchaka. And last many honorable Jinapo ranking for energy.
Yeah.
So you tell the current energy debt at Ghana, your books more, and you're more than 20 billion. It's what we say, Sankane somebody Esla fund Nakosia Wa, like could have equated the debt we have today. Because the debt is today more than 21 billion. And like I 21, 7 times 3 is the same 21. It is Yadika. It is Adia be a John Mahama Ejaye or Guinea can use as a soldier so that when you baby a bit media Ghana Magana Kosugan abandon the Mensaka never saying or the Mensaka never saying. My last point, and say John Mahama indeed has been vindicated. Okay, and now John Mahama I don't want so. Nafango gallon bako was around 16-18 Ghana cedis and and the fango bako oton say 1 gallon oton say about 80 Ghana cedis, 60 Ghana cedis. If you know John Mahama, you to 1 gallon, 18 and 19. No, John Mahama was insensitive. John Mahama time, the kaipa, now you put cement bag back, 35 Ghana cedis. 35 Ghana cedis. In that same cement bag, I 95 100. Baby boy 120 Ghana cedis. Due to that, into and rent a dime you cannot even rent. But that will be also up a high around Dansuman. Dansuman, they can 500 Ghana cedis in the chamber or self-contained. And the chamber our Dansuman 1,200 Ghana cedis. As a youth, how can you rent and even have a peace of mind? Intermedia, for me, said the fact is that we MPP new, we NDC new, we CPP new. The difficulty we are going through, you are also feeling the same. You can pretend, but not pretend it. Say you are not going through the hardship. So let's also wada. Or shall say so bona, but so you be a Ghana that wa kuma so. Now you're patriotic, now you're citizen, but not a spectator. Anything about one, a secret ballot. A secret ballot. And you're open. Now I can't say you didn't vote for your own party. Sometimes you must stand against our own party.
Okay. I would like to use of the emission tax. Ma send now God na shas here na mamen kind what mamen koti na na be NPP youth organizer mamen koti sorry national organizer not okay. So I quote, yes, we understand the need for the government to raise revenue, but we also need to balance it with the sentiments of the people. I think this is not the right time, in as much as a country will want to stand by the government in times of difficult era. When we want to raise revenue and make sure that the economy is back and in shape, some of these taxes for me are a bit problematic. That's why I'm saying that the government must withdraw this tax. So when the summer Nanabi Ekanye Gordon Mamishasi this time if you
yeah, Milia. I support the call by the national organizer of the NPP, but no quarrel name emission tax no say me catch say I sense say on the year if you are na me dada only denti and one of the IMF conditionalities say they must find all ways to raise revenue to a certain target until me. So any tax be buying the 2 years be as a result of say mismanage on mine and omodi on mine na kwose IMF Ansah said ya abronya bekano say uni adwene a yedi bu on mine uni adwene a yedi bu on mine ana wodi on mine kwose obi nsa say onbeboa embu on mine to wait or say na now the don ko akufado and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia they lack the sense of governance. Adwuma yedi bi o man ni won yi bi nti omo de Ghana koma IMF se IMF fo enda boa won emu o man no nti IMF asem o ka kire won ni se usika asem enyina brane nti fa tax beto omo so ba ko ni better omo di aba no ba ko ni covid ba ko ni emission tax and a whole host of tax nti I don't foresee that coming. Two, I was so incompetent to the extent said the only option I can say they are looking for money for 2024 election. Okay? Policy are buying say or they buy purposely for emission. Yanga a driver for mu pollute the environment no ube to yaska na they are making sure say they be treat the environment to prevent sicknesses and other stuffs. What decide who say abandon to me the any policy document Accra FM accompany the actor so you be able who say these are the measures and she say this is where they are going to invest the money. The answer is no.
Yeah.
Two, the next reason say just a conduit to steal from Ghanaians and say common sense say true be say so saloon cars obi a water brand new saloon car and the car and going to do. So such person will not be polluting the
environment. Yeah.
As against obi and a car every 20 years and now 50 years. It is a agri fee. Na dambo. Na beye na kronoa. Who catch them say and na ko to the car foforo. And obi a wato the car 10 years ago. Whether I pollute the air or not,
well, I have to pay.
I have to pay. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Two, Abaya also person who can ukutia air pollution. The government is planning to import diesel trains. They imported diesel trains and diesel engines are one of the engines are causing a lot of pollution. I don't know why.
Yeah.
In one breath, ukutia air pollution through emission.
By implementing something.
But you are implementing from the other way around to also pollute the air. Three, Abang say, or the electric cars. Eba, Tio, no one Mukwasi and Jimmy said it. All developed well that these policies ever honor. Uba electric cars and also and we are able to afford the purchase of electric cars because economy no eye and then you buy here and as I see when go to electric cars they can buy and here you haven't weighed the number of electric cars in the system to see say the interest in electric cars are high as against the reduction of the use of petrol and diesel cars. Into when you say introduce electric cars into the country, and now you no the emission levy aba. All what I'm trying to say is say we are better say abandon what deliberate attempt so the sikawi air pollution diana. I am true. A means to steal the people of Ghana. And another reason 2021 and I don't know whether you have the 2021 budget with you. Chairman Sabosu majority leader called review of parliament specifically page 59 of the budget paragraph 258 abandon at the 10% 10 pesos eka the esla levy and if you have it, I'll be very glad if you can read. That 10 pesos, no, Mutaya eta 10 pesos leti. One of it, I say, to improve urban air quality, and combat air pollution. It was the 10 pesos ni beka esla ho. Say what the beku etia air pollution. You get me? It already they have catered for the air pollution by the introduction of a 10 pesos on the ESLA from 2021. Yemi Sayo who say a day in the municipal aye. How much have they accrued? Entia ene a justification say or use another means to come and charge the same emission or pollution by the introduction of a new act. You see the double taxation?
Now this year, mommy.
It already anytime Bia worker better fund will be no or to have 10 pesos purposely for the fight or the combat against air pollution. Bia worker Bia whether private or commercial uto fund will pay on each liter put your 10 pesos. Abayini to leave the boo akunta ntira me no say from 2021 sika say na yenya, and these are the investment we've made with the money, and suddenly because abayini no the government careless the difficulty you are going through or see your Sunday emission tax back now and that is where I will end. Yes, I say abuano esi niya so no man can tell me say on sorry no so cause sorry so the reason is that the obia who are engaged in commercial business as a niema bo ekosura he will bear the cost alone. And anything and a driver for on one komono e ka kire yen say the introduction of the emission tax ebema yanhwe here transportation fare cost by 50%. It is a new cost by 50%. The local fare duane efi onkronkura ade back room se kani otua 100 Ghana cedi and they obetua 150 Ghana cedi. Into better difference no aduane no so na ma me no akwa dey akakoto.
Yeah.
So one of the ripple effect is that transportation ecosura very soon aduane no so be dey ecosura.
That's it.
It and a fight for only those owners of vehicles and a fight for only commercial drivers, but a fight as a citizen Ghana we must be interested because it has a chain of effect. At the end many will be affected, and that is why Libya make kasana we catch say and found people NBCD. So long as the government has mismanaged the country,
you'll be affected.
Now, no 2024 election and your communal labor and your secret ballot. Go and vote against your government because say John Mahama ballot the 24-hour economy in bar. Who you have been Jumaye? What has been Jumaye? The ultra bet been Jumaye. I'm a bet in a thing of the past. So for me, that's where I'll end.
But I say, my member Doc so already people are calling for governments are buying and rescinded that decision. Is it too late? And as a seller buying bit me rescinded that decision.
Yo, mini abema. Meda wase wa kwenya kesi ya odi amami wo fidie so. Na Ministerial say hawanka mamenchia His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. One ne ho kenini ya mame Lodi. You see behind or beside every successful man be no ya na oba papa and na ejina nchen. nti se ne ye maame odi yewura John Mahama obo adwuma papa am se de ono so
ye bona baso
because the papa ye bia no ono so oka ho na menu abema meka bibi kakra na before meka no so mesre atra chia the national chairman General Mosquito and ye General Secretary Fifi Kwete Michia Sec Rec and NDC for the Ghana Funya na me find from Conso Emma Mihokeni Alaji Amidu Abubakari and me mama me menyina me wati phone na me chair NDC for the Ghana for 80 minutes.
Okay.
Minabema coming back to a question. Baby aga na edri eno na menu abema all can. Edru baby a yedru oyenne. Ye kasa oyenne atwi no I hope say wati for better as. Just say yes oyenne ato ye. Baby a yedru no. Ye try any ko left eye nyi ye try any ko right nyi. Na baby a yedru no. Ahomete say MPP aban ananado da no. Abaumia Ebone Chidom as head of the economic management team. Omodia Kudru baby. Sir, taxes here I can't answer me. Many sure so more ebe reverse. It's not possible because it's part of the conditions IMF for the amount. Until by the says Anna, you leave you almost train at the end of the day no or more passe. Now for the first time in the history of MPP for 7-8 years aomudi me say obi are sensitive omumu this time ananabi kasenka omunyin free so.
Okay.
Now what it means and say we admit say Ghana's economy at this time no, the reality is that Ghanaians are suffering. Send about me platforms so can teachers are suffering.
Yeah.
Nurses are suffering. Drivers are suffering. Ghana this time I woman obi biara ye Ghana ni o Ghana ha suffer. It is Nanabi for him to come out and say ankebe ya anka na ban no entwen sign no na baby edru no de edin no. First of all, we admit to say the economic situation of Ghanaians no is very terrible. Na mebone abaso kakra. Say at least what takes our responsibility no, on behalf of the government.
Okay.
At least mebone abaso ho. We admit say baby omode Ghana fo aduro no. Ahokyere no edoso nti ma yensan fa bi enhye enka ho ayete say ye de wa hyensuom na ye ka otishem na ye san ede ade pia wo se be ya wo be wram more. That is the position Ghanaians are now with this current government. Enti na bi asema waka Ghana for ye better na say at least for the first time no why a little bit sensitive towards your hardship. And me personally I appreciate him for that. With that said, mi jina ha wa fidie so aka Ghana for tie se enya de akufo ado aban aba umia ka ho no wo mo ebe ka se wo mo reverse that decision yade a wo mo aye ho hyehyeye bibia dada ebe koso na ebe baso life Ghana for ye betua wo ka wonika wo betua indirectly no wa wonika no ka de wo ka ekotua no obi okofa ne o my cotton so what the be charge into send me nua be maka ye e chain ti e be kwa abesi so say wo a wo ye Ghana ni kura wo ni hwe na wo to ba bi no wo koto aduane a taxes no wo betua wo
say bia ne say driver for ne say your ma better transport first
of course yeah of course me nua be me ye me ne wa nka wo betum
yeah
of course wo betum na de ya ne say kuro yi mu ha sesi aye wo ye won krofo a obi wo ho anyame ato ne nsam otimi atoka mo nti ne car no ye brand new no it will take some years because cars na e massa wusie no minka emissions and nan for en confuse obi te ba bia sa ne ma na confuse myself so ha ye tree program ye nti say ye ye nka ne tree ne confront ase ye car e pu wusie taxes na wo mo so wo mo de ba no obi wo ho a ne car kra empu wusie
yeah
enti empu wusie no na ye beje ne tax no na chese obi wusie a wo pu no ono ho etua sa taxes no ehi fa na wiase ye sa ne ma we koso na me nua be ma ene na me be obi send video bi ma me Bawumia or say you look at Bawumia bragging. That was in 2016 and now omo I so desperate so omo say omo be fa kunyin. Bawumia kan kosi say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ehon na yere Samira Bawumia na wo mu ade no etimitina ho kan say Mahama is incompetent, Mahama is incompetent no. Bawumia say John Mahama insensitive because the economic situation of Ghanaians at that time in 2016 and here to a more me na bia me gina bia me obata into a more wasam na ya na me ye to a more 5 kilos at that time you to be 12 cedis ne ade no and na ye to be 120 ni 130 no. At that time na Bawumia say John Mahama insensitive towards Ghanaians your lives. Now I sign a bedding with taxes. Now can ya see say because John Mahama into me Emma economy ni so na productivity work from into revenue into say when revenue then he was resorting to taxation. Now mo bad there production no ebe kosoro now ma minimize the tax
from taxation to production
production instead of that time on so say John Mahama here from taxation like production to taxation they were coming to do the other way round. Obi ye okanya kosi so say economic management team ano ma atie no obobo so ase wo mu team ne de
solid
so solid kan kosi say ya osafo mafu Onya Abasobodie wa Africa say he was the best finance minister. Finance minister. Our best in Africa at that time. And if you have a team, a so-called solid team, and Bawumia bragging about now. Why are we here today? Why are we here today? To the point of taxing a wisie, obi wisie awoye. Na me nua be ma say, omo ma ne omemu ye mra. Do you think say obi a person otena ka wisie woman na? So omo pese e wisie no be ba. At least can ka abroche car so kra to bonya nyedin. Obi be to car wa abroche ba bedru Ghana. Duty nko a obetua wo Ghana no.
Nebo den say how to
car. Nebo den sink how a to car no. Because who kwa abroche a Toyota Corolla no money ade obetuma nya bi kura bi wo auction $1,500 $2,000. Be oba be yin wo Ghana ha about $4,000. What I say? Toyota Corolla no what tua times 2 almost times 2.
That's all be roadworthy or be insurance.
What be yes.
I feel so I say taxes
wo ho. Do you think saying or more titi cars na X and Y no mu na to obo wusie na wo manya ho adwen ho so o magi taxes including COVID in point na wiase World Health Organization declare say and we are cry COVID free no or more associate COVID charges. Now just about 2 weeks ago bi ko yi ka bi COVID charges in Kwane was 12,000 cedis. Was 12 a normal car and yet luxury car be abekasem. We about 80,000 something. Now COVID levy in Kwan was 12,000 cedis. Now me be so
imagine the number of people at that time also million cars.
At that time 12,000 cedis is $1,000. Akakakra na because they say dollar na send cost for 14. Into me fan say some few weeks ago na ka almost $1,000. But no question is about 900 and something. Many of them are kwa America bet me nya car come at around that price. Enti sa car na etuobo wisie no. Na who cause am? Na who cause am? Enya buy na akose. Enti sa buy no feel say yes. Admittedly, that we see now airborne, it has some health implications. We as will be as men so Sabani yen share papa will be cast ya. What the back demolition among one. And you see a one cry will be some way metal now, will be sikaka, and call the cacrebia aso. No import of for say duty no for man can one say ko import kakra at least obet me nya car papa emfa wisie ma e hye be na buy na year for sanyo ma no it wisie na wo charge no feel say wo charge say wisie na airborne na is it going to solve the problem I was see ana sa taxes na person we say no mo say o mo gi e-levy a Ghana a problem nyina asa your problem solve here me na be ma me busa your problem no e solve here
it became worse
it me busa this time around no are they telling Ghanaians say o mo gi sa ebusie taxes we ka ho a Ghana's economic problem no e be solve here na say en solve here aden na o mo hye ya konfo omo pese Ghana for nye den na
Madam Bia sent a message from Germany. I say, Kwame, this is the most wicked tax I've ever heard from my own government. So he's an MPP person. I say it's very unfortunate. I support Nanabi for government to rescind this decision. I hope so. Tino, honestly, the other by
Juma is unfortunate. Say it's like Juma. And now enya warm pe eye they are being forced to implement that taxes. One, IMF, we see kind of conditions no ebino no. Inti esese wo mo ye. Na ade ba kwa ye me ya ne say. In 2016, that was the time Ansah Baumia, any Nikunu Baumia nam His Excellency John Mahama, incompetent.
Yeah.
I know case or tax Ghanaians. I already know life was like hell. Na yes and tax omo na no mo ba ye na wo mo so it's like they keep on taxing Ghanaians life no ma na ye better na is that what they are thinking? And I said they think say because they are in government they can do what they want to Ghanaians and go free nyoma na e koso no ahomete na me kai ba wumia menim say nyoma bi say na bia ne office for ne tibi on kai nsem a wo ka kire Ghana for 2015 2016 or see oba on near taxations and so oba ye worse or promise Ghana for say oba obema every community bia $1 million every year for
that is every constituency
bia every constituency bia $1 million for almost developmental projects.
In the last 7 years, and constituency being $7 million.
And $7 million. And can me develop every community. So as Kano and once more ever him. Nyaba umia ne kan say oba obe create jobs and jobs. And the jobs no where are the jobs? And omo former general secretary Dambo
John
Boadu and I can say you be import workforce amoma be boa Ghanaian workforce no na ye kra ye adwuma ne be ba ma ye nya adwuma kra ye nya nipa kra be ye sa ensem na wo mo keka ye na wo Ghana phone mu bi fall ma wo mo enne we are in an election year wo mo gu so ka sa ansem we kire yen no pese Ghana for ye den ye nya omo den Bawumia I'm so happy say Bawumia is MPP's flag bearer. Now I'm saying I me lead campaign because now I call like or hide it and I'm na front campaign nkete and I'm starting busa say where is Bawumia? Go for busa na me hu flyer say on the 7th of February or so on na me chain no mabeti asema Bawumia kan asema Bawumia beka no is he going to talk about the economy or digitization or health or infrastructure or what is he going to talk about? Because baby Ghana for edro no me come Ghana for tie sa taxes we see taxes we upe Ghana for po NDC for your pioneer demonstration na bi ade a wabeka be ono kra na your politics na o play Ghana for pioneer no mapunso nyina that taxes no they will implement that taxes na sa taxes we e de oye ne ahotre be ba Ghana for so double because omo implement we ya na drivers atoto omo first na enipa say na fro trotro na say enipa say na fro public buses no na sankrofo we nyina for public buses no directly mobile sofa na ye ma me no so ewodwo ma ekofa nnuane ene wo mo a yusu ka kofa wo mo nyoma beton ne so no because Ghana ha obia e de ka na ekoba bi o mo ekofa ne o ma fi Accra e beton wo mo shop wo mo e de ka ne fi e de products ne fi afomo de ba kroma beton they are all going to suffer from this tax. Now what it means ni say almost so omo etu ewi a omo de beka say me say oton ade ne ho bo nti directly ye beto aduane mu directly pure water ebe kosoro pure water kosoro salaries in so say increase no na they ready to increase salaries ana to the exchange say ahokyere na ye wo mu no wo mo tighten na magana for MPP aban ne bawumia ese wo mo be tighten Ghana for ya ahokyere na me banana tie wansa na medru ha obusa say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama hasn't been vindicated.
Yeah.
Of course, Bema.
Because in some of the from 2016, Bobie, yes, at that time.
2015, started from 2015, 2014, 2015.
Painting Mahama as if said he's the most demonic person Ghana's ever had.
Yes, worst president. That was the perception, and the way they painted John Mahama at that time. Na Bema, Obi can sing you see, Senkananado am president, and Nanado Wuya, Beyene Yapa, because uncle like he would die as a hero. But Nanado no, and now Kumasi, I mean, Ashanti region. So Kumasi for Kumasi for DR because Kumasi social send you Kumasi tier from Tititia Abrewakra or Semeko Kwanso. Oswana Kra not Nemania introducing to business. And now the question is Kumasi former saying the Timiko Kwanso Kofani Omaba. Most of them Omo capital are due to the incompetent government also and the most wicked and insensitive government also. And the most surprising part of it is they just don't even care. They don't care. Because Ghana for soon now, Wamusu, radio so, and now you're saying social media, Obia, when you can your video kakrat war. And I'm a young Yankasa Yellowen. Also, Kotoko, or Toko Nin Katia, not just Waboka. How? Under John Mahama time. Na bawumiane ne yere se ahokyere ye de aba Ghana habi mada eso na ye to dokono 1 cedi dokono ye die ne ye to 1 cedi me ya to gari olonka 5 cedis baby ho kra ukodwuma bonya ne 4 cedis and gari
and olonka is close to 30 cedis
40 Ghana
okay well
40 Ghana ye de ma wo school ntie to gari de bia 40 cedis what you say dokono ane ye to 1 cedi ne 1 cedi 50 pesos no. And then the global sprinters are 6 cities and 5 cities. 6 cities, Kenke, and 5 cities. And one under John Mahama time in 2016, and now almost say, well, yes, so incompetent. Now we're wicked man. No, now a more 5 kilos near ton of 12 Ghana cities. And then under the so-called
above 100 cities.
Yeah, it's above 100. It's them just as a day near the corner here 120 cities. Oil are 25 liters under John Mahama time. Near ton 170 Ghana. And under Bawumia, near Nimuse or economic messiah. I said another year friend no year bonny day. My husband is the economic the economic messiah. Now we thought to say Bawumia the bar change the face of Ghana's economy. Ama ammonia one na year ton 170 and a back from Kwabedu be 80 cities. And then 25 liters no. Ekoya could do 1,004. And the crowd above form is around 800, 900. And on top of it, more sign ababeji sa taxes we. Na sa taxes na more jeno, more the yede. Says he can na no year or more primaries. Mini abe mana wo krom ha. Oh, send you sikashi egu Ghana ha.
Yeah. Delegated you 5,000 cities.
6,000 cities. Maybe 8,000 cities. Okon of Yendi, I saw motor bicycles worth 20,000 cities. Motorbikes. Any chair motorbikes are worth 20,000.
Your reports about Kokrama information say it be chair cars.
Yes, I has to be so chair land.
I mean, I Sheila on that's
Omoma 2,000 on the fridge account.
Any gas
leakers north.
Watch
7,000.
Watch will be at motorbikes. I see be 20,000 cities.
Yeah.
So in the constituency, you have about over 1,000 delegates, and you share 5,000 or 6,000.
60% because to win you need 50 plus 1. So definitely you have to give more than 50 of them. It is a 20,000 out here motorbikes and you're saying most Ghana you need revenue. It is less canon yina kamu pesa mo ye o mine ya kamu ntimi na de ba ko a make I say His Excellency time I end this year presidential primaries Also, JM launch app bi wo ho say wa opese was donate bi supporting a campaign or ye no UPSC. Na nkofo donate kakra na o de ma delegates buy o ma 40 Ghana cedis. Me kayem say aboa papon ne abronye ya o mo ba radio so bebusa say joma manya say sika no wo he.
Say multimedia so busa say.
Nyame betu o mo kama. Na say nyame betu ya wo mo kama.
We requested for the OSP.
Me say someone got paid.
Yeah.
Me say
I remember that.
But today they are quiet. Nyama wa mo di John Mahama no. John Mahama nyankopon da bia me gina ba bia me say wo yenhwe NDC mu. Wo mo authority a JM. Mo hwe ba bia wo mo akodu. Anote Jacob where is he? Kwakwa need where is he? Empanifo bi wo hwa me wo bodi. For peace sake. Wo mo yes an your man. Na wo mo na mo say mu sa former president and incoming president say otua 40 cedis. Our no launching the app and for donate yen na ye donate bi wo so no. Our ma 40 cedis mo say office of the special prosecutor inviting no.
Yeah.
Na mo crop on this one 20,000 cedis motor bicycles no. Wo mo yenya wo mo de. Wo mo yenya wo mo de. Na me wo Ashanti region that day na wo mo to no. Wo mo elections no. Me bra, okọ ba bi bebra. Delegate ni pia mo envelope 30. One of the constituency sitting MP name 7,000 and I know more for other aspirants but the total man 5,000 she top on 500 and 3,000 then the last one gave 2,000.
Wow.
So they left them with about 12 or 13.
Yeah.
What you say? And to look at this amount of money so much delegates just to be either re-elected or win the parliamentary primaries. And
some of these candidates to ministers.
Most of them are ministers of state, CEOs,
directors.
Now, most successful coming
including Accountant General.
What you say? Including
and including COP.
You know,
one of the quite for I mean, shall be quite delegates. I mean, shall be quite delegates. One more man will say, one more will say, we know be power. And never want him. Now, many other say, but quite fraction in Ansah, say, and then you quite fraction in Ansah. Many of them are what I say. And to say, and your man winning now contributed to some which are Ghana for him. It is a more per se, more or minor, economy no stabilizer. First of all, munkabe corruption within more. Just is leather pressica. And then yes, leather prank one was a can be done.
Yes, case you crap is an OSP media mat yuko.
Why all this kind of money back?
You have been forced.
What you say? And to say, I want to me and control corruption. Now we never ban no better $30 million. I quote on them. Now we have a $20 million. IMF for the bay. What we need revenue, so we have to generate revenue at all costs. Taxing Ghanaians are already just a my impoverishing here to the point is more suffocating Ghanaians. Now more enrich at the expense of the poor Ghanaians. And to add then as a movie say more drink Ghana for who cranny and chibag. Now me quite a baby my deba kwame busa me hone say. And to bebe in the kwahe. Look at Kenoforiata. Sikaya woje ye nyina me bosi a wobo ye ya wobo fa wo ha woji percentage nyina chi no. Ade de pa ye na motime bibi. Because baby our tise see an the health condition no. Onti mean we enam. Onti mean no milk. Onti mean
I did the same.
I don't know. Okay. To me, why all these grabbing, looting, grabbing and sharing? Mama, they quiet. Lady Fefe be at 31 years. We're from Dr. Grace.
Yeah. Dr. Grace.
You won't fear any mansion. Yes, over $1 million, $2 million.
Yeah.
Oh, Babesia, 31 years.
Yeah.
And to say, Ken, and then one I would not come and say, you're sure we are here. It is a Sicano, you're the big what that came one. But then maybe I'm around Hopa, Meti Hapa, Mira Hopa because. me ra ma Ghana for na the say me ya ne say ye were some Ghanaians though they find it very difficult to defend the government, but yet they are forced to go to radio stations and defend this government. They are struggling, they are fumbling, but still they are trying to defend the undefendable. That is the
problem. Because the most difficult job now is to be an MPP communicator.
Yes, but for political point's sake, they will just go to radio stations.
It is difficult but very lucrative.
Yes, because yes,
difficult but lucrative. At least they are cashing out. Yeah, they are cashing out. Yes, they are cashing out.
Because their friend is
cashing out. They are cashing out.
A comedy where you go and defend the indefensible.
I'm telling you.
Comedy where you go and defend the indefensible. Because they are cashing out. They are enjoying. They will not tell you for you to say Mami B. They won't tell you.
I course for Ghana no are na me de bia me gina ba bia me catch Ghana for say 2024 a year abato afe. A year opportunity and Yankopon dia Ghana for to reverse Bonia Yeti His Excellency John Mahama. Na se Ghana for amayeni na ho. Na Ghana for eto akohwisema MPP for no manufacture ba through some journalists for biswa. Allah Akbar. Me say no ma beto Ghana for after 2024 no. Ebe yedin. Because the CIA ba umia with Ekufuado and the so-called economic, the solid and the best in the world economic management team point me and handle Ghana. Half a dollar from 3.6 and the acquire could do 17. I'm a dollar no say China banana China banana and I'm no case that's on and I'm 14. Number be can't trust so much but me I feel they will move you are shifting from the economic lectures
focus on digitalization.
Forgetting say John Mahama is the godfather of digitalization. Who laid the fiber optics cables for Ghana? John Mahama. But wano multimedia that Ghana for a tran trotre womo e kan kwesi say John Mahama say oba be chef SHS o kan wo he and you omo na kan say we have the men. That's review means cancellation. We have the men no, that's review means cancellation.
That's if you call them see the review. So it means
that one of the conditions so they should review PSHS. Because that implementation now 1 year now it doesn't make any sense.
No, when you ask them they will tell you their review is different from John Mahama's review.
What is the difference? Because IMF use the word review.
Do you have different meanings in the dictionary?
No, so they went to a different school and they are reading a different dictionary.
And it's unfortunate because they see themselves as, in terms of academic and then and the NDC for the
that one.
Because review in every dictionary dictionary means review.
Having a second look at the whole thing.
Having a second look at it, simple. And on His Excellency John Mahama nya kwenya ba annual New Year school Legon. Ebe kan say when you behind closed doors, most of these headmasters, any head teachers, omo ban in chain. Ebe kan say it's not the best. The way they implemented, it's not the best. Head teachers are suffering, parents are suffering, teachers are suffering, students are suffering. And truly, Safi SHS policy needs to be reviewed.
Yeah.
Almost the petitions near their feature, but almost throw positions in your measurement. Almost open Emeka. And His Excellency is in Yamia Dumna Ghana for man or mandate now. Or free teacher for you now. Or free parents for you now. Or free experts in education for you now. Now you should the way forward that you did better because free SHS has come to stay.
Yeah.
Though it was poorly implemented, it has come to stay. So John Mahama no need say ni swadi huna. Anka wonye e-blocks in ho. E-blocks and the purpose of e-blocks was for free SHS. Now before free SHS now you implement progressively
free
SHS. And to say no we no nyina Ghana fo ntie. Na wo munyai say journalists for be too foot your group or money achi no. Na ansana me share one blogger bi or am GHTV bibi.
Okay.
And onam Kumasi Jom na obusa wo a o say what say John Mahama say oba be twa free SHS. Obviously he has been paid to do that.
Of course.
And and here man they are so vulnerable say or nipa because of you so yes training a recruiter microphone there. And some of them were so angry. And I was like, come on. So it's up to us all the communicators.
Enubina.
Say you be call from
UTV.
Yeah. It was a deliberate attempt.
Later, they got themselves disgraced. And they had to come and apologize.
What you saying?
And how can the God of John Mahama is not a dead God?
Oh yes, he's a living God.
He's a living God. So when you are attacking the BR,
that is it. Because UTV, it was a deliberate attempt. And I was said that what's not a plan and execute. And these are some of the things that some media houses I imagine so many. But you know what? Nyankopon na final say.
Yeah.
At this time Ghana for ahuchira wo makomo no. Ghana for say MPP never again. Bawumia never again. Samira Bawumia Ghana for say Debbie ye ma o me first lady. Now one first ticket me see cheap compound on top bag and see them. Debbie
ye make up.
Enye makeup tu kwanya wo kwa boche nya na makeup artist nanam wo sha atade na say ni picture bia me hu abonte wo sha atade na ye de still man you afefa ho baby say be ya like kram. We can't afford a first lady like her.
Dog na bisia mami
me din sie no so no ade ba ko ye me de me nya be ma ade ba ko ye me da His Excellency John Dramani Mahama what declare a stand LGBTQ me ye Ghana ni ba growing up adia minimum ane say bema ene oba ene hia
yeah
bibia ne wa minim manyini kakra fine minim bibia wo wiase because here na ka religion yeah what traditionalists so wo ho wo so wo ho wo de ene so ye traditional way be wo mo kura mpo no wo mo see de omunimu ane bema ne oba nam
of course.
His Excellency Atimi Ejina ho aka wakana on several occasions say me dear my religion ni me ankasa personally I don't support that. Na mi busa Ghana fo Bawumia eye Muslim religion adia echi wo wiase ye bema ne oba bema ne bema enem 7 years plus in the topic of LGBTQ in Parliament, that concept, for it has been an issue for discussion for some time now. Mibusa Ghana for Mate Bawumia stand ewo soda. Say yati obinka, yati Speaker of Parliament, yati Sam George, yati several MPs almost stand almost fight. Say nye MP NDC for MPs na almost jina almost so by now and the Kufuado and Bawumia ya pass LGBTQ waha. 7 years plus Mate Bawumia ano kasa afa LGBTQ wa ba probably Mate na no kasa Mate so kan wansem. Is that the way Ghanaians want to go? Say mema meda ne ma meda. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama say ono de omwa sa de no omfwa so tra whether in opposition or in government masa kwan no emma enyem na wo Ghana hada.
Okay.
Na ye hwe se Bawumia ne lecture na by all means ne lecture no enye economic lecture this time around. He's going to talk about digitalization. Ye chair no na oba on fa LGBTQ on declare ni stand.
Okay.
On my hu ne stand as a flag bearer.
Neutral challenge no.
Neutral challenge na ma no. Ni say sa na MPP 40 be na omo aso ebete. Bawumia wo ba one ma wo me shift baby you say we expert so by in as friend say doctor of philosophy in economics into how now they start economic lecture now be kan ya kan bro for be you too when your fundamentals are weak your exchange rate near that but at this time around on there was when your fundamentals are weak blah blah na no na ya na o kan na ne ho sere wo ye ne ho say we political comedian na say na me share the videos bi me share videos na I was say IMF Ken Kai Abronye Kai IMF and then they went to IMF but obaya woman one of the lecture no so called lecture was Kai say oh yeah the need to me achieve within the shortest possible time. Are you serious? Is Bawumia a serious politician? Ade a also when you kra no what to me akoye we ye no there was several consequences Ghanaians here facing. Now we na be kan so ne ese enkonso yakọ na ye de ne de yenya ntem NDC for the who spend a longer period no mudi nyai. Come on. Is it serious?
It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't make sense. It's about when me am true challenger, man.
Okay.
Whatever lecture I would ever on the 7th, me I hope some more opportunity for us to ask him questions. Now, you nyasa kwenya na me mebusa no start. Mebusa no say, send your promise $1 $1 million for every constituency no. At least about 10-11 months to go.
Yeah.
What is he going to do about it? Is he going to still deliver that $1 million? No, so when to me and 7 years, but at least start delivering it now. Now you who say nyame adoma. Ubetimi say that ubakwa bit my ear channel. Okay. So answer me be at least or ban a lecture no on fanshim. Now feeling so His Excellency I cast a 24-hour economy. Meaning you am no much more than that. Into me waste time on no. Or ba or no so. Ma o me ye comedy o me ye comic ya on straight. O me kind of policy our day ba.
Yeah.
What you say? O me kind of policy. Now you discussing the policy no. Now I feel so much stand on LGBTQ. Now for $1 million now can you know. Obe deliver and I won't deliver. I feel say I can't so be creative jobs no. What creative jobs now. These are some of the things that may expect to say Obe can want some.
Okay.
Yeah, me aduma on the 7th.
But I said look, Kingsley.
Well,
my mommy
boss Kwaba.
Thank you.
You are curious to know topic about Rebecca Wansem. Maybe or somewhere. A memo is issued by the MPP. Noted Dr. Bawumia will be speaking on the theme Ghana next chapter.
Is it economic?
Wait, let me finish. Abba, wait for me. Ghana next chapter. Self-led leadership and bold solution for the future.
Oh, good to see you. Good to see you. You know, the Japan is good to see you and Kojo. No, is that the selfless leadership? Or can once a man add your way?
My boss,
because before fine, I was wondering that kind of bold solution.
Oh yeah, that is bold solution. Yes. MPP bold, that you understand it. Anyway, taxes and the related matters, no. My boss and Godwin have done a lot of justice to the issue, but me perceive the implications to me recap on it kakrebi.
Okay.
Me could like Muhammadu Bawumia tweet May 2015. I feel really sad this morning for the ordinary Ghanaian, the hardworking people who have to endure the insensitive decision to increase fuel prices at this time. Vote for change. Right? See a fuel price more than 3% increment. What are we telling Ghanaians? This was Kramo Bawumia when he was in opposition. Now 1 liter, one cedi, 31 pesos. After that time, he had a challenge, and he called the people to vote for change. And you know, my boss, Akufo-Addo Sujina Habi, Tionwe, and I exactly 8:51 p.m. Anajo. 4th May 2016, 1 year later, the current depreciation of the cedi against the US dollar is because of bad leadership. We should not be where we are today to buy dollar for 3.72. Vote for change. And the cedi is saying
14. Equals 17 about 14.
And the cedi is saying as someone my boss there is one thing you need to have a look at critically. 2023, according to World Bank, over 500,000 of Ghanaians were brought down below the poverty line because of what? Cost of food. What it means is that there were over 700,000 or more Ghanaians are to 3 times a day.
Of course.
Yeah, maybe several.
And this poverty index now what they buy, and yet in the rural communities, so in the urban centers, because you near Banchi Makola, you near body East Legon, that's near by Medina. It's all call all these market centers, and you know who you know. You be free, baby, you deba. all the way northern part of Ghana, western region, Asante region, and other places. He said, "Oh yeah, banya, sabio, what dreamu, edaho, na wo umobro, ematima mufua. Won kofa, owusie tax, say. Kasa kesi omo kofa ni anene bano. Wo mu ntua tax no, almost 600 Ghana cedis per year. The tax na wo dia ban. In fact, any different no. Obe rule ready, obe.
Yeah.
The car tax no okoto and also tax e wo so. Right? Baby bia faka no bia no eto eda so. Na South na no
fuel itself.
E na make it. Opia tro no e dia command the final consumer. Mene wo ayo kodwem no, ye ne ko tua sadio mane kai na.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, more Ghanaians are now going to live in hunger. In fact, so what Amaya come and do 2024 Ghana, okay, the first in Africa, we will come to that cycle. We will come there. Then India, Abeba, you do something. Person in say, Obien wa otia taxes. No one is against taxes. But before we introduce taxes, you know, there are certain things you need to have a look at. And of course, so revenues are by way aya. As some okay in say, you perceive revenue near the umpuntu jumana meboa. If that is the case, before buying the back so then now NDC time, President Mahama Mers, almost only one oil well. No more run no money now. I think 76,000 barrels of oil a day in the year 2. And then you know over 297,000 barrels a day. What it means is that the revenue from the oil in Kwame are triple more than what NDC was getting from at that time. In addition to that, a buy when so about Bosnia CA so okay Ms. Mahama Bani Nabumwa almost less than 300 billion Ghana cedis in office within a space of 8 years. So almost less than 300 billion. But you Juma Ms. Mahama de so you Bosnia your boy revenues you know my cotton your man so your gold cocoa bauxite grantor a mindful for be at the boy development partners. Everything was less than 300 billion Ghana cedis. Busia Anqua by way abono 500 billion. Busia Anqua to the extent that domestic market raising $8 billion bond on and then amateur see a training is getting about Kutuya. And ask yourself, what's that? The Euro bonds are raising 12 point something. Yes, 12 point something billion. Almost carry then. Look, so share if you ask now, well, me I don't know, but and in before they say the omoche, don't say on my be no. It could appear me say. Oh, pyramid no. So what cost Rohana? Or more having the from the wealthiest and the well-to-do billionaires, no. That's all almost say. They are the elite. Now, down a crana, no go to the middle class. Wow, the middle class, no. I want to mention the base, no, and the proletariat, the ordinary citizens. I don't know who designed that hierarchy, so don't ask me.
Okay.
And you can certainly say, the middle class, no, the masses no more at the base of the pyramid, no, it depending on the middle class. So, it's a wee middle class, if you are, you have impoverished the whole society because between the base and the upper, no, Gabro Wapa. And the middle class no and the base no one more productivity and economic activities no running. Why? Because some men say the person is there mean to me yesika enko Ibrahim Mahama Jata cement enko package 1 million bag enko go feel for Zidane prekope so who the man is go so na ma koje 10 bags every supplier ho na God so koje 10 bags na me boss so koje 20 na so koje 5 mpajo so hu enti ye jin kakran every man is jin kakran na esa no so ko factory no akoji be beguo you get it na so me ko 1 million the quarter me no ni asem bia enti the wealthiest in society no does not promote economic activities in its entirety and the middle class and the base no One more economic activity say the echo. They say we middle class in free war. You have destroyed the entire society. And in the coup for do money or business here. Are you surprised? So they have wiped out the Ghanaian middle class. They have. Look at Dr. Indum, for instance. I started building the business far back in 1992. Why is he today? UTM Wabe or Hefa. Said we are going to go to Hefa. Heritage Bank. You go bank in a yakete. Bonnet buying in a bank in a bank in Oya Bonedia. Number the highest shareholder being Honorable Sedu Agongo or case for court until revoking the bank license. Is it justice? No. That's the NDC and that's a Bible super also in the future. Now you also use the same yardsticks or the measure I put for the bush of war. Can they survive it?
No.
Can they survive it? And you know a deliberate policy. Abayo Adebayo said he want to destroy the Ghanaians, impoverish all of us. So the Baya Chebia bush of war craving then they can control the political destiny of Ghana. In fact, say God watch it. I could have better just say one more quick look up. And that also a quick also Ghanaians who miss a Akufo leadership.
No, it's this unprecedented hardship. What they are good.
See, you can be missed in a negative way.
To the best of my knowledge,
we miss him for the hardship he has brought to Ghanaians. We miss him for the collapse of the banks. We miss him for the mismanagement of the economy. So yes, indeed, I think we miss him for the bad things, not for the because he has nothing good.
But one of the things that Ghanaians cannot understand is the amount of money I go banks because they are insolvent.
Bank money. Look at the number of people at LUC or Mojuma because of that.
You need
9 billion to resolve the problem. 21 billion to collapse them. Does it make political sense?
Even that consolidated bank today is not in good standing. It's not in good standing. It's not in their books. They are nearing insolvency. I'm telling you, go and check.
Nanabi, I call for saying a binding you will see a tax in free. Oh, really? This is Nanabi no say Bahama a antichrist. Who you all hurry? Bahama as an antichrist, which is abomination and blasphemy for Obi to make that pronouncement, but because of political power, Omuke cancel more. Now, Oman fight Jenny Anton Omokai. Bahama never introduced a Wusie tax. You will see tax in Kwanamuji, and you will see a free car toll bank whose tax no Muji. The free people minimum tax on Mujibi. You know that? Huh?
The smoke
tax. Omoji. Okay, I said before Parliament, rise on the 21st. What I'm going to do, okay. I am very shameful. Say, and I do AM. Air taxing we see. Oh, and here the free car took 1 man all day. The free people minimum tax on Mujibi.
Oh, but some time to come.
Yes. And I got it my 4 year doing. Yes, some time to come. Or just see or J. Omoji is Parliament ever rise in last session. And I only say, Ghana do a 4 quid, do man over point in Rome Cotra Quaho. I can one be a beer and also buy your time. Oh, try be a pecu for a
I've been best, best the engagement so much or much best crash.
That's what to show the tax band. But it's here, such a use. In fact, I did not say when you purchase your video man should
never again MPP. Never.
This is a video man with a party, never. Was here Samra. Sir, 5 feet, I won't win your man. So, oh, and Ghanaians have experienced the worst leadership ever. And you see, you Nkrofobi wa Brabomoa, me mini period, but President Mahama, I'm sure you may be. Obi who sorry tia papa we, awaya ho toda.
Oh yes.
You pay no so tia omu.
Baby.
O Yankopon ka cha Abraham say, "Wo Abraham, me na wase force na me na be sure you see the pay na." Onipa obe domino no me Yankopon na me domino one can say nipa be doing wo for what doing no.
It means there's somebody supreme who will fight for you.
Exactly. Onipa obe domu Abraham me yakopon me domu sa nipa no. No nipa so obe shira no so me yakopon me shira sa nipa no. You get that? Sabio obi kra ne yakopon ba no mpani se na obi nyira ho.
Yeah.
Nti wonim shebra yakopon e de man nipa no se on from that as so. Womo mo so tia President Mahama when he was in government. Ebi mo wuko.
Ebi mo wu ba nso.
Ebi mo tia so mo wu no mo nam. They are living kakas. Ena ti some man penye kufu do kafa President Mahama ho be ro te kunwa so. Wo dina tamwa be bi kaye ma me lo dina. Ma me on te no wo de Google ma me yenu ma so be hu say wa kan some be after the political opponent ho say arento ma ka so te ni kuro na. Politician ben ya vilify no kuma che President Mahama. Burida minti. Politician ben so no boa what you o mani ye under the Fourth Republic eche President Mahama Burida minti. Yi Mahama mess if you want you run the second say there will be a country called Ghana under the Fourth Republic. That's from 1981 ever. See there will be. It was their tenure. And no money ni munyam e jina na so. Aye boga de dinya e wiase be bia storage da ho e salute yen. President Mahama to me ko United Nations General Assembly o kasa wia na ama wiase mansan yina bo santene obia person so nse no chia no nya ni sira ni bi. But MPP4 e so papa na me uni ka so President Mahama okodu kuro bia so ye pai na bo. You get that? Cause ke pai na bo
meaning
ni somewhere amanfo kafa no ho no. If it was still true, as a woman come back the pineapple.
Yes, I get it.
But okokro isu a okona ene mi no pele munisiano kanea ene abo abo ne de be say Muhammad jogo Muhammad obori o that say daytime the kanea we man pimi Muhammad. But you see it's the level of blessings that Yankopon have bestowed on this man. Now and someone could for can follow win no when you be no so da one word Muhammad or in one or in another. No ama manye gidi o Yankopon no asemu said the Christian kasa kan no mo ndome the anomemo. You get that? Paul says that's a Peter rather is here some we should kinapa. Ewo 1 Peter 3:8 ebano what is the bear mo se nipa wodo mo so bi di wate ben fa tem di yen dan nyina no mo mpa sondwe na omo yes ha de no na omo paibo ebedu Yankopani. I am not surprised that President Mahama have once again demonstrated the unflinching stand on his principles and faith in God. Na ebio wasa shegana ya mamre mu kina no fini pom aba bonte beka say sa LGBTQIs no ono he has nothing to do with it. Akufado wa me wonu when this matter came up between one and President Mills one you know only for him to mistakenly become a president and started digging a useless hole in Accra. Be obesi LGBT obesi National Cathedral na say o decide no call asoda bi boy yeshita so ma na the court amani di muswe say dey amani dia nti be say it a don bonu ho mutitu ne ko pomana ka ho no ensi to da ensi so da enti me boss ya adwen pa kramo ba wo mie be yi ho no ya ti say e game for mo UK and almost sponsor the campaign. And was a promise of the Yoruba Breno. And to come about remember you know it was hard way. We need to know whether he is for or he is against it. Now, if he is for and after he is against it, there, Honorable Neil and Vanderpoy was a uncle from a share pan Julobi house. Ayampa. We want to know. Oh, and going forward, was ye di omampenia ye to abanama omampenia number 1 obe taking the oath of office very seriously omampenia obe taking the social contract between him and timambufuo no obe hold that contract no any confidence na timambufuo repose in him no in the highest esteem onto omane mrede na on mislead ebiom efa yanko piesa disaster a trade nche we mu enunti I keep saying say yende yanko panse say President Mahama ewo akwanya say obesaba be di mampani biom. In any case we are only 3.5 years Anyuma Oyama Ghana everywhere across the country Bokrudin Bompeshebidin Bomantambidin Mr. President Mahama Onikam Ewo. He didn't leave a mark in that community. Mention it to me. Before the free office 2017, no one see 1,200 chip compounds across the country. 1,200, 1,200 chip compounds. Well, really,
and he doesn't even talk about it.
No, he doesn't talk about it.
What's one of the district assembly Juma?
District assembly Juma. I didn't hear achievement.
Obi so dey toilet. Obi achievement original platform so e come one some you be see toilet, toilet.
Anyway, 1,700 of chip compounds across the country. Some of them were even 90% complete. 48 polyclinics, 6 regional hospitals, 3 institutional hospitals, and a banu district hospital. The models to say, or they saying, Dodoa. To the extent that World Bank, WHO, advise say the West African countries and say they should come and look at Dodoa Hospital, no more model that same plan on fancy in other places. And until the COVID-19 eba your man put for to me at the bank hospital, a koda ho. What about the UGMC, Maritime, and others? Could do rich now. So awake brain surgery. Rich, but so 39 years old. Is this a sergeant rather of the Ghana Police Service? So on your brain tumor, abushafo de chia rich number who say no dey brain tumor. No so me operation. Now baby a tumor no one so more operation no man anesthesis now more put him to sleep. Very difficult for him to come back. Oh, say benom enya effect wo ni brain nimu after the surgery no. They be some made a week surgery. In terms of perform a surgery no, about ni pano go so. They were talking to him while doing the surgery. Years back, that surgery no could only been performed in either Europe or America. Ghana happened to be a few countries for the first time. Yes, I think Ghana and South Africa on multi-user operation. Guess where? Reggie here. Who did that? President Mahama. This is the man we are talking about. Oyankopon ehwenema ekwan beso no faso hwenema onam nipa so na ye na ade obonsam so nipa so edi boni enti e o say Oyankopon obonsam na makufu ado so be di boni a Oyankopon so to be from Mahama to nje o mainana. After all, he has done that before. Kini makufu ado track record, we couldn't have made him a president. Obi na ire wu went to team koya na ire fa so wu. We also warrant down for no ye na lawyer ono so owu aja na ire ho man ko no. But these are the people who have the guts. A banker seems it is not that he's a cocoa in the who. One man come to Obama and then you have the effrontery to call President Mahama names a family man who have been with his family all these years. And you see, we want to send a signal from here tonight. President Mahama, the ideas are back. That ideas, rest on the previous performance as a president. You find a vice the previous achievement as a president. One more by almost also by payment. You are all welcome to the table. Bring your cutlery sets. Not for pretty bra. At the end of na Ghana for in China according to Diana Horde. And that is the December 7th vote. I the day will not change to any part to any day. Abanu ye to Saturday December 7th. Obey the smoothness level because
he's not now this year.
So bring him. Let's obey the President Mahama I said this on a different platform, and I'll repeat it.
Said the Yasi and no chair.
I been for I answer for what to say my boss knows I know. Then you also say you be free. Yeah, but that's a you be free. What say, and so President Mahama, they should be ready for us. We respond to it. You know that corner to cry. Let's open say for ideas to ideas, and yet the answer is show. Excuse me, sir, what did Jimmy to Paba? You said in Kwasia to Pasubisha or Kwasia Kwanzu. Now, at the end of the day, say the people for a year, Chaman to Motias and Timantem, in the him for a terminal. We will not go on that tangent. You're better than a suho. Mahama better to money bloom by the unanimous support of the people of Ghana. President Mahama as a driver in that ship, so in that bus, will lead and drive us safely to the right destination. Ghana better for Ntuma Panfra. He never told my name. At the end of the day, President Mahama will go down in history as the hero of the 21st century of Ghanaian politics. No one can change that.
But I said, Mame to ade remba na CMGC catcher promotion so guswa ekoso Jali star 413 hash na fi choose ya cry FM na fi follow prompt no na fi witimi NS okay kwacha mame information say we have one winner also okay mame picking a quick na fi for our final discussion. Hello. Hi, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Tisayo. Ade na afa. Aye.
500.
Auto how many times?
4 times 200. 23.
Okay, and I win 500 cedis. Okay, all right. Then I'll catch it here from UTS here. All right, yeah, that's it. Okay, yeah, that's it. It's CMGC catcher promotions. That star 413 has regulated by the National Lottery Authority. Ubetime edo ho ahyemu bi Tabia Herbal Center so se me kan cho say ya bi atiti bia no wadamba kona kopi bi eto na afi embo na ya we atiti etimi efru so ya Tabia Herbal capsules eno o ya ba 5 na say we ba o ma akoda no fa mutimi enu medre bi afi children below 18 years also mutimi enu medre bi open go to na afi do ni akere pharmacies and say herbal shops o kan shi drug clean and also be free 0243 686 861 0243 686-861 and our phone 0245 749 206 0245 749 206 Tabia Herbal Center. My intie a commentary from an commentary from John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency Yaba na fi yatwa yankomo twetwe so.
Ambadno project we share ye constitution mo we share directive principles of state policy. Almost say it is the duty of every government to continue the projects of the preceding government. It's a embrano, but you find new juma, and that's where the problem is. Into me, my dream, I made a buy and I said, "Yeba, send ye sikasem as say a fano. We'll have very limited room. Say ye the best shots here any new projects. Into sikaka cry wohono." We'll use it to continue the ongoing projects, any abandoned projects. Enti nyaya sha say omutwe eja ye no any omodienso a ekoso ministry agenda 111 near nyoma ekoso we won't abandon them. Sikaka cry wono we'll put it into that near toaso. And so we won't be in a hurry to start new projects. Enti ansha any new projects nature say isika nyina ye DVSA projects is and ebeya mfaso ama Ghana for import duties and no IMF program no ya catch our mindset they should increase revenue and baby on betimi tax bia omo at the tax to so nanu ya almost say omo the VAT to electricity so ABC that and so because of the pressure from IMF enti na buy no at the sa etono enti ama anyoma eden.
Alright, so John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, one of the meetings with the clergy about call the Eastern Regional Tour, our Eastern Regional Clergy Nadine Commontino. Okay, Mame quick commercial break, Embra, Yaba, Nafi, Yadia discussion at Wasso.
Lincoln Professional Institute aye school pon bia yechire odisua bibia de ema na adwene mu ebobe programs ayeye no ba ko any advanced business certificate examinations ABC emu no courses aye offer aye diploma in business administration, diploma information technology IT nie to so bien aye general business certificate examinations aye GBC sara so ne aye classes for wasi esan ye wasi remedials enti osuku di bia wantwa ne wasi insohwe ne betumi aba ye wasi remedials ewe yang asye asem dene say ye waye biometric registration ni nyina wa ha mfi ha nkwa bebia ye be bribia ma oje new emfasoa ewo ABC ene GBC programs ayeye no ema wakwenya ema wunya admission eco level 200 ewo university bia ubenya nimdia wiase nyina agya atuma efata say ubetwa won sohwe Lincoln Professional Institute de ye wa akyerɛkyerɛfo anwa adwene mu abɔbe wa wonim de ye school fees de eye fofofo ye san gyina mu bua ma wunya admission with university yema free career guidance and academic counseling your hostel facility mamia ne merema ne boyefo enti baby a odi uti beto de enwene hu bio Lincoln Professional Institute e Madina Rolling Circle Accra inchirechire mu bia freying 0243 530 917 and 0241 240 688 and 0576 046 421.
Accra FM.
Ani ehwodi ye aye memedro anu ti na ban me bi ehia bi no etufo ani atofo ani obi opededu etu aton bia enko chemical shops pharmaceuticals ani herbal shops bia e wo Ghana hanu be bia anase freying e wo 0243 686861 ana 0245 749206 sankatwe FDA fo agiatu kai se tabia takum ye bemme bia ye takum.
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Abama Huaden.
Refuse to grow, and young offense swabek.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and you're ready for Yadmusa Maya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a Peja immune system Nabribia, Yariantimu. Sasa dear, a month for the one, Eddie Imbusaba Mesa, Dronua dance yes, and Yarwa who ran Nipa and Nina Etimi Banaso, and in Yarwa Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a Hoka. No, Yamwa suing in ano, a boy who buy every home. And now one pa, one Yarwana Dada, no monum doctor in Rono, and num Imbusaba Mesanoa, and more who are deep in tea. Ya womuntim pose, Yaria Esiomo. Imbusaba Mesa, a walk Kashi, and you may move Bia Yato in row, at to 0246 20 8496. FDA, Ashisha said, Jadian Kratui Maja to Musay.
Lincoln Professional Institute aye school pon bia yechire odisua bibia de ema na adwene mu ebobe programs ayeye no ba ko any advanced business certificate examinations ABC emu no courses aye offer aye diploma in business administration, diploma information technology IT nie to so bien aye general business certificate examinations aye GBC sara so ne aye classes for wasi esan ye wasi remedials enti osuku di bia wantwa ne wasi insohwe ne betumi aba ye wasi remedials ewe yang asye asem dene say ye waye biometric registration ni nyina wa ha mfi ha nkwa bebia ye be bribia ma oje new emfasoa ewo ABC ene GBC programs ayeye no ema wakwenya ema wunya admission eco level 200 ewo university bia ubenya nimdia wiase nyina agya atuma efata say ubetwa won sohwe Lincoln Professional Institute de ye wa akyerɛkyerɛfo anwa adwene mu abɔbe wa wonim de ye school fees de eye fofofo ye san gyina mu bua ma wunya admission wo University, yema free career guidance and academic counseling. Your hostel facility mamia ne merema nebo yefo. Enti baby odi uti beto de enwini hu bio. Lincoln Professional Institute. Ewo Madina Rolling Circle, Accra. Inchirichiri mu bia freyeng 0243 530 917 and 0241 240 688 and 0576 046 421.
Wama batan bra kwa.
Hey, na wana no rechichu ye.
Enya wana washa school sam duya. Wasafi. I wana wofi JHS. Roko SHS1. Wobet snifia chir papa.
Oh, Ansah. Say asam dewi. St. Andrews SHS for say. Sabo from any results in Bempa. Akwenya o wade. Woba for be. What start SHS1 that waiting result. Then yanyi dead ni index number baba. Echi results in the bar. Neza abachra one. Mama wobe yin snifia.
Aha, private school
eh? St. Andrews SHS. Are you grade A private school? And you be able to school. And you go school or what? When you saw home, but from open over SHS2, on SHS3. Nasafi no be SHS1. None results in being part. Let's see. One boarding house or what? Oh, yeah, corner there. Teachers no so forcible from him was yarding. What pass was easy. A better will be a general arts, business, economics, agree, general science, visual art. For member St. Andrews, and main campus no asking for su. Wakra Hadzi, you will test it cheaply. Last off, 0244 696911. St. Andrews SHS, we are always in the lead. Hey,
Kwabena. Koda. Emmanuel Siden cry. Tabia takum wedi emema yedro no eme nya hoden ane hoden ye aye mema dro anunti na banma bi ehia bi no etufo ane atofo ane obi opededu atu aton bia enko chemical shops pharmaceuticals ane herbal shops bia e wo Ghana hanu be bia anase freyen e wo 0243 686861 ana 0245 749206 sankatwe FDA fo agiatu kai se tabia takum ye bemma bia ye takum
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huaden.
Refuse to grow, and young offense swabek.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and you're ready for Yadmusa Maya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a Peja immune system Nabribia, Yariantimu. Sasa dear, a month for the one, Eddie Imbusaba Mesa, Dronua dance yes, and Yarwa who ran Nipa and Nina Etimi Banaso, and in Yarwa Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a Honka. No, Yamwa suing no, and why you buying every home. And now I'm pa, one Yarwana Dada, no monum doctor and Rono, and num Imbusaba Mesanoa, and Mama who are deep in tea. Ya Omuntim Pose, Yaria Esomo, Imbusaba Mesa, and walk Kashi, and you are may move Bia Yato in row, and to form friend 0246 208496. FDA, Ashisha said, Jadi and Kratui Majiatu say,
Hey, say, dear Mako, who our Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, no, who crab you make, sir, and Nunti Nomania Award, a your word bestie, Obian Transit Emma Dumpemia, dear Cassa, and Ansah Boya, dear, and Canon to them you.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, as I want to say, near Crew Etuno, near Ankam Ewanum, Obana Bemo Power, and Yarwankaye.
Nancy Mameka, and Nespana Quad Ekayeno, Greenfield at Arumanti, and was our Solejan and also APM.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, our ultra modern laboratory. And a diagnostic machine, sir. I should share the Pediadim Kasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Ewa Nungwa Dogon, Estate Junction, last stop. Frewa 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Greenfield.
God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop.
Accra Accra FM.
When we come, we're going to strengthen the fight against corruption. There's a current issue going on where a company called SML, the government regulator for the downstream fuels sector is MPA. MPA have put in place mechanism for monitoring evasion in terms of taxes on fuel. The Minister of Finance, who is the President's cousin, asked GRA to sign another agreement with a company called SML to do exactly the same thing that MPA is doing. And they are paying that company for doing that. They pay them almost 20-something million Ghana cedis, and they are not satisfied. Now they want to expand the corruption. So they sign an agreement with the company and say, oh, every oil that we export, record it so that we don't lose anything. Meanwhile, there's already a system in the oil industry for making sure that Ghana gets its fair share. And he says that for every oil that is exported, we'll give you 75 cents on every barrel. And he says for every gold that is exported, we'll give you 75 cents. So monitor it for us. And so this is a company that would easily have run away with about $100 million every year for no work done. And I mean, you cannot fleece a country like this. One would have thought that the corruption cases were enough, but it's even made Ghanaians numb. Now Ghanaians are not surprised again. This corruption does not shock Ghanaians the way it used to shock us. Today when there's a scandal, people are like, because they are all tired. Everybody is tired. And so even in the twilight, when you're about to exit office, you're still coming up with schemes to steal Ghanaians' money. But I say that this won't happen. An NDC government under me will not accept or recognize this SML agreement. We will not accept or recognize the SML agreement. Parliament is investigating it. The president has hurriedly gone to get KPMG to come and audit it. Whatever audit they do, I say we won't accept or respect any agreement with SML. And for the money that they've taken already, we will hold them to account for that money.
Yes, I'm a Bobie and Accra 100.5 so citizen show na wasugu so awutie nti yekoso edi en komono CMDC catch promotion so eguso akoso dial star 413 hash na fe piki and actually Accra FM na fe following na onsa intimenka usika for this evening enti channel so be debate that unso betima abaso na fe wa wasu onsa insight me account usika star 413 hash braso sisia na fe onsa intime encounter yeguso edi en komono so fight against corruption former President John Dramani Mahama in this administration wama can say John Dramani Mahama 18 fight corruption one fight corruption then now President then candidate Akufo-Addo say President Mahama 18 fight corruption no ba obe fight against corruption President Akufo-Addo we've seen scandals upon scandals, and just like John Mahama said, it's out scandal. It doesn't really shock you again because it has become something like a norm in this particular administration. The fight against corruption, when anything affecting a year. Gordon, Mamisha say feel.
Minia, Mamin Sanda was it. But before I call corruption, I said, earlier, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama voice. Yeah. And there is one striking thing or kind about some abandoned projects. I want to reiterate it because for me, this is the first time a president is making such an announcement. The first interest what he can achieve. I bet me are associating the administration too. Until most of the time, we a president be about now with the predecessor's project at war. But what we have to bear in mind is and sikana ye investing no enya ankura ni sika be your money na sika this will be the question there be na onwe ya it will be good in the interest of the country said the other banu baba betua ntina me bia say aban ya ntua so it is a John Mahama. It's not about his interest or what he will achieve, but it's about what the entire nation will achieve at the end of his administration. And you see Oba, you see Kwasia Nancy Sanadjun, the economy a term, the Akanes Yede, Yabahubai, but you're doing the way forward. The way forward, you say former President Kufone Baya or abandon former President Rollins the project. Let's say former President Rollins and Mills, and no previously, and more abandon former President Kufo project. Let's say Akufo-Addo abandon also abandon on the project. We must get to a time that thing must end into a no bar. looking at the current economic status of the country, there is no need. See, Sikaka Krana Akano, new project. I say it will be prudent. Say you be invest into their. You are invested at Dano. Yeah. Nagana for your home for so. Into a bar hospitals are. Baby are on the Jabiano. Baby are not Jani Bian. A 2 year buy on the Jani Biano. Make sure so be complete. Nagana for your home for so. The e-blocks are starting 200. Our back on the final year 125. Now 46. A full in operation. A bar. The Jamana can renew. Obey sure say obey. Cheap compounds. Ọ̀nà tó ṣáàṣì ebi àwọn ìwé ebi nso àbáyé rẹ̀ aṣáàṣì ọmọ ìwé náà ọmọkọ a ọba ọbẹ̀ ṣáàṣì akwan ọbẹ̀ ṣáàṣì ọbẹ̀ continue lẹ́yìn náà wọ́n recall value from money. Ìṣirò pèsè ọwọ́ máa ń pè ní wọ̀ ọmọ ń bí aṣọ a adìẹ baako Accra FM that you must make sure is part of your character and your truthfulness. So ọmọ máa ń nukwa ìdíye ọbẹ̀ di wẹ̀ ní mu kan. Transparency. Ubema niema enyada ofan ama o man for ama ede umehu na enya the fact say ope say Ghana for to abama wonti o de ntro na for the kind ba meye we have gone past that. Now let me move to corruption. You see, Bibia you can say MPP as a party. Sometimes as a Ghana for your mom ekwan Emma and someone a de and no catching. We don't put them to strict proof. Into a from ready. From ready. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Enti ni amfani 9 NC ho. Ankwenti yaketa as a shani proyebiano. It's a lie. Most of the things are MPP eka efa John Mahama honu biano. It was just na yantro. They couldn't adduce any evidence to those things. Most of them, I'm telling you, a lot of them, because say indeed John Mahama engaging in any corrupt actor. The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, I think Article 57. 6 rather 6 say nipa be every abonyu ane so a within the first 3 years onye immune from prosecution ubet na prosecuting it is I am passe or engaging in any corrupt actor. What prevented the government from 2017 2018 and 2019 from prosecuting him? But also, the purpose was for them to become president. So immediately they achieved that purpose. That was all. Because yes, one person be president. Let's say John Mahama engaged in any corrupt actor. It doesn't matter whether they became president or not. They should have followed through to make sure say everybody. I mean, 1, 2. The reason why I'm say John Mahama and the 9 CEO equity akatayishane prayer say, and I'll give you a few examples because my other colleagues were hano. I won't take everything from them. Ubakai Bas Brandon. Yeah. Bas Brandon. MPP the 7 our man Ghana. And this is what John Mahama did. As Mampeni and why you going to the quote yakatayishane for prayer. Under the office of the former chief of staff, this is what he did. On making sure say the company responsible, we did an audit to realize say yes indeed there was overpayment. Into Ghana under the office of the chief of staff, on making sure say company are refunded back to the state the difference, because Ghana cannot lose such an amount of money. Because now some of the break and they say only 10% here then also that's Smarties, right? Yes, Smarties. Yeah. John Mahama said no. The chief of staff make sure say Sikana yetu amana broso no the company will refund the money back to the state of Ghana. And they did. Oko fail so Google the amount that they refunded back to the state. I mean, 1, 2. Okay, Vikihama. It was just a dream. Me die so say. In 4 years, we bring $1 million. John Mahama said, as a public officer, you are not required to make certain comments.
To even dream.
In my government, you cannot be speaking anyhow. But go and sit somewhere
because of your intentions.
And that's all you went to an because just a dream.
Yeah.
And a man and chain. Look at this and for a share prosecution. I see these people came to end it. What's the name? Abuga Pele and Co. We all appointees. And we don't go Jina Mrano. Unfortunately, it was only left with a judgment to be pronounced on them. And you defeat Abenu. So the only thing the government came to meet was just the pronouncement. But one for us, I mean, I'm appointed. So long as only ye etia Ghana ma na Ghana family maintenance ma unfasa de ndi o man Ghana nto de no ani apprentice ekogina mrano e ma mrano wondi enne some of them are in court, some of them through the constitutional provision have been pardoned. The next point sada NPP said John Mahama and then go dia na nyano krano we didn't plant the planting in Fifi. Minia, go online and check sada tree planting. The consultancy job at my University of Development Studies, UDS, an independent institution. On a report at the end of sada program indicates 85% of the trees survived. 85% of a nyama yedi every am I in so emphasis. Now which exams Ghana has school by 85 AAB. All tertiary institutions 85 AAA. So that means that project was successful. It was excellent because you obviously Bakuni will be better than NMI 100%.
What's my henny? Your man no contract. You say when
in the other way.
Yeah.
Since they launched their green, is it Green Ghana? Green Ghana. Have they been able to account to the people of Ghana? Number of trees are number of trees are omedia, and they will do same are surviving.
Both phase 1 and phase 2.
At least if for that of John Mahama, me see, and the government of Ghana company and as an institution be and I report number one UDS, University of Development Studies, because that is their area of speciality.
Yeah,
it's the man to be the consultant and look online now about sada tree planting. You get it there 85% of Sanyano if.
Yeah, so reports and I say the average percentage survival of all the planted species in the Sada plantation were very high, 85%, with the highest 88 recorded in the eastern zone and at least 76 in the southern zone, says the report.
So you see, I'm not lying. So that's the report. But MPP fought to for any, and we didn't have the time to go and read. But now we you see, all what I'm trying to say is John Mahama had the political will to fight against the act of corruption. And anything ahead, and the Ghana Integrity Initiative report has vindicated His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, because everyone won in the fight against corruption. That is the same leveler. Yabisusu Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo the Bawumia as their best effort in the fight against corruption.
Yeah.
Corruption perception
index.
And this Ghana Integrity Initiative and yet government-owned institution and then John Mahama institution independent body. Even before John Mahama became the president. And let me take you through the ranking. We had 2012 for John Mahama, taking over from late Moss. Out of 100%, John Mahama okay 45% in the fight against corruption. 2013, and a rising call 46%. 2014, and a call 48%. And let me tell you, since Ghana Integrity Initiative started some year corruption perception index, the best performance at Ghana Yachoki was under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and that is the 48% in the year 2014.
Because of time in the other panel.
2015 and only 47%.
Okay. 2016
43%, and 2016 43, and then John Mahama the worst performance. Now the almighty MPP, the all-knowing MPP, the boasty MPP, the economic messiah MPP, all taking over 2017. Only 40%. 2020, 2018, 41%. 2019, 41%. 2020, 43%. 2021, 43%. 2022, 43%. And 2023, 43%. So they have remained in 43 continuously for the past 4 years. And I mean on the best performance. And the best performance. And I'm sure I say since Ghana Integrity Initiative started that way from Kufuor's time, Ebamos up to a neck, the best performance. Abaya wetinya kwetia katati semi poye pa. So the max up to one. The other one dey pa no. That max yenya under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, which is 2014, 48%. So you see, in short, one of the mentioned say, gone were the days. Now ya trust yama MPP ya tu foot ride every year. Now say ya done ya sorry, and that is what why I keep calling on Ghanaians say yes, gone were the days yada. We cannot always be fools. And now you need a 2024 election. And not the MPP Becca. We must verify things for ourselves. Because everything, every economy now. So what the John Mahama achievement Etutuna na do danko akufado. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the head of economic management team they came no near John Mahama's achievement.
Okay.
And say that you can Nagupo and na nipa so. And the bua nipa. And a bon samson na nipa so. And the same nipa. It is a bonsam annam na do danko akufado so. Any Bawumia so. And the Ghana akosa atuyenche wemua. Yankupon memam His Excellency John Dramani Mahama so. But I will take us from these roofs.
But I say, look, remember me.
Yeah, me never was yeah, some more.
No, but you're Tremac in the Ebel.
Bema, Ansah me can be big a cat toward the menu I could say kind and so no. I'm say ya na for nebusia for bi church or mutie to message na match ya a year a cool unsa department here civil society organization relations will be show me a from bold to defend
right
or my image say or mo pese or mo bua no mo kind of no che Ghana for so we have 2020 elections 2016 elections we journalist phobia or more the two or who say on His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ni mwase if you don't know be can afford if you know cover so that would Dubai near this a cool a friend bold to defend almost so omo de omo atu omo we say omo defend Ghana by telling Ghanaians the truth. Say a cool be sorry no odi ntra omo be sorry na omo asori etia say kuna cheche mo no kwe and I mean your baby so tie me from Ashama your friend of Barry Kisu and madam for being so no so a prophet.
Okay.
Though me a Muslim but also a prophet also show me power from London or the prophet Brian Mwatin.
Oh okay.
Prophet Mechiao ewie nyame enka ho no ma nwosra enoso. Nunu abema coming back to question. Osha ye papa the incoming president ne kasa o kasa ye na or say we share Ghana's constitution now. Share say president to be a because governance are ankasa. A continuous process.
Yeah.
Inti Osha amanone developed countries no. But your government no be adwuma bia bedru ba ya a compulsory say we bedru ho na we betwa so. But we share your bibi memo and prepare no say titu ne Ghana me limite na bagana aban bi ba so we feel say or toa de ni predecessor ne ye no so amunya me ba ye de be ma no.
Yeah.
But forgetting said say o mani sika no wan fa nto aso a project no sika na koshim asay internet say woju wo man ho asesenka eye nshanso eye constitutional say we ba say de we predecessor na sha ase no wo de o man sika no so because e Ghana sika enyo enipa de botomu sika no aka say enipa de botomu sika ntino memfa nye but just to score political points na and I say we feel say we manipa na ni monyam no na omo de afa MPP na mba o ma ye bebre me ya ba ma hwe kejetia market.
Yeah.
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Emiswadi hu. What did 2 years? See the biggest market in West Africa. Kejetia Dubai market. And ne Kumasi pim ena Asante 4 ene omo eframa no ne eye adwuma wo ho. Drivers kaya you for journey from ma omo eton de chese nyoma ekoso kejetia no. Ama enenipa bebre wa Asante memu ensa ko wo no because of kejetia Dubai. His Excellency JM na miswadi hu na wodi just 2 years pe e de here share kejetia phase 2 na ya de sika da ho dada dem sa project ni nyina ho to ho e de sika to ho a chese nka ban we ba ya de na chese oya ne se anka wo be hwe na bibia ko from because sika na da ho dada oba ye na bro ni beyi person nkuminya wickedness vindictiveness enti papa ne ba ya no stop a contractor and say o man nto aso o mu pese o mu ehwehwem se kululu ne ka start hwehwem mu a Ansah na o mam na to aso and it took them over 2 years.
Yeah.
And almost ba ye no with the economic messiah na o mo de ne ba ye Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia no want me ameye hwe inflation cost enti contractor no na ontimi nto adwuma ne so enti me for fidie we so aka acha asante man say kejetia phase 2 na da ho no ebeda wa just adwuma amaba e na oba beto aso because sikani ho aye de beye e na wo hwa abayi a oti so ya onye na adwen say obeto aso because sikano o ma chadi ebi ni hobiem what you say enti say kufu ado aban a wo no na say oye lawyer dey say constitution o bible lawyer bia oye lawyer papa constitution one from A to Z wunimu say a constitutional mandate is obey president Albert our predecessor Jumaso Kadio in Kenya topic for discussion oba ya nan kwa betwaso but dey ni His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Kasano was say Ghana former na sa kwanya ne biema oba on san confess bi me ya de fofo because already no e kan ne ma we yenimu no se Ghana nya sika bi esese e DCC sa ne ma na sika bi esese wo de ya de fofo no nya ne fofo de wo ho aban we ntumi anya no yenim se bebre no mo ntumi nye say agenda 111 any projects are abandoning to me nyina oba on start for be complete ni nyina ansana se bibi ofofo ha obeya na ye Ghana for ye mpe we ne pede wan menim say Ghana for this time there ye be ye Ghanaians are discerning send MPP for aban ebu se Ghana for ni munyansa no nyesa na Ghana for tie ye nhwe de see asen north wo mo kire MPP for se there bi enne Ghana for abato no enye sikatwia ena nya atrodie because atrodie ni ehun no ma bebre e de na ehun na ya ante no 2016 enya 2016 ena obi sorry ye de for the asem chechire His Excellency na obi ya president in 20 minutes for the explorer
say a contractor man
bribe with the Ford Explorer e man ne to Ghana for biti 18 yenti kroma na journalist for bi sorry ye share that father juma o mo ye fluenti sorry ye say juma ma to hotel Dubai yo de ma to hotel Dubai yo ani nyina wo mu ni mo so se de na wo mo ye no na eye ntro
ewie chobe pacho
no obe pacho san krofo no His Excellency de ache omo the Ghana for ye sugu wo mutire so I'm telling you today, because Ghanaians need be journalists problem say most of them are more into kind because me tia dey be and I'm saying me kind at least I will Google and find out.
Yeah.
I will verify. Now based on that, I take a decision.
Sure.
But Ghana for send it to me yes and your money be. And to do what a journalist can say my feel say send your work and one of them. And to some of sir and Trona will try do his excellency so no and ma Ghana for be to aba e de ma kufuado. And edi aba bedru baby say sam me also will patch away sorry his excellency jemo de nyame sure we no na koma papa no wo de bechew na enso Ghana ni bia wa fa ban we nsa no akwa ahukirem enam so ene enkrofo a ewu express gas ene gas stations for bebre adnam aban we mu ahukire ahwere wo mo nkwa because of aban we say incompetence and wickedness aban we nya opportunity because of your lies. His excellency is what they are chemo nanso Ghana for muja ani yomusu no egu mutire so e de ensem na nkrofo enianto his excellency so DKM man ka say DKM his excellency John Dramani Mahama na papa yi jina baby no ka wose minnim no krada na mo na bakrom ha abagigi nkrofo sika ma nipa afa ho kire mo awuo mpempem mo tu kwa na mo ne papa yi nenam mo come foreign trips nyina mo ne nam wan nenam JM timi gina ho de necessity ne bo ka se DKM fo no kwa woni mo mo da ekufo ado timi de necessity ne bo ye ni krom ha na ministers of states any president no mo ne nam wan nam
yeah
kwesi na antachi no nya part and parcel of this government any o mo ne nam wan na nam afeku one former friend say Katrina Afeku no onye na mo na nam na mo ani passe na nam nsa so a wo mo ahwe wo mo nkwa na die na ban we watimi ayafa na minim say Ghanaians.
Okay,
moving forward you know ma no time ade ma me no so
ubo Ford expedition unim say Ford e me John Mahama efi abenwa no so MPP buy that Ford was being used by Dambochi. I want to be specific.
Because it's not the fleet of cars.
Yes, and the specific person who was using the car interimly before he was given an official car was Dambochi.
It is a bribe by a
for that clarification. Well, it's when you know ya question some journalists for be too futrogu Ghana for any. And then in 2016 target John Mahama corruption then I see corruption perception index no John Mahama worst time was 43 and the Kufuado best time 43 mini abema yen shade mini aketo ebubo corruption scandals are hit John Mahama na o share a fit eba after 1992 started Ghana for your Kedima Minkebia memoir. His Excellency John Rawlings a time. Na me funny currency ya papa J. Corruption yensa. Epena hitting no ba na ye abacha cash. State access to president wife and a miss cotton and related corruption.
Okay.
Asa 3. President Kufuor enya 12. President Kufuor corruption scandals are hit on yet 12. Back when you're using state funds to renovate in a private residence, Hotel Kufuor, Castle Kickback, Ghana at 50, and some kakrabi time and intimate bosso. And I say, Oba, His Excellency John Atanos time so number 2. And number 2 are hitting back where you me. And back where Sada. And then hit 2 pro at Atanos. Ena oba His Excellency John Dramani Mahama time on so and you may hit no nyina eye 9 na 9 minya bear me no echeche mu anti minchwe achifa no ebi Ford asema echeche mu na o kono na eka state protocol fleet of cars awoja ho ma wo mo Victoria Hammer dreaming cracker and under President Mahama na ya pamono wo hwe sa nyoma we nyina na eche se JM enyoma mo de to ne so nyina say scandals na yes scandals na oba under Nana Akufo-Addo ne scandals akwa akosi 124 sa list we no ye compile no about 2 months ago and the other can one by now no etwemu a ebeko be 150 minya bema ebi ye do under Nado PDS 10 million wasted on cocoa roast audit. 4.5 million AFCON expenditure. Ministry of Finance pays 1 million to Kroll and Associates. We call Auditor General report be 283 million paid in judgment debt. And your mad baby can for $17,000 per hour private jet hired by the president. McMahon fingered $1.5 million MPS deal. Chesabunya Bema say you see a Kufuado. NHI is divert 17 million cedis into private investment company accounts, 3.9 million to buy condoms, appointment of the MD for non-existent Cape seaports, fight at GMPC between CEO Chesapeake Bema, yes, Boswa and the Kufuado, corruption scandals in Kwa. Way 2 months ago, I compiled a list with 124. Enti na me na woka say when you na kwama Cecilia da pass no emeka ho wa ha.
Okay.
Cecilia da pass ye company list ni we fi na emeka ho wa ha. Enti say wo hwe corruption scandals and the Kufuado a wotini say nya kukuoduro ebegina ho e defend and the Kufuado enye ne ho ene nya bust oil contaminated saga. Enye and the Kufuado and a maritime hospital, maritime
maritime authority.
Obi gina hoti ni de 13 air conditions. Although a dying 3 bedrooms. Na menim say air condition na 1 room no kra 3 or 4. Say you because you see.
Obese Danny freeze.
Na Danny freeze na nipa akodemu a. So obehu. What you say? And we share all these scandals are. The only na betimi aka che me say send His Excellency etimi gina na so. I can't say Victoria, what dream for getting $1 million, and the Kufuado nene the quality $1 million almost the chair, almost the chair, almost girlfriends, almost the chair, almost even talk cars, almost to top properties just like that. The man or more a bit more the top bags and the Jews. And he said Victoria Hamaka $1 million dreaming of getting $1 million. And my yes Akena and the Kufuado. A dear no what to me a year actually say I'm fighting corruption. Cecilia da Pasika ya chino say pass down ya chino nkola na ma ya chino and I no ankasa foolishly call police station call report yes and nkola afesika over 300,000 euros in the keka. Hey nanka adie we o mampanyina wo bu so nyame bu o man no e wa adwempa kakra. Can one say ka obeyi no say ni mra no nkodi asembe na Kufuado kan tama maame no and uncle say Kufuado cross account of before
or make a prejudicial comment.
What you say? Uncle say Kufuado we a president we bu wo mine no sro nyankopon wa kaka sadie we ba yanka wo de Nicodemus wa frɛ maame no wo de maame sheda ensake na minya face kakra ka ebe score 1 point bi so wasake the minister bi for corrupt practices. E dey Kufuado ye wantimi anye ma minimum net na ase no hu se nim guase na eba no e do so pressure ne so from Ghanaians yesungu ne so obi otie kurase a ontimi enudi 3 times a day obi otie kurase a ontimi emma me ba enko hospital ese so woko ena mini aba ma ye grassroots politicians ye call from ko mi kwa kura bi ase na akola bi de nense wura ebomu ekochekoto sa na yewo wo ne ka nensa na makodu akura na se na o mudi nnuo stress so na akola nense pro makuru sa nyoma we nyina na babesie timi afasika twitwi die se da so ofie na wo no wantimi ansake no no the letter ba wo be massa comment no please judicial comment say she will be vindicated you know ni abe ma bia yakodro no enti Ghana for me de masam yetiawa nyame ama mo akwanya maso ansuo maso ansa yehu jo mahama de otumi yeye ene yehu de Kufuado ne ba omi otumi yeye. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama say yehwe ne political experience another bia ya na meka me say bawumia ene ne yira na kasa bebre from 2016 and no more no asat even today e dey experience pa na omo kro mo dey ba aba bebu o man no because say na what bench na wo kasa easy say Nigeria kan no see from the bench is easier and na mo besom mo beso mo no so no mo afemi More failure the only what dear. It's a never umiasu obejina have a catcher Ghana for say breaking the 8 is possible. Na Ghana for motenase e masadi we esia. E hefa e na Ghana na yede ye hoko. Yede ye hoko to amem. Na se ba umia Ghana for ansori anyina ho amwaye because we hear nyoma ekoso me nua bema. Ba umia ni MPP aban o ma dwene se o mo the technicalities. Samia wuku aka sa asem we omo the technicalities and about me aso gina ba bia ka se ye to aba ni wie 2024 wo a wonti ase na wo court ho de na wo ho ya court ye hu de asie afarijan kan asem was elections are won at the polling stations and this time around no NDC ba win elections no at the polling station omo technicalities bia wo mo se omo de ba no it will never work for them na the minister Ghana for ne say your message no dey yede beba ye beba pro because aprobo e ka politics ho e ka elections ho odu o hwa ye beba wo fi ana ye beba wo krom si ye beba wa pro na say sa me kwa ye te radio so ye cheche nyoma obi nya kwanya no wontie monhwe mo ababom na monto aba se ne ba wo mi aka ye no se ne okof omopagya yellow gallons ko 4 gallons kan se yentumi ntop fuel no ene sa na yentumi ntop fuel no the best mo e dani dru a wo technicalities ni bi ne se omo ba be ye nyoma bebe nya duwa bebre ketati she bi nyoma bi wo polling centers Ghana for enkogina ho enye police for ballot policy ye ballot no NDC for ye for mu de wudu ba bi ade wo kan se ye de ye beto aba na mamu na se mo be hwe so de NDC for ye ready ye crado say ye be ballot ye be policy ye ballot na Ghana for so MY because and am do one say nkwan na me de manu sie no me send this message we dia ma MPP4 the titru ne Samira Bawumia said this time around no send 2016 na ye wa ben mo ye din ma ne target jam say oye incompetent no ene bibia de bi prefer say ni kunu na ye incompetent say wo kunu asai wo man no na wakotete na ontumi ma na ye campaigner o ne ho say oye flag bearer bi yire. Okay. On tenase na so on tenase no be babontin abekasa already kasa yi because asem bia wo be ka fa his excellency John Mahama ho no ye de begu kruwam ye be shake no me ya press no na de ye be ka che no e be overflow enti onye onhwe ne nyoma yi senior wo no ye wife of a flag bearer no ye so ye maame her excellency Dr. Ohima Lodina Mahama wo ho ye maame no ye nyuma bebre enso ye a o magina radio so emeka sentietie antwitwi obi MPP for omonye enye steady this time around no ye enko ne said ye call 2016 no wo mu this year ye becha do or die no this is the time
Baba Mirase eti mame fa we twemu na sense yare bi ho aye fe no papilloma virus ebia na wonim eho senetie symptoms and signs no ho. In fact, it happens ewa ma ene mema me mofra so etimi enye bi na de ba kwa betimi ehumu ensunsun so anaso betimi nya education bi ewo mu no agisa wo call eye medenforma.co.za/health_subject/human papillomavirus HPV/ na fe wenya information bia ewomu entibadama vaccination area de betima boa na sa HPV etimi efrewo so nti protection no chance free say abra wonim wonya nimde ewo bibi mu say woni nimde ewo bibi ma enya de betimi protect wo nti no papillomavirus ewo ho entibadama na wenya ehunimde